Hello everybody, welcome into another day of the Iesf qualifiers here. Continuing on with the Asian region, we're going to kick off with South Asia. Of course, it is myself, Scrib, and Neokai to kick off the action. We might have a little bit of changing of shifts later on, but for now, this is how we open things up, of course. Yeah, looking forward to getting into it once again. Obviously, this is a group that I think... in particular yourself, you know, you've had a lot of experience with these teams and how they've been doing and whatnot. I think I covered one of the games yesterday, but ultimately should be a pretty, I suppose, deciding kind of day of this, really. Everything should be locked in by the end of the next couple of BO1s, mate.
Yeah, man. There's basically, some of the teams have actually are near done now. There's 2 more rounds, simply put. 2 more sets of best of 3s, nice and easy. And when we get that, or it's best of 1s, may I say, and when we get down to it, it kind of looks like at least one of the teams is more or less locked in place. That being India, sort of expected, at least for my eyes. I mean, India, all 5 of them play under God's reign. They're pretty talented. They have been playing a decent amount in Sky Esports. You know, obviously that tournament, which has a land in Mumbai, so you know, kind of home territory, I guess, for them. And then obviously they were part of the the quals, I guess you call it, for the RMRs. And then also they played in that, you know, the blast, the draft, the tournament. So, you know, in all fairness, they've had decent amount of experience. However, we're not covering that game for our first. We're going to check on the other side of the table, towards the lower end. Let's take a look at our current match, or our match we're about to have here to kickstart things of the day. We got Bangladesh taking on Sri Lanka. We're going to finish things off Nepal taking on Pakistan. And of course, Pakistan are also currently finding themselves in 2nd place, which means they will also qualify to the LAN in Chengdu, especially if they guarantee that win there. I'm pretty sure, well, no, I'm not pretty sure, I'm 100% sure they do guarantee their spot as long as they get that win, so they should be fine. Then we're going to follow things up and we headed towards the other side of, as we've got kind of Jordan, Syria. We've also got India, Nepal as well at the 1 p.m. game. India, Sri Lanka is a kind of 2 p.m. game, so they've got 2. I think probably only one of them needs to be a win, so they're not basically under too much pressure. They went 2-0 yesterday. As long as they get one more win, if you go 3-0, you're guaranteed through, so they're absolutely fine, basically. And then to finish things off, we've got Qatar taking on Palestine. Palestine looked really good yesterday. I caught a little bit of their game off stream and went to a 3-mapper, very hotly contested. It was pretty damn sick. Basically, we got a bunch of best of 1s, 4 best of 1s, and then 2 best of 3s for the day. So, all in all, mate, it's not actually too bad of a day, is it? It's pretty chill.
Yeah, indeed. I think it's pretty clean. There's no excuses out there. You got to be watching all the games, right? Make sure that you stick it around. You might be here for the South Asian teams and whatnot, but you know, if you can stick around and continue on for West, that would also be kind of cool. But yeah, I think that, you know, the games opening up in the South Asian qualifier, it does sort of heat up a little bit more with these BO1s. You know, it can make things very, very cutthroat. I think that's sort of what we're getting here. And yeah, I mean, it's not fully decided, right? We open up with Sri Lanka. Everybody is sort of bullying Bangladesh a little bit. Unfortunately, they've not been performing too well. You know, single-digit games from them, and ultimately 3 losses at the moment. So I think their position is certainly secure. Unfortunately, they might be able to, you know, really upset things if they pull off a victory here and just, you know, put Sri Lanka on watch, so to speak. But yeah, could get really, really spicy towards the tail end. Sri Lanka were sort of coming in, viewing them as the favourites for this game for sure. But it's that next game, like you mentioned, up against India, where it could, man, it could turn around. We'll see. I figured, you know, against Nepal yesterday, what with Nepal looking pretty good in their first outing as well, and I figured that they would be maybe not the clear favourite, but, you know, a strong contender. But Sri Lanka looked really good against them, actually. A really close game, 13-11, and a lot of, you know, big sort of clutch moments out from the Sri Lankan boys. So we'll see here. We'll see if they can bring that kind of energy, particularly into that later game. Sure. As you sort of mentioned, as you guys may have seen there a little bit. Not the game that we're going to be covering, but we'll keep you sort of updated. So I think things could get very, very close towards the tail end of this, you know, BO1 group stage. India, we'll see. It depends on how their first game goes here, if they lock their spot in. But if they lose that, you know, then it gets really, really wild. But yeah, very much excited to move into it, of course. Let's check in with our teams, obviously. Bangladesh up against Sri Lanka. The Bangladeshi roster should be on your screens in just a second here, of course. Again, a team that, you know, you managed to cast a little bit of against India on that Inferno. As I've mentioned, not been looking fantastic, this team, unfortunately.
They haven't. Do you know what, though? We were saying this when we were casting. The scoreline, I think, felt, at least to my eyes, a bit deceiving. I actually thought they had decent Counter-Strike, at least in that game against India. There's a couple of moments where one guy in particular, Akio, looked very, very solid. Zerator had a couple of moments. Bandit had a couple of moments too. Auspicious had a couple of clutches, which are massive. So for me, I actually don't think this Bangladesh roster are actually that bad, at least in the server. But, you know, like you said, when you look to the results they've been putting up, they're pretty poor. 13-4 loss towards India, then a 13-5 loss to Nepal, and then a 13-4 loss again to Pakistan. So they've really, really been struggling. They haven't really been able to build upon anything. But it's kind of surprising. I only caught them against India, and who are the, you know, the strongest team in this qualifier, should go flawless. I'd be very surprised they even pick up a loss. And even though it was 13-4, it didn't feel super damning. It didn't feel like it was this absolute massacre of a game. There was moments where Bangladesh were making rounds pretty close. They just couldn't quite see them over the line. So I'm going to not completely count them out just yet, but I'm going to, you know, be a little bit tentative. They are currently 0-3, and they're guaranteed as well to not be making it towards Chengdu. Let's take a look at their opponents, though. Sri Lanka on the other side. This will be the first time for me commentating them. You managed to catch them in a bit of a banger. It was the full rounds in that one. So you're, I guess, in this instance, I'm the resident kind of Bangladesh expert, and you're the resident Sri Lanka expert.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, they look really, really good, to be honest with you. Hellscream, great name, and also performed very, very well. I think Drax coming in today is actually a fresher name, maybe, part of their substitute roster. I'm pretty sure that he wasn't in yesterday. So, you know, they're maybe changing things up, which is a little bit difficult, I suppose. But, yeah, they really did fit in as a great team, like I say, in those sort of high-end clutch situations, 4v2s, 5v3s. You know, they managed to convert a few of those with just some really, really explosive moments. So we'll see if that continues here. For them, again, it's difficult to sort of say. You know, Nepal felt like they were maybe in a position to win things yesterday, but unfortunately just sort of dropping the ball a little bit in places. Really, really streaky sort of game as well. Yeah, it was definitely a strange one in that sort of sense. So I like the Sri Lankan team. They play very well. They actually had an awful lot in terms of the preparation, it felt like, you know what I mean? Like a lot of these executes, a lot of these sort of sneaky smokes and stuff like this, which is something that some of these teams in the sort of Asian qualifiers, not just South Asian, but in general, have been lacking a little bit, where it's like mechanically we're good, but as a team or as a sort of setup protocol-based kind of Counter-Strike, it wasn't there as much. Sri Lanka seemed to have a bit more of that available to them.
I'm right in saying you were on Dust 2 for that game, right? When it was against the 13-11 against Nepal. Yeah, one thing I did notice, I was watching because I had like a 2-hour break, 2 best of ones off before coming back on. I don't know if you guys even picked up on it because I didn't have the stream unmuted, but Nepal on T side rushed long 10 rounds in a row. They just rushed long. It was actually like genuinely.
I think that was Sri Lanka that were doing that, right?
Was it? Okay, it was actually wild. Yeah. It was kind of crazy. It was that, you know, it's a little loose, but, you know, it's kind of one of those things of saying, hey, they weren't expecting for the 8th time in a row. You know what I mean? Like, they've got to stack B now. So
I mean, it worked. I want to say they got like 6 or 7 rounds, like solidly in a row from that, and then they just decided to go B of their own accord. Like, you know, it was working, and they were like, maybe now's the time to mix it up. And it's like, no, I think you're in. You got to keep going until it stops working. And then they lost the round, but they went B to like a half buy. And they didn't even get into B. It was like in the B tunnels, one guy got like a double kill on an MP9, and that just sort of ruined the round. So, you know, there certainly was some unorthodox play, let's say. But we'll see. We've got the veto, so we can kind of see if it ends up on Dust 2 there. Maybe that's the map that they're a little bit of a merchant on. It would seem Bangladesh, maybe. Yeah, you know, they're immediately in there with the Dust 2 ban. So maybe they know something about that we don't. You know what I mean? That it's like Sri Lanka just spamming the Dust 2, and that's where they're annoying. We end up on Ancient, another sort of puggy feeling map, right? So I think that is part of the logic. When you've got Inferno Ancient to choose from, Sri Lanka have gone puggy side rather than a little bit more. Again, you need that sort of protocol and team play kind of coordination, especially for your T side. So it makes a lot of sense that they moved into the Ancient here.
Yeah, and this actually is a map that Sri Lanka played in their opening game in the first round. They played against Pakistan. They did lose 13-6, but Pakistan are a pretty solid team. They're pretty scary. So I'm not even going to read too much into that. It's the same way I'm not actually going to read too much into towards the the 13-4, for example, towards India, or 13-5 towards Nepal, or even 13-4 again towards that of Pakistan. And those maps as well. There was a Mirage that came through. They played against Pakistan. Obviously, an Anubis against Nepal. So, I mean, there's at least a good showing where these guys are all playing a variety of different maps. Ancient, for me, when I look at this, I'm probably going to lean in favor of Sri Lanka ever so slightly. Like I said, Bangladesh didn't actually play bad Counter-Strike. They seemed pretty crisp. They had some decent ideas. It was just those kind of final hurdles of closing out a round, which they just couldn't seem to do. And, it was also one of those things when you go against a side like India, they're so scary. Mechanically, they're so crisp. And if they get going, they're very difficult to shut down. It might not be the case. This might be a little bit more of an even best of one start out the day. And, for Sri Lanka, you win this and you actually start to put pressure on Pakistan. It makes their results so important. Sri Lanka have got 2 games left to play. Got this one, obviously, and then they've got India in the next round. Pakistan are playing Nepal in the next round. So if there is an upset and it comes down to round differential, there is a world that they can see it over the line. They would kind of tie that score line up, and it would be a little bit of a kind of a head-to-head. I think it comes down to round difference then, which granted at the moment isn't very good over towards Sri Lanka, but it's not impossible is what I'm trying to say. They've got to get wins, but they've probably got to also maybe upset India as well, which is a bit of a big ask.
Yeah, there is some toughness in that. But at the very least, I think we're happy here that, towards the tail end of the day, it's not like, or tail end of the group, I should say, it's not like things are solidly decided. I think, unfortunately, the only thing that we're sat on is that Bangladesh don't really... pretty sure it would be impossible, actually, yeah, with only, India having 2 games left, Pakistan having 1 game left. There's no way that they can get 3 in that lost column. So, yeah, bit of a tough one for Bangladesh, but unfortunately somebody's got to be there. And, they've done well to kind of keep playing and keep at it, really. And the BO1s, it's been a bit rough for them. And we'll see. Maybe this, again, could be the last hurrah. Could be a little, villainous kind of thing, twirl of the mustache, where it's like, we aren't getting through, so nobody else is. Nothing to lose. Let's just kind of try and upset Sri Lanka here and upset their chances of possibly qualifying in. It's a little bit devious, but I'm kind of here for an angle like that.
Yeah. Why not? We'll see what happens. We'll be hopefully getting underway into the game in just a moment. I look at this as a really decent opportunity, at least for, both of these two sides. Even if they aren't going to qualify, get decent reps under the belt. I mean, there's something that me and Anders have kind of been sort of driving home over the last few qualifiers, or a variety of different regions and all the rest, that even if you don't qualify, for us, it's good to say, okay, if we come back next year, for example, and say, right, last time out, Bangladesh didn't pick up any wins. Let's see if they can improve on that. Or Sri Lanka, they were so close to qualifying, but weren't able to do so. Let's see if this time they can see it over the line and actually prove themselves as kind of a top 2 in the region. So it's things like that where we look at this, and even if you can't qualify towards Chengdu, for example, let's see if you can kind of get some experience under your belt and maybe make something of it. For those who don't have the stakes at hand as well, top 2 spots will be going towards the Asia Championships. That's going to be held in Chengdu, China. So far, we've already got a few teams locked in as well. Of course, the host nation, China, bringing a team that's expected to be pretty damn scary as well. I mean, a lot of great Chinese Counter-Strike players, arguably one of the strongest regions, probably the second strongest region in the entirety of Asia, behind that of Mongolia. They've got a team, Mongolia, of course, the Huns, with some potentially familiar names for those who've been around the scene. Nine, Bartak, Score, they've all been around for a hot minute as well. Australia beat out New Zealand in their best of 3. That's the kind of the 4 out of 5 of them are the core of Mind Freak, which is an Australian team that are not too bad in all fairness. Then Team Malaysia, they went flawless through their qualifier, looked very, very good. And Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan both came through the Central Asian qualifier. Last year as well, at Yash Romania, Uzbekistan kind of shocked everybody, made a decent run in towards the playoffs, ended up losing, I think if I'm right in saying, to Germany. He went all the way to the finals. So, yeah, they're at least a region that has produced a lot of good Counter-Strike players. Same for Kazakhstan as well. There's a lot of great players over the years. Buster, Neelan, Hobbit, etc., etc., etc. So, yeah, pretty decent region for Counter-Strike. Kazakhstan, that team, is all under the banner of Tor, which is the Vanguard lineup, more or less. So a pretty scary team, in all fairness. They're actually pretty decent. They do a decent amount of work in Tier 2. They sometimes play some of the EU Tier 2 tournaments, but, you know, bless them, they're on like 100 ping. So it's kind of tough. It's kind of tough. We were kind of mentioning as well, I'm sure you'll remember, Anders hadn't heard, but do you remember the old, the 100 ping gods?
Yeah.
The goats from Kazakhstan. They kind of a little bit of a play on the name. So, you know, regionally it's tough. So these qualifiers are very, very important for, you know, countries and players from Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, you know, etc., even kind of Australia, right? Who they're locked within themselves. Them and New Zealand do. That's basically it. So it's good. We've got only now 4 more teams. 2 from this qualifier, 2 from our other qualifier that we're going to be moving on to afterwards. So 2 from South Asia and 2 from West Asia, and then we're done. So basically, after today, mate, that's all the teams locked in for Chengdu, China. It's pretty exciting.
Yeah, man, it rolls through pretty quickly, to be fair. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I do like the idea as well, sort of depending on how many teams, depending on sort of where the region is at and whatnot, a change in format. You know, we've got some with the BO1s, some with the BO3s, so it does make it kind of interesting. And, you know, we had it a little bit, I think, towards the tail end of, were we doing like a Pro League qualifier? That was like most of BO1s, right? And it's like, you know, it can make things a bit exciting, a little bit interesting. When you've got a few teams involved, because you never fully confirm it, you know what I mean? When you've got the BO3s, it's a bit more like, okay, they win a game, they knock the other team out, they move on, you know? It's a bit more straightforward for sure, but when it comes to like qualifiers and stuff like this, I think where there is a fair amount on the line, but maybe you don't need like the craziest games or the craziest Counter-Strike because you're not quite in that championship form just yet.
Sure.
It does make things a little higher stakes at times, so I do like it. Because, yeah, it isn't fully secure. You never know what might happen here today. We're pretty in on the India and Pakistan supremacy, as it were. But ultimately, there is that chance for both Sri Lanka and Nepal, to be fair, to, you know, maybe confirm a spot. Probably not both of them, but maybe one.
No. It would be kind of the craziest upset if that was to happen, in all fairness, if they were to kind of nab a spot away at the end. I feel like, for me, India more or less locked in. They're so close to finish line. Just one more win, which it, you know, looks like is potentially about to happen as they're playing against Nepal. Nepal haven't been overly scary, so we'll have to take a look and see. But fella, we're live. Let's get this show on the road. We're ready for some Counter-Strike action to start off your day, and Chromes is as well. Nice shot on towards Retro as he finds him to kickstart things for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, good start. Definitely going to be happy with that. You know, just a nice, easy frag. It doesn't require too much work. We're moving in quite quickly through Cube, though. The mid area maybe left a little open. We'll see. Nice find, nice trade out, but Plasti not able to survive. We'll see. Can they hold on to this idea of a retake? I don't think it looks too likely for me. Stuff coming in. He will get taken down, and it's just all on to Shakers here. E250 ready to go, but just immediately written off. Bangladesh taking away that opening pistol. Just want to note as well, to be fair, I think as they sort of came in, obviously the roster that we got thrown up for Sri Lanka was a little bit not 100% accurate, let's say, just because I think, you know, it's the way that it goes. So this was actually the team for yesterday. The other guy who looked really, really good on Dust 2 on that CT side was this Plasti guy, just holding towards short. A lot of really comfortable solo plays, so definitely keep your eyes on him, guys.
All right, there you go. There you go. First round is decent for Bangladesh. Oh, so we're going to come through, though. Retro going to get caught. Auspicious. Oh, he's lining them up. As Bandit comes for support, Auspicious had a pretty decent game in terms of individually. A couple of crisp moments against India. So, one to keep an eye on. That's pretty nice little spray control. Akio, he was the main man. He was at least the scarier one. A couple of times picked up the AWP. Looked pretty decent. He'll be the one to get that bomb down. And probably round in itself. A Galil on a Mach 10. Honestly, I'm tempted to even keep this, at least the Galil, keep this alive. You know, moving forward. You know, it's not a bad gun to work with. It gives some decent economy over towards Shakers. I know he's going to have a buy regardless in towards next round, but I'm thinking long term. I'm thinking some stability and all of the rest. And obviously, I'm a happy man that didn't go for the force here, so no need to make a note of that one just yet. But 2-0 start in best of one territory. Not bad.
Yeah, pretty comfortable. Pretty comfortable indeed. But should be the case, to be fair, with where that investment is, like you're saying. So we'll see what the move is going to be for Sri Lanka on this early rifle buy. Again, Plasti was a big part of it. I think maybe dropping like 25 kills, something like this. But their CT side of Dust 2 is pretty comfortable. And as we talked about in the veto, no Dust 2 as Bangladesh just immediately banned it out. Whether that is on them that they don't play it, or whether that is more a target ban, as it were, it's difficult to say. But Sri Lanka had a bit of a choice at the end, and they went towards Ancient, which sort of falls in, I think, second place, to be honest, as the Puggier maps go, compared to Dust 2, where you can get those individuals rolling, you can get aggressive on both sides of the map and take fights wherever you see fit. Ooh, Croman's still alive down there. And they have figured that one out quickly. Nate comes in, it's minimal damage. Great flash in from him. He secures another frag and another on top of that. This guy on the MP9 running absolute rampant right now. Akio, all that remains. He's got a lot to find. He will get two quickly. Oh my goodness. These rounds can turn upside down in an instant. That was the big kill. Plasti secures it and takes the round for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, just, maybe slightly questionable for, a second where that second guy who's playing in towards Cubby doesn't turn around. His teammates died. It's a 1v4, and he's still, stalwart holding over towards Door, and he will fall. So, maybe a little bit cluttered comms or something of the sort, but either way, I mean, a decent attempt there with the MP9. Did pretty damn well and makes it pretty easy to see this round off. It was, Hellscrims who just didn't really turn around, but thankfully it wasn't the end of the world. It was down into that 1 versus 2 though, which is a little concerning. There's a world in which they can be converted. Not to be. Sri Lanka first round on the board for them is good, and well, for Bangladesh, these rounds have been relatively expensive, and sadly, the buy might be a little minimal. I'm kind of questioning what the idea is. We force buying? Yeah, okay, we are force buying. So they're going to go for a full force. I'm not really sure I'm a huge fan of this, in all honesty. They had 2k. I don't know why you don't just eco here and then buy next, because you're coming in with double Mac 10, double Tech 9, and a Deagle. You had around 2k basically across the board. Nobody's in double eco territory. Nobody was struggling for money, right? So a normal situation will be to eco this, buy next, but they might just want to go quick. Nade on the corner could do a chunk, but they go the other way.
Oh, that's a little bit awkward. I think there was some team damage in there. Ooh, managed to get a pretty big one, though. Auspicious on that Tech 9. Oh, the flank out as well. Cuff feeling confident for it. Will give his life away, and that might, really mess this round up. We'll see, though, to be fair. Plasti is here quite quickly. Keeping things calm. Oh, he looked good for a second there, but just couldn't quite confirm that kill, and Akio strikes back. Leaving it down to Shakers. A really fast round here from Bangladesh, and feels like Sri Lanka get caught up in it. You know what I mean? This is something that happened an awful lot yesterday in the BO1s, is just the fact that they love a good run through smokes. They love a good, okay, it's carnage, let's get involved in that. We'll see here, smoke on top of the bomb, tap coming in, spam away from one. Doesn't confirm the location of the second, however. Really solid play here from Banditez, but he unfortunately kind of does give his life away a little bit. There's not a lot of time left though, Neo. Jake is trying to look to go in for this hold. Akio gives himself away, but I don't think there is enough time without that kit. It's unfortunate. Shaker's just doing the best that he can. It's not enough, though.
Not a single fight in that entire round for Sri Lanka was taken with some support. Every single player is fighting on their own, and that's why they lose it. When you're coming against a quicker round like that, you've got to trade. That's the one thing you've got for yourself on that CT side. You play together. You've got the better weaponry. You can probably go 2 for 1. If you have the support, but every single time they're playing isolated. So Bangladesh are able to get that first kill, which they do in all fairness, running and gunning, which is kind of expected, I guess, when you're playing super aggro like that. And then all they have to do is just play together, and they stick together. Pack mentality, nice and simple. Sri Lanka, they've played that very poorly. They've given so many opportunities to such a minimal buy, and it's forced them into a pretty kind of awkward investment themselves. But the weird thing about this investment on the other side for Sri Lanka is half the team are full bought and the other half have saved. So, if you're Hellscrim, why don't you buy into an M4? You got 2k. You bought half armor, MP9, and a bit of util, which you've now used. Why don't you buy an M4, for example, support the AK, or like Cuff. I mean, for him as well, he's gone into a Deagle kit, half armor. So they've gone for a very weird economic kind of situation here, but it might be working regardless.
Yeah, difficult, man. They have to, unfortunately, make these decisions together. But yeah, if they can make it work in some weird way, I suppose it's not the end of the world. Akio going to find a nice pick up. This smoke going down, though. He's got to be careful now. Ooh, again, quick reactions. But my goodness, they are incredibly low. 60 HP between the three of them. Good timing here from Hellscream. Might just be all they require. Down to the 1v1. Bandit on 10 HP. And Hellscream with a clean headshot round the corner will take him out. Sri Lanka respond back. It's getting a bit crazy out here in the early stages of Ancient, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, a wild round again. And Sri Lanka realistically in that sort of round with the weird buy they had, they should be getting punished. But credit to the AK, does really, really well. Isolates them in a 1v3, more or less. I mean, second round, put on the board. It's one of those where Bangladesh, they've been punished. They're going to go back into another force here. Back and forth in these force by wars. They might want to try and go quick. Zarate are going to lead out the charge. The flash comes through and Nade comes over as well. And I'm worried about whether these fights are going to be isolated. They are. There's nobody to trade shakers there. They are not playing for each other, Sri Lanka. So Bangladesh can very, very easily isolate fights.
Smoke's going down, though. Going to make life a little difficult now for the retake. It's not really looking good, is it? They have to wait them out. They do have kits available, but Auspicious, that is a very cheeky move, and he makes it work. Tech 9's running rampant here, down to just 2 CTs, and they're overwhelmed. There's far too many to take out. Bandit on that back 10 will see it off. And a very, very back and forth game here is beginning. Super, super messy stuff from both teams, but it does seem those low buys are working really well, actually.
Yeah, and, you know, I'm going to keep saying it. It's that similar thing. Not a single fight taken with support there for Sri Lanka, so they do just get isolated. It's as simple as that. When you're running in with those Tech 9s, with the Mac 10s, you're going to try and overwhelm. And fair enough, right? 1 or 2 might fall, but the rest of the team have got to group up. They've got to play together, and they don't. And that's the thing for me that is very, very costly. So that's primary number one thing Sri Lanka have to sort right now. They need to stop playing isolated. You know, the way in which they're set up as well with kind of no util playing for each other, no kind of crossfires or anything. It's sort of as if, you know, you've got into a solo queue and you're not common kind of vibes, right? And there's no playing for each other. And it is pretty damning. And this is where Bangladesh can steal away rounds for nothing. They can just play a little quicker, play a little bit off the cusp, and kind of just see if they can continue to overwhelm. I think, you know, it's something that in this sort of a game where it's so chaotic right now, I think it's probably the thing you've got to lean into. For Bangladesh, just keep playing quick. Keep trying to get up in their face. Because, I mean, so far, it's working every single time. And if it isn't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Ooh, Auspicious. Double spray down for him. Double spray down for Retro as well. So, an attempt at rushing the B ramp doesn't quite work out. That's fair enough. Not the deepest buy in the world for Sri Lanka. In the same vein, maybe a bit of an overspend for them because the money is, you know, a bit sideways, right? So even just the 5.7s and Deagles have had an effect here. And they are going to buy in. So, yeah, maybe just not the sharpest version of Sri Lanka this morning. I suppose it will be a little later in the day for them, but all the same, you know, not looking super sharp.
Yeah, exactly. So far, so good. Bangladesh, a lot to like. You know, it's a little bit more simple in terms of the style in which they're bringing, but it's working. You know, they're backing themselves in terms of aim duels and 50-50s, and again, this is something that is working well for them. A little bit of a tag going to come through there. It was Plast and a lot of util will follow, so Lucky Man still even be alive, in all fairness, as he's in towards Donut. Be a tough 5-4, and Red Room player of Cuff got to do a lot here. And he's not going to peek his head just yet. Probably the smart way as well. Let them come to him rather than kind of vice versa.
Plasty up close on the corner. He's a bit too low for this one, unfortunately. They were very ready for him. Thankfully, Shakers does manage to find one of the stragglers. So we'll see. The A-bomb site, pretty vulnerable, but of course, always retakeable here. I'm going to go down. Aggressive move from Zerator, peeking with the flash, you know, always a confident one. Another smoke, though. Not looking too good. This is really keeping Sri Lanka at bay. Hellscream's just going to go for it, however, and he somehow made it work for at least one. It is these kills, though, on the extremities that are going the way of Bangladesh, making all the difference. Hellscream on that bomb, spam through the smoke for one. Oh, my goodness. Somehow they've maybe made it work. I think there is enough time to get this defuse in. It doesn't look too tight at all. And my goodness, I mean, Bangladesh, it felt like they'd done all the work there, but it just fell apart in an instant.
Yeah, they just lose track of where they planted it. You know, the spams through the smoke a little bit off to the side, and I mean, credit. 2 shots through the smoke, both of them connect. I mean, perfectly played. You know, there's probably, if you're Bangladesh in that post spawn, there's a little bit of a better way to play it, which is either one playing up close, up on that ledge, and one playing far back in donuts. Then you're changing up your angles of where you're kind of pre-firing from, or spamming through the smokes and all the rest. But credit. I mean, that retake works well. Sri Lanka absolutely needed that as they've been kind of struggling a little bit. So, the huge one to be taking. Question, of course, now is, can they spiral it into a little bit more success? We'll have to wait and see. Bandit takes a lot of damage. It's his own Molotov he takes damage to, though. So, that's something you hate to see.
Nice pick up from Plasti. Looking for a little bit more. Gets that dink off, man. Gun difference there on that one. But lots and lots of damage done, so maybe an opportunity for Sri Lanka to string them together. The all-important. Suspicious. Super aggressive. Manages to make it work. Looking good here. Just 3 remaining on that Sri Lankan side. Shakers, though. Good spot for him. Lined up. Ready to go. Oh, there's team damage in. It's a little bit awkward. But the B-bomb site has been broken open briefly. Chromanzy with the right idea, but not quite able to get the correct angle. The nade. So close. It's not quite deep enough. Still, big damage done here. Surely able to finish them off. Especially now. Just Akio, that bomb planter. They know it as well. And he will indeed fall. So, Sri Lanka closing the gap and finding some consistency.
And honestly, a pretty decent retake there as well. That time, they both play off each other. They're swinging out via long. They make sure they isolate that fight in the 1 versus 2. They don't give an opportunity for Bangladesh to set themselves up in at least a strong enough post plant, which can be somewhat scary. So, I think for me, positives to be taken away from that. Not too bad at all. And of course, now a 1-round game. The bomb plants are keeping the econ alive a little bit over towards Bangladesh because they've now got loss bonus in support too. But a 1-round game here. Not a hell of a lot of long-term econ over towards the T side. So, you know, if any of these rounds are lost without that bomb plant, then we're talking about Sri Lanka breaking that economy and probably being able to see off the half of actually even a lead.
Lots of nade damage early on. Bangladesh got to do something with this. Have to make their return to form. Gone for some mid control, not really all that much being laid down. Just a bit of spam back and forth. But no real opportunities to find kills, to be fair. Sri Lanka, I think they know that, you know, with a couple in a row, now would be the time to sort of change things up if you are the attacking side. So they also are not getting too excitable. A little bit of a wide swing there in from Cuff, but nothing coming of it.
Last backside, holding 50 seconds. Bangladesh looking to burst on towards A and set himself up backside. Auspicious on the edge of that smoke. Will get one. A little labored, but he gets it nonetheless as Bandit will clean up the site itself. And now they can get that bomb down. Surely this is an unlosable one. 5 versus 3 on the retake. Make that 4 as Retro gets caught trying to stop rotations coming in.
Yeah, nasty stuff from him. We'll see here. Auspicious is the next one, though. He's got a great position. Maybe even for the double. Oh, not quite, but still going to be tough here to break back in. They've got the location of the remaining 2 players. It's all on Hellscream with his trusty FAMAS. Brings it into a 1v1. Swaps up to the M4. Keeping cool here in the clutch situation, but he just does not have the HP. Zerator will write him off. And Bangladesh back to winning ways.
Big round to be taken as well. You know, a little bit messy, a little scrappy at the end, but all in all, a huge one because, again, knock-on effect it's had. That was a big swing round in terms of the momentum, and it swung in favor of Bangladesh. But they've now got, for the most part, a healthy enough buy. It does require a double Mach 10, but considering what the other side have got, it's not actually too bad. Upgraded pistols, all that Sri Lanka can bring it to the table. Even armor is a luxury that most cannot afford. So, does actually make those Mach 10s pretty scary. The fleshy beings over towards the CT side might be in a bit of trouble. There is a Deagle, there is a Mach 7, and the pistols maybe already making this a bit of a competition. Surely not going to win this round. Why are you pulling a knife out? Oh my god. Akio does get one. What is happening? A team kill from Plast, and this is carnage. It's a 1v1, but look how low they are. My god. What has happened in this round? How has Sri Lanka walked away from that? How have Bangladesh lost that?
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. That is kind of crazy, man. I don't know. Absolute carnage. And again, you know, you talked about comms being a bit shaky. I think that's definitely a situation where they were kind of sideways there. Yeah, mental. Absolutely mental. But these rounds, they do happen. And you have to be able to keep you cool and just get through those difficult moments. Bangladesh not able to do that, and it's had a pretty dire effect. You can see what the buy is now as well. Oof. Yeah, it's even like the lack of armor and stuff like that. You know what I mean? That's kind of the more egregious thing. Is that ultimately you're looking at like 3 bullets to kill these guys. So the fact that you can't find those is a little awkward. Oh god, what's going on here? Everybody running out of ammo at the same time. That's kind of wild. Auspicious, last one left. 4 for him to find. If he'd maybe got that one cleanly, I could give him in a little bit of a chance here to make something of this, but with only 17 HP and no bomb, I don't see it happening.
I'm with you. Well, low he is. Would be a big ask. 1v3 has to ice hit those fights. Cover. He has a bit of time. It's the only thing, 50 seconds, but I don't think it's happening. It's tough. They're just waiting out the fight, and it's the perfect way to play it. Don't give him any opportunities. Going for the longer rotate. It's, you know, you have to give it a go. Final round of the half, but is it going to be a possibility? I don't know. Is he going to get spotted? Yes, he absolutely is. One tap, and he's seen off. 6-all at the end of the half. One of the halves of all time, Scriv. It was very, pretty chaotic. Not a lot that made sense. I think that's where he wanted to put it. There was some questionable decisions. I think that, you know, looking back on it, if there was kind of demo review, for example, or maybe you watch the VOD, they'd probably understand why we're saying certain things. Some of the economic decisions were a little weird. Some of the choices the buyer were weird. And then some of the ways in which they played the rounds were a little odd too, and you know, made their lives pretty difficult, as seen in the server. But it is 6-all. Still is anybody's game, and a tough one to call, in all fairness, because who knows what basically either side are going to look like on the flip when they're the ones with a bit of a change up. Going quick though, and towards A.
No, it is true. We'll see what the change up looks like. Bandit, beautiful shot from him. Ooh, on the edge of the smoke, he's a bit close there as well to a head. Not able to get it done. Bomb going down. Kit available here. So I am curious as to where that will end up. Whether it gets into the action or not. Pretty slow roll here from the CT side, but they're waiting for that cube smoke to go down. Make their presence known here. Again, opening up proceedings. Looking good. It's down to just a couple of Glocks. Oh my god. Bro, there's been so many team kills from South Asia, I have to be honest. Not just this game, but like the other games that I've caught. It's like, we really have no regard for, you know, the life of teammates. It's like, once we see an enemy, just open fire. Do not stop until they're dead. If anyone walks in front of me, that is their problem.
Yeah, it's one of those where it's like, I will kill this person in the team.
Yeah.
Even if it means going through you. You are collateral that, you know, I don't care about.
In the same vein, when I'm shooting, don't be walking in front of me.
It's true.
What are you doing? You know?
It's true.
Well, I don't know. We do get it sometimes in like EU, but you have to be very certain that you're going to get that kill that your teammate is kind of struggling with. Otherwise, it does get a bit bit weird. Straight in towards the B bomb
Wow.
site, though, Neo. Oh, my goodness. And it's one of those scary force buy off the back of a bomb plant. Even with the reduced bonus for getting that bomb plant, they can still be kind of frightening. A lot of Galils in the mixture, and they do so much for Sri Lanka here. It's just auspicious. He's spotted out now, and his days are indeed numbered. Sri Lanka with the bite back.
Yeah, really, really nice response. It's just one of those things. You get a bomb plant, the pistol on that T side, and you are more than happy. Not that it doesn't matter, but it's not the end of the world if you are to lose that round. So all in all, Sri Lanka show exactly how important that bomb plant is. You force buy back in, you call a quick round, you pop on towards that B site, and Bob's your uncle. We're talking about a 7-all scoreline, all tied square, but more onus now on Bangladesh. The interesting thing for me with Bangladesh is once again going to be the buy. Retro's gone down to 800. Half armor P250. So he's not full bought. He's half bought. But why? Because you got 2k. And then the rest of the team have not bought. But Zarata and Bandit have 1.4k. So they're double eco. They're going to have to eco next round regardless. Or they're going to pick up, at best, MP9s. So you want to force buy in this sort of round because the whole team, or 3 out of 5 of them, are on double eco territory. Nade comes through. And they come. Could be a massacre, is a massacre, and it's not friendly towards the CT side. And now, once again, just to bring it back up, look back at the economy. Banda's got 3.3k, Retro 3k, Zarata 3.3. That's why you forced in that previous round, because you're double eco regardless. This is a round where now they've got a decision. Do we actually buy here, or do we try and force where, you know, Auspicious and Akio can pick up rifles and the rest of the team can't? It's a weird one. You know, this is just where, for me, I just don't think maybe in the more macro sense that kind of these two sides maybe don't understand where, like, how and when to buy. You know, they're kind of just buying off the back of vibes kind of thing more than...
Yeah, can we afford it or not? You
yeah,
know,
exactly.
Do I feel like a force buy today?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute, though. Wait a minute, though. Oh, my goodness. Oh, no, not again. Not again. They're making the pistols work. I mean, giving Sri Lanka a taste of their own medicine here. Oh, my goodness gracious. They've absolutely railed them there. Only one player going down despite the low buy. So, yeah, maybe that's why. Maybe that's why. They know what's up. They know the B stacks are OP. And now Akio, he can get an AWP, mate. So,
yeah,
you know, look at this. It's genius, really.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, half these rounds don't make sense. It's kind of funny. I love it. I actually love it. Akio was actually a really decent AWPer in the India game. He was, like I said, kind of a bit of a shining light. Very solid. Looked like he at least knew his angles well. It was pretty crisp when I saw this guy playing. So I'm hoping we get to see something out of him. Even Ryan's saying this is the first time he's seen an AWP as well in towards this game, or at least one that's going to be used. So, yeah, looking forward to it. I'm assuming Sri Lanka either don't have an AWPer or are just on this map specifically not feeling. I'm not too sure if you remember from Dust 2 whether they AWPed that much at all. But, you know, for them, CT side AWPing is actually pretty strong on Ancient. And the fact that they didn't go for it at all. Granted, though, just as the kind of little caveat, the economy situation that first half was kind of carnage. There was no real stability, long-term econs. They might not have actually even been able to afford it. But yeah, I'm not sure if you remember whether Sri Lanka AWPed at all on towards Dust 2.
Not loads and loads. I want to say it was Chrome Z that was AWPing, if I'm remembering correctly. So,
sure.
Yeah, there wasn't an awful lot, to be fair. They, I think, were more about the rifles, more about getting aggressive and, you know, getting in their opponents' faces. So, which is something that, you know, on the AWP you can't necessarily do. But it did start to shift in a little bit. They liked an AWP towards long. Once the money got rolling, Shakers with a lovely move there. We'll take out the first. And it's a very scary spot to find a player as well. We've got little A Execute coming in here for Sri Lanka, getting a player up on the boost as well. They've got good A control as well as that advantage. But still holding, yeah, for some lurking presence here. That might just seal the deal in, to be honest with you, Bandit. Also going down. We've still got Retro on his P90. Could go crazy here. They've actually bailed on A, though, but now they're going back into A. I mean, he was in position for a second there to, you know, mow down the bomb and everything, but not going to find that first kill super early on. But all the same, pretty comfortable stuff.
Yeah, wait for their fights. They take them. Simple as that. I mean, honestly, I cannot complain. They did actually have the opportunity as well to pick up the AWP there, and they opted against it. So I think maybe, like you said, it's one of those things where Sri Lanka just back themselves a little bit more on the rifles, want to be playing a little bit more aggressive, so going to be maybe slowed down, I guess, by the AWP itself. Akio goes back into one. MP9 and FAMAS in support. Smoke over towards CT. Kremenzi's got the lineup. Pretty sure that was about spot on. It's a little bit of a looser throw, that one. You can kind of get it in the area with those volumetric smokes and all the rest. 9-8, though. A pretty close game. It's still pretty tough to call. The one thing I do worry about, though, is if Bangladesh lose this, they are, at least economically, in a tough spot. We'll see. They're trying to pop out here towards A. There's 3 players on the CT side to meet them, and this is a really good angle by Auspicious. He spots the shadows before he even spots the fights. Oh, but they've gone well for one, and he'll get out.
Akio. Oh, the headshot landing. Beautiful shot. Absolutely needed. He's not smoked off as well, and Sri Lanka are like, we don't fancy fighting that. So they're going to bail. They have had this sort of lurking presence in the form of Cuff over here on the B-bomb site. Akio a little savvy. It's going to come down to the timing. He just walks straight into the crosshair there. So they do get here ahead of time. The AWP as well. You know, they basically bailed on A to avoid, and he's looking good with it. All down to Hellscream. Also straight into the crosshair. So, game on our hands now. Bangladesh with a big find.
Yeah, it's a big old response coming through. Akio makes that AWP look pretty damn good. It's a nice shot, this first one as well. Little reaction, little find, and, you know, rotates over for more. And he just very solid individual work from him. He was pretty good, like I said, against India, which is easier than done. They were a very difficult team to play up against India, but good to see him getting pretty proactive, and hence why, you know, maybe was a little bit perplexed as to Sri Lanka's opt not to AWP as much on that CT side. If you're a decent AWPer, the way Akio is, on the C side of Ancient, you can really run a little bit of riot. Dipping back into his donut. Hot Flash comes over to give him some security to get out of there. It was, at least at the moment, it did look worryingly close for 1 second.
Quiet start into this round, I tell you what. Sri Lanka maybe not playing quite as quickly. They do make space in the middle, though. And Akio is here again, looking good. Okay, yep, he pulls the trigger eventually. Hellscream was trying to move in for again, a sneaky little move later on into the round. Doesn't work for him, but it's not secure just yet. Trades it back. Retro. Nice find from him. Looking for a little more here if he can, but smokes come in, going to make life a bit difficult. Still, advantage Bangladesh. Retake is on.
Gonna move. It'll come down, and Retro gets caught by it. Now into 2 versus 2, and now a chance for this post plant. Shakers is low, but so is Akio. With the AWP, I guess maybe not the end of the world, as Chroman Z creeps on the smoke. He might get timing. He's trying to get him behind, and he's the insurance policy here. 1v1, it's against the AWP. Akio trying to isolate the fight. He's just holding down the line, and he'll fight the shot. Brilliant work. Not opting again for that AWP, so Sri Lanka don't want to use it on that C side. Yes, with the economy a little bit shorter towards Bangladesh, Sri Lanka now have a really good opportunity to get, you know, ever closer to that finish line. We're talking probably a more or less a freebie of an 11th here. I say that with a bit of a pinch of salt. They have lost these rounds against low to no buys on a multitude of occasions throughout this map. But in theory, should be a bit of a freebie of a round with the minimal investments. We're talking Sri Lanka should go 2 rounds ahead. They're only 2 rounds away from the map and the series.
Yeah, looking good. Very good indeed. This is no funny business in this round as well. We have obviously seen both these teams have a bit of that go their way.
Just an update as well. While we've been, of course, going through this game, India and Nepal have been playing off against each other too. That was done already. 13-1. India. And I think, if I'm right in saying, that 13-1, then I'll put them 3-0, and I think they've guaranteed, regardless of any other results, they are guaranteed to be qualifying towards Chengdu. So, yeah, congratulations to them. I guess we can touch on that towards the end of the best of ones here after the next round. But pretty cool to see for them. You know, shows how good, India are. And of course, now it could be Sri Lanka who inch themselves ever closer to that potential second spot. It most likely will be between them and Pakistan. Pakistan are 2-1 right now. The current trajectory is that Sri Lanka might also be 2-1 as well. However, Pakistan have arguably a pretty easy game with Nepal, who have just lost their team 1, as you saw, and Sri Lanka have a very difficult game with India. So, could be a tough one.
Yeah, could indeed, mate. Could indeed. We'll see here, man. We'll see. It's going to get pretty close towards the tail end, I would imagine. But just like this game, I suppose. So we've got this to still decide. I think we did have a couple of the Bangladeshi players drop out for a second in that previous round. So a little bit of a techie to get them back in. Hopefully not going to be too long for us here. But yeah, still could close the gap. I think Sri Lanka have got the upper hand, have got that momentum. And again, bits of money missing in places for some of the Bangladeshi players. That's just the way that it goes, though. CT side is not easy. But it's a scary one, man. It is a very, very scary one for Sri Lanka in particular. They're keeping that sort of dream alive at this point. Bangladesh, this will be their last game, actually. So,
yes.
you know, if they win or lose, it doesn't make too much of a difference. They are, unfortunately, well, there's a chance, right? They could tie bottom, but they will be at the bottom. They're not going to qualify, basically. So, you know, this is the last game for them. And it does seem like they've got sort of last game energy, nothing to lose. Let's give it our best shot. And they've played pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not, right? It's kind of potentially a bit of a last hurrah and all the rest. Everyone is in the server, but just hoping we can get them ready to go. Maybe a ping issue or something of the sorts. We'll wait and see. But no real buy to work with here. Am I right in saying we've gone all the way around back?
It would appear so. It would appear so. I mean, maybe...
Yes, maybe they dropped out before...
I did notice the...
damage?
Yeah, and we've also got Auspicious not on the HUD at the very least. So they did drop out before damage, for sure.
Oh, yeah, Round's not live. Auspicious is out. He's
yeah.
DC'd.
Yeah. I saw, like, a couple of kills come in for Sri Lanka, and then I was like, wait a minute, there's only one Bangladeshi player left? What the heck's going on here? But they kind of played it out like it was normal, so, yeah, I think we're just sort of waiting to get everyone in. Obviously, this is a low-impact round, but all the same.
Yeah. Well, this one is, yeah, non-starter, but... yeah, I'm going to assume, just for those who maybe are a little bit unaware of the rules of how it works. Basically, if a player DCs or there's a tech issue, anything of the sort in that kind of vibe, the way it works at least is if you call for the tech pause or the round reset or whatever before damage is done, no problems. Round gets reset, nice and easy. If damage has been done though, the round is live. You can't call it after there's been, even if it's like 1 point of damage to a grenade. That is just how the rules traditionally work. It obviously kind of varies from tournament organizer to tournament organizer, but that is kind of the general kind of universal one that most teams and sort of TOs run with. But it looks like probably that was at least before damage was done, so I guess we'll just come back to our cams for a little bit before we get hopefully back underway in just a second. Looks like we're waiting on Auspicious to get back in the server. All the rest, to see it, but hopefully only a brief pause. Like we said, there is one more set of games. It will not include Bangladesh. This is the last game, so they would hope to win it. So far, not so good though. India, Sri Lanka is coming up next, and Nepal, Pakistan as well. They are the last games. If Pakistan get that win there, they are guaranteed to make it through to that next stage. Just a round difference, basically. Even if Sri Lanka were to upset India, even if they were to get 30-0. So it basically it all comes down to can Pakistan beat Nepal. India, however, the favourites, probably expect to take a win there. They're already 3-0. They're probably going to go 4-0 as the dominant force here in the South Asian qualifier. And yeah, they've already booked their spot, basically. It's more or less, can they book it flawlessly? Can they show how scary they are, I guess, before the LAN itself? But it must be quite a nice relief as well, coming in to that final game and saying, doesn't matter. We do not care. We are guaranteed to make it through regardless. Maybe we can even try things a little bit. Try a map that we don't play as much, or try a couple of strats that we maybe haven't tested in officials, for example, and see whether they actually work in the circumstances. It's only a best of one, so I guess they're not going to be all too stressed or anything of the sort.
Yeah, no, it's true. It is true. I think it'll make for a pretty big game if they can indeed, again, keep the upsets coming and keep the dreams alive. So there is a bit of a world where, things start to heat up pretty heavily. Obviously, it has been worked out quite nicely, I suppose, with the way that the format is, because we are going to have, if Sri Lanka take this game here against Bangladesh, we're going to have, those 2 games, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, playing for their spot at the same time. So, lots and lots of stakes, lots and lots of keeping up with how that's going. So, yeah, looking forward to the way that pans out. It obviously does depend a little bit. We lose that narrative if Bangladesh pull off the upset here and, make things a bit difficult for everybody, I suppose. But we're obviously rooting for them to also get themselves a victory here so that they have that to walk away with, and hopefully indeed, as we've mentioned a few times, get to see them in the next round of qualifiers and whatnot when they do indeed roll around, whether it's for Iesf or sort of assorted tournaments. I think might be a few more going on. Maybe they indeed try and get together as a squad. But we are ready to get back into the action. Thank you for your patience on that one, folks. Bangladeshi players having a few issues. Unfortunately, we roll into a round where there's probably not going to be too much action, but all the same, all good.
Straight up. That P250. Gonna hold up close. He said, though, not expecting a huge amount of this one. The buy is so low towards Bangladesh. It might be a kind of a repeat of the round in which Sri Lanka won earlier, even though we had to kind of reset it. Just kind of come in, take the fights, beat them on pure firepower.
We have had some wacky rounds, though, and, with a pause coming in, it might make a difference. It does seem like Sri Lanka a bit tentative. The last version of this round, if you can remember that far back, they just sort of rushed up mid and went for it, right? So, we'll see. P250 making itself known. They're immediately scared off. Just letting a bit of a push come through from Hellscream. What can he find? Can he get in behind? But he also does not want to be the next player to go down.
Surely we're not going to be losing 2 pistols, fellas. Thankfully, a trade comes through, at least in quick enough time. There actually is an AK picked up, though, by Bandit. Actually, could be scary in itself. The P250 is Raider coming over. With how low Blast is, that could be a little bit of a worry, but they swing in together. That's the teamwork I've been looking for. Last man with that P250 is spotted the bomb, spotted them cross, but does actually nearly get a kill there.
Close, to be fair. Not going to happen for Serator here either, so that'll be all she wrote. A little bit of kill bonus for Retro, but beyond that, not an awful lot to write home about. This is what it comes down to, though. It feels like if Bangladesh lose this one, they will indeed be looking straight down the barrel of the 0 victory qualifier. 0-4. So I think they all want to save themselves from that kind of embarrassment. Sri Lanka, meanwhile, need this if they are to stay in contention for that spot in Chengdu. I think they will absolutely put their best foot forward here in round number 21.
Up out again for Akio. They're going to go for that smoke. Mach 10 going to get the first, and the trade is good. Sri Lanka, that is beautifully played. Pop on towards the site. They barrel in. They play off each other, and the Utah comes down. Bomb plant comes down. As long as they don't overextend, this is a tough one to lose. I don't really have the best of kind of Utah in the post plant. They have at least one Molotov which they can work off.
Cromanzi, nice pickup from him. Could be big. In for another one as well. Just auspicious then. To keep the dream alive, that's a fair frag, but it might just have cost him a bit too much HP. Easy finish for Plasti. And there you have it. Sri Lanka hitting 12. Ooh, not going to be nice here for Bangladesh. The buy is not great. Sri Lanka in prime position to take it. Keep that hope alive of qualification. Looking very, very good indeed. Once this T-side's gotten going, they have had the upper hand for sure.
Absolutely. Absolutely. 3 rounds to settle it as well for Sri Lanka. 3 opportunities. Setting up for the Red Room smoke. It'll come over. Maybe a little late, but I'll actually allow them out. They are going to fight here. Auspicious behind that smoking towards elbow itself. Like you said, the firepower isn't exactly the scariest thing in the world, generally speaking. MP9's kind of their moments, but look at the move they're making. It's a shift 4 contact play towards main. Actually, no one towards the side itself. They're rotating over now, but yeah, actually, because Sri Lanka are putting no contact and no basically information anywhere else, Bangladesh can full rotate over and know that they're going here.
It is true. It is true. I mean, there's a cut-off of the rotations potentially going to happen here towards elbow. Hellscream gets that kill. The AK is just proving a little bit too strong at this point. But as you said, numbers to overwhelm. I think they're sort of expecting one guy in behind default. It's not the case. The entire team is here. But a big nade does big damage. And now Plasty looking to capitalize, covering the retreat of his teammates and maybe winning the game with it. He will indeed. 3-piece to close it out. And there you have Sri Lanka taking the victory against Bangladesh. A hard-fought Ancient, but they will find that extra level in the final few rounds to close it out.
Yeah, fair play to Sri Lanka coming through. I mean, for them, they are still potentially in with that possibility of qualifying towards LAN. It would require other results to go their way and for them to cause a big upset against India. But the main thing is it's still a possibility. They're now tied in terms of wins and losses 2-1. With that of Pakistan off the back of that. So, at the very least, positives have to be taken away from it. Let's take a look through some of the highlights of what was a pretty good game of Counter-Strike. The first half, though, was pretty chaotic. Maybe for the wrong reasons. It was some questionable decisions, some questionable plays. But, you know, in the chaos, it was even. You know, there was nothing to the side. There was 6-0 were how we ended that first half. And it was actually towards the second half where Sri Lanka were able to really showcase just how good they can be on that C side. Really kind of dictate the tempo. A couple of those quicker plays, much better, and Bangladesh couldn't really find a way to shut them down.
Yeah, no, it is very true. I think we were close with some super wacky rounds. Maybe Sri Lanka, not the most disciplined CT side in the world. Bangladesh as well, sort of fearless on their T side. A lot of really aggressive peaks and a lot of fast rounds, right? Then we did see rounds like this one where, you know, sometimes their post plant did sort of fall apart, but yeah, Sri Lanka, a little bit more structure in there. You know what I mean? Like, just little things like the lurking play, the patience, the idea to bail out on a bomb site, you know, super coordinated when they were doing moves like that, which I think, again, is something that we have seen missing in the South Asian qualifier. Some teams just sort of make a call from spawn and stick with it. A little bit more mid-rounding in there from Sri Lanka definitely gave them the upper hand. I think the game actually would have been over a lot faster as well if not for that pistol round that we just sort of witnessed there. So,
I agree.
You know, they got, you could say unlucky, but also they did just go barreling in to be without a care in the world. So, ultimately, a solid game from both teams. But yeah, Sri Lanka just have that extra level of depth to give them the victory.
Yeah, I think it's just a little bit deeper of a strat book. I think the individuals maybe just a tad bit crisper as well. There were some decent head-to-head fights in all fairness, but I think for the most part, especially when you're on that T side, that's where you really kind of can flex your muscles a little bit and actually flex the playbook too. And you know, we saw them do exactly that. Ancient's a map in which it is, to a degree, relatively easy to get spread a little bit thin, and it did happen a couple of times, unfortunately, for Bangladesh on that CT side. Across the board, though, it was at least a fair, decent showing. Akio, the guy highlighted, looked pretty good, in all fairness, even when they had the AWP part as well. 19 kills to his name, 17 for Bandit, 16 for Auspicious. It's not a bad showing individually for those guys over towards Bangladesh. But on the other side, Chrome and Z, 21 kills, beautiful little performance, and 17 across the board. Bar Shakers is a pretty decent and even showing from Sri Lanka in what was a close game up until about the last kind of 30%.
Yes, indeed. It is very, very true. I think that Bangladesh can be kind of happy with the performance that they've put in there. Unfortunate that they don't get a win here in the qualifier. Unfortunate that they don't hit the double digits. But there were some moments in there. There were some individuals in particular that were playing well. But they maybe need to work a bit more on that team coordination, right? And those protocols that we talk about. It's a few reiterated points here, but you can just kind of see it when you've been around the block a few times. They don't have that level, unfortunately, and it needs working on. It needs working on because the world of Counter-Strike, it's been on the move and it's been lifting up for a long time here, of course. But that is Sri Lanka keeping their dream alive as they move into the 2-1 column. They'll be facing off against India in the next game. And they've got Pakistan to contend with could get very interesting here towards the tail end of the South Asian qualifier. Make sure you stick with us. You don't want to miss it. We'll see you on the other side of this. Hello, everybody. Welcome back in. Swiftly moving on into our next game here. And this one is indeed for all the marbles, all the stakes, right? As we have been setting up here, we move into that 5th and final round of the South Asian qualifier. And yeah, really going to be wild here, I think, right? We've just been talking about it a little bit. Pakistan, Sri Lanka, sort of neck and neck at the moment. Round difference comes into play a little bit, right? Is what we've just been noting on. So it will maybe need a really solid scenario, but obviously we've got to look at that Sri Lanka victory. We'll kind of keep you updated with that one. We are going to be covering the other game here, Nepal up against Pakistan. I feel like Pakistan got to be favourites coming into this one. To be fair, they have looked pretty good themselves. To be honest with you, Nepal maybe not quite the weakest team, but sort of the best of the rest, if that makes sense. Pakistan, though, pretty legitimate squad here.
Yeah, honestly, Pakistan have actually looked pretty damn good. I mean, bar the game against India, every other game has actually been a bit of a massacre from them. They looked very solid. 13-4 against Bangladesh. They had they also had 13-10 loss to India, but then before that, the 13-6 against Sri Lanka. I mean, we're looking at some pretty decent results out from them. Realistically, all it'll take is one more win. They guarantee this win against Nepal. I mean, they are the favourites in towards it. If they get it, they will be heading, of course, to Chengdu, China. Let's take a look at the rosters. Let's have a look at Nepal coming up first. I haven't caught Nepal yet, so I'm interested to see what these guys can bring to the table. Of course, you caught them against Sri Lanka, so there was a close game, in all fairness. So any standout players for you?
Yeah, I mean, Real looked pretty good. Shown looked pretty good. In all fairness, I think that they have, again, another one of these teams where they are mechanically decent,
sure,
but maybe don't have that same sort of level. You know, as you mentioned, very close game. We maybe had them painted in as sort of the comfortable favourites, but it didn't end up being the case. So yeah, I think that they come round here a little bit annoyed at themselves, potentially. Also not the best start to the day for them, as well. You know, not expecting big things from them against the likes of India, in all fairness. But yeah, a decent team, right? But nothing super flashy about these guys, I would have said. There were a few standouts I was able to mention pretty solidly for Sri Lanka. It felt like across the board, Nepal looked good in that Dust 2 game, but you know, there wasn't loads in there. Meanwhile, Pakistan, I think we sort of know what's up here a little bit. HSB actually looked really good for me when I caught them. I think we both got a little bit of Pakistan games, didn't we, to be fair? Pokemon is the guy as well,
yes,
for sure. Been around for a while, played in a few different rosters outside of Pakistan. You know, he's got the experience, he brings that, and I think he certainly does deliver on that. Couple of really crazy multi-frag moments from this guy yesterday.
Yeah, currently, you know, for him playing on a team called Onyx Ravens, I got to catch them in the finals of the Middle East North Africa qualifiers for Esports World Cup. I got to cast that, I think it was a Wild Deity, and ended up losing, unfortunately, in that third map. They took map number 1, they got reverse swept, and that was by Kiebi. There's a GG Howl, so Kiebi's team. It was like Kiebi, Fuzi. Kind of a wild team, in all fairness. They ended up winning that one, of course, qualifying through. But Pokemon is super talented. Of course, this guy much talented. I've done an interview with him on my YouTube channel about a year and a bit ago as well. Super lovely dude. Spoke about the local scene and kind of what's needed to really make it thrive coming forward in the future. And yeah, like a really cool guy to speak to. This is the veto we're going to be getting. We're going to go towards an Anubis here. No surprises to see Vertigo in that first wave. And it's still, I don't know about you, but for me, it's still yet to be played.
Yeah, no, we got close. I think it was all the way down to the end, but then I think that was us yesterday, wasn't it?
Yes,
WO3,
yeah.
It got floated and everything, but yeah, not seen it yet. So kind of fair enough. I think we're gonna have to see, you know, the top teams in the world playing it. Maybe Spirit or someone like this might lean in towards it before it trickles down enough, in all honesty. So yeah, a bit of a difficult one, and as we've said, it's changes to Vertigo, which is not the most popular map, so I think a lot of teams are just like, I can't be bothered. Pokemon gonna open things up. Big 2-piece from him, in fact, towards middle, but a crazy fast round from Nepal is going to be hard to keep up with here. We do have Sad But True out in towards the A main area. No action coming his way, though. We've got a wild sort of pivot here from Nepal. Z is going to see that. They still commit to it. but it could just be one guy in his mind. You know what I mean? He doesn't really know where the rest of the team is at quite yet.
Right idea. Wouldn't have heard him drop from CT. Can go down that quietly. Play a nice deep angle over towards main. They're on towards the site. IDX looking around. I'm going to be planted and rotate coming through. That's fine. He is good. JDX will fall to the hands of HSB. So already numbers being pretty securely locked in place here for Pakistan. The ball got a bomb plant, which is good, but this is a tough one to win. Got to slay some fights. There's one. Not quite the second. The last man, a dealer, got that bomb down, and now going to try and do it all alone. He's hoping to find a shot. And it's not to be. Pakistan going to get the first round on the board.
Yep, clean stuff, making it look easy there. Really, really simple. Starts off with that two-piece, though, that I think ultimately, you know, secures them the round. That kind of difference, tough for Nepal to get back from. We like the idea of rotating in behind and everything, you know, keep them guessing. But just not enough manpower to see it through. So Pakistan going to kick things off pretty cleanly. We do see the buy come back around from Nepal. Again, you know, kind of interesting here. This is maybe a space in which a lot of EU teams would just go full rifles, to be honest. But we got 3 MAC-10s and some utility here for Nepal.
Yeah, I mean, the average buy, I would say, in EU is about 4 rifles, and then one guy just takes a hit, basically. It becomes kind of, the util mule. But no, they've got a fairly decent amount. You are right. Interesting to see whether they've got a set strat around this. Flashing towards main. Bit of a tag as well on towards JDX, and he gets just a little bit more as well off the back of that HE. Smoke will come through from Pakistan, and I'll just keep them at bay. Or try to go a little bit quicker in towards main, and doesn't work out for them. 1 minute 10 on the clock. Where do you want to go? Taking a lot of damage, and actually death for Joan as he will fall. And up close here now, Rocky can start to put his position in place, and a Molotov will lock it there.
Woody. Some good space out towards middle. Nobody around, though. Nobody around. This is something, again, that was pretty interesting from the South Asian teams yesterday, and the fact that they did not really put that much pressure in towards middle on that CT side in particular. Sad but true. Goes digging in, and he catches Woody looking at the wrong angle, half asleep. Pretty big frag. That might just seal it in. There's a slim window of opportunity to get out on towards this A-bomb site, but I think it's already gone before I even get the sentence out. 20 seconds left, though, and these Nepalese boys, they got to make a move, try and get this bomb down if they can.
Close, nice fight. HSB at range will see it off. Had the spotter side, but true. Flawless round are going to come through from Pakistan against that force buy from Nepal. They tried to go quick, doesn't work out. They slow things down again, same sort of vibe, and then 2-0 start. Nice and simple, nice and easy. So, no buy here off the back of the lack of bomb plant, the lack of kills. There should be a third round on the board without breaking too much of a sweat here for Pakistan. Pretty decent stuff. Early doors looking pretty good. HSB 5-0, can't complain at all. And this round is a good opportunity to pad their stats a little bit more. I'm expecting Nepal to maybe just try and go somewhere quick. They got a low buy. Oh my god, it's carnage in towards water. And sad but true, actually stays alive for that first. Somehow, Deagle gets a leg shot. That's about it. The last 2 remaining are about to pop on towards the A site. Or the B site now, sorry.
Nades out. But Rocky's here. Pretty good angle. Looking to make it work. Oh, Shone does catch HSB off guard and finds himself 2 on the way out. So that's some decent damage, actually. You know, you could see where the CT economy is going with 3 in a row. It really could have ballooned there. So finding a couple just means it will bring that econ down a little. Something to keep your eyes on, especially in the early stage of a half. You know what I mean? Like, it really can make a difference for how aggressive and how confident you can play moving forwards.
Absolutely. First true buy going to come through there from Nepal. At least the fully fleshed out buy. We're going to have attack pause, though, before we get there. So, Nepal, a conversation to be had for them. I guess maybe same as well over towards Pakistan. What they're going to do. They're going to bring out the AWP in the hands of HSB. Maybe not. I think he's refunded it and bought some Utah and a kit. So, maybe not bringing out the AWP. Maybe actually going towards... Oh, no, there it is. There it is. He's got there in the end. AWP comes out. We've got 3 kits across the board, the full lot of util. The buy is very, very good over towards our CT side. Nepal coming in with their first true full buy. Of course, they had that kind of force with the Mac 10s primarily. This one with the full AKs kind of across the board. They have to try and set the tone here early. They have to try and make a little bit of a play here. It might be a real decider about early kind of point of momentum. If they come in towards this one and there's no real difference and Pakistan take it again with relative ease, it might actually spell kind of a sign of things to come. Shall see. I'm interested to see as well how aggro the AWP tries to get.
Yeah, it's a good question, actually. Seems like a little bit, to be fair, towards, you know, Dark and Water, but there's just no action going down there. There you are. A peek will come his way, and he finds the kill off the back of it. Meanwhile, at A main, we see what goes down there. It's pretty aggro from Nepal. Does not work for them. Pakistan definitely putting their best foot forward. You know, they are not messing around here. They've got to secure this spot. If they pick up the victory here, it's pretty likely. It might get a bit weird if, you know, somehow Sri Lanka get like a 13-0 against India. And this game ends up being really close, you know, potentially. There are many permutations of how this can go down, and that's kind of why, you know, we're in for the BO1s from time to time, just to keep things a little spicy, keep us all on our toes in terms of, you know, who's going through and who's not.
Yeah, absolutely. 2v5 in this one. I mean, they've pumped the brakes as the bomb slowly rotates over, but let's be honest, I don't think really anything's going to change here. As long as maybe they deny the bomb plant, I think that is as good as it gets, even if it takes a kind of a casualty or whatnot. Spotted. Flashbang going to come over to try and keep them at bay. Molotov back cake. The flash is brilliant. And he looks twice at another fight as well. There is a casualty, but it really isn't the end of the world, is it? 4-0. Beautiful work coming through from Pakistan on a very, very simple round of Counter-Strike. Nepal still unable, is going to scratch that surface here. Try and go through a smoke, doesn't work out. They try and reset and go again, and same sort of vibe. So, honestly, pretty impressed with what I'm seeing out from Pakistan. They're a very solid side. They were kind of always one of those teams maybe expected to make it towards Chengdu, and now they're getting ever, ever closer. Winning this game would guarantee it.
Nate going in here, looking to secure a couple. Oh, sad but true, not quite able to find those frags. And with the way that they're positioned here on the Pakistan side, the A-bomb site actually is really not in a good spot. I'm going to go down. They'll be late to the retakes. No one really around to get in towards camera. Usually a pretty pivotal position. Another smoke going down. Makes life very difficult indeed. And now they're going to clear out that whole CT area and sort of discover that there's nobody around. So problematic for the Pakistan retake. Might even be an idea to save. They do not have a lot of time here, to be honest. Rocky goes down in towards A main. They've got to get someone on the bomb soon. Ooh, they might just be able to get it. HZI does manage a crazy couple of kills, but it's just no time in there, unfortunately, Neo. And Nepal will come away with their first round.
Yeah, and actually done. I mean, you know, they kind of just go back in for a bit of a brute force hit on towards the A side and it works. You can't really complain with one of those. They're going a little bit quick about it. They try and just prioritize that bomb plant, because they know once the post one comes in, they can maybe start to, you know, maneuver around their util and around their numbers, and that's exactly what happened. So much better played coming through from Nepal. You know, I think for them, one thing that's really going to help them, especially against a strong Pakistan side, is trying to catch them off guard, try and be a little bit unorthodox, a little bit more aggressive, and in that instance, it works. No real complaints from us. Back into the buy, though, for Pakistan. Still had plenty of money to reinvest in, no issues. Oh, come on. Just be a little careful here. Couple of bodies lurking in, around, behind those smokes. Doesn't want to fall for free. At least if he's going to fight, he wants to go 1-for-1.
Oh, come on. Under pressure. Molotov coming in here. Oh, what is that? The spray transfer. So clean. He will go down, but not before he finds 2, nearly 3. Incredible damage from Pokemon. And he shows, again, why he is one of the scarier names on the server, shown with a nice little pre-aim peek to bring the numbers back even, but it still feels like Pakistan have got a pretty secure upper hand here.
Question is, where now? I want to Nepal because they're about to go a man down. That doesn't help. At least they should get a bomb plant here. I mean, not really too much of an issue. Yeah, bomb goes down. Post plant in quotation set up, but it's more or less about how strong it is. I don't really know how they want to play this. They just don't have the util to work with. They don't have the HP on Woody either. So it makes it very difficult indeed. Side cleared, nothing spotted. They've got another over towards CT area in some sort of vein. There's one spotted. The trade a little lackluster. Time is starting to take a little bit. And JDX has the opportunity to isolate fights. Pop flash is good. He is blind. They've got to know it. HCI will see it off. Just like that. With Pakistan back into a relative 4-round lead. Good retake. Honestly, I think Nepal did as good as they could have done in that one. They had no util to work with in that post spawn. It's so difficult to kind of try and set it up. And the big thing is, because they went a numbers advantage down in that fight right there, it made it so difficult. If they managed to keep that guy alive a little bit longer, they've got a chance maybe. But not to be. A bomb plant's okay. Might facilitate a buy coming through, and it will. We've got AKs coming out, and that's basically all you can ask for. So, Nepal. For me, I don't know about you, Scriv. I normally say, you know, this is probably probably the most T-sided map in the pool. I normally say, though, if things are going wrong, if you can get at least 5 rounds, you're okay. 4, it's workable.
Yeah, it's very true. Very, very true. I mean, we'll see, though. These rounds are getting worse and worse, it feels like. Another keen start for the Pakistani side. Woody trying to be cheeky here through the smoke. Will manage to get one. JDX chiming in as well. Maybe we are on for a bit of something, but it still needs one of these Nepalese players to just defy the odds, find a clean double entry, you know, something like this. And with them being so far back, you don't really give them the time of day on this one. A lot of info being gained by Sad But True as well.
Yeah, exactly. Stuff. Gonna group and go back on over towards, I mean, look at this angle, though, towards a Sad But True. He should be able to deny them going past. The only thing is, though, they're actually going to wrap behind, and he does actually just fall back. The good thing about Pakistan is they're aware that there is gaps in the defense right now, so they're holding for expected pushes. All playing this slow, though. Oh, they've made noise. Didn't drop silently there, dealer. They should know they're here. I mean, it looks like by the way they're posturing, though, that they actually didn't hear that. At least Sad But True was maybe a little bit too far away. They're dipping back towards mid. They're actually going to the wrong side. They've left the site open. Regardless, I think the way the Pakistan are playing this is still correct, though. You've just got to group together. The bomb will go down. And honestly, in itself, that's a bit of a small win for Nepal.
Yeah, I would agree. I would say so. Pretty good stuff. Z looking to move in here and be the entry on this here retake. 2 of them out towards main is a little difficult. Nades raining in. Fair bit of control comes round. They do have, yeah, the HEs could be pretty devastating, actually. They soften them up, find a kill, in fact, onto JDX and just make it easy onto Dealer. So Pakistan in for the retake once again. Nepal struggling severely here on Anubis. You know, they keep getting in, getting a few bomb plants and whatnot, but they just can't hold on to those sites.
It's tough. It's pretty tough. I mean, for Nepal, again, that's a round which maybe feels like it was never going to be won, so getting a bomb plant out of it, it's actually just keeping them alive. Bomb plant, lost bonus, it's the rinse and repeat cycle, which can continue going in a positive note, but yeah, I don't know, man. Already 6-1. Pakistan look very, very solid. You know, these rounds don't really ever look like they're going to go the way of Nepal, at least when we get kind of to the mid to late round. And it's pretty concerning. The one round they won was a big rush over towards A, barreling in towards the side. Bomb goes down early, post-spawn setup. It's not something that you can actually replicate on a consistent basis. And that's the big thing. They just don't have that consistency out from Nepal right now. They came off the back of a pretty tough loss in the round just prior, 13-1 to India in that one, which was, yeah, pretty rough, to say the least. Let's take a look at the match page now. See who popped off. Seems basically everyone, in all fairness, but Avi, 16 kills. Revan, 15 to his name as well. 2 KD. And 120 ADR for Bavi. So, a bit of a whale of a time. Only dealer got double digits over towards Nepal. And then 13-1. You kind of expect that. Pokemon goes aggro. Gets one above the smoke, but then gets traded.
Solid finds here. Slow encroachment in towards A main. Neither player really stepping past the point of no return. I like Sad But True's angle, to be fair, but he's not sticking with it. You know, he gets cold feet as it goes on. Meanwhile, we've had this deep B push. Again, there's a bit of an area in every single round for Nepal that they are struggling to keep control of. Further and further confirmation that it's going to be an A play. They could still be moving in via dark or mid, right? But they're about to stumble upon them in just a few moments. Few players with nades in hand as well. Not looking too good here. Rocky cleans up 2. And just Shown and JDX, they've got to fight their way out some way. Forwards or backwards. Maybe even a little bit sideways as well as Z comes in from above. Leaving it all down to Shown. Close for 1, but not looking good. Rocky cleans him up. Pakistan keep him rolling.
Super simple stuff. They just keep... Honestly, I keep for Nepal now, especially these last few rounds, I think that's killing them, is they're too slow. Because they're being flanked every single round. It's tough. It's rough to see. Something that's costing them a lot. They're getting stuck, and they always get stuck outside of A main. And Pakistan aren't really doing anything different for the most part. Every single round, Nepal get to A main, they get smoked out or Molotov or something of the sort. Basically, they're forced to kind of pump the brakes, and then a flank comes through. It's as simple as that. They're kind of their own worst enemy in a sense, and that's where they're not giving themselves any opportunities or options to work with. Rocky and HCI one apiece, though. Beautiful work, and HCI could be in for more. Does he expect him to close? He's back turned. What are you doing? He gets stuck, and Dealer and JD exit one apiece. What is going on? Oh my god.
Oh no. Oh no, that's a big mistake. Big mistake for sure. Yeah. Fluffing the lines ever so slightly. We'll see. It looks to have an impact. Sapatrue going to go through the Molotov, though. He's getting mega aggressive here. Trying to isolate this 1v1, and he will. Doesn't leave him the healthiest. He's left pretty low. He gives it a good shot round the corner, but Shown will find the final frag. Nepal absolutely needed that one. They will take that one. They look good while doing so, and Pakistan, maybe a bit on themselves for sort of messing that one up. But you can see, man, good number of kills coming in previous rounds means that money is not perfect here.
Yeah. Overconfident, though. I think a little bit too comfortable, Pakistan, in that round. You know, back turned when he knows there's sort of some level of contact. They just, you know, maybe just didn't expect any sort of aggression out from Nepal because they've been so quiet in the last few. Tough round there to watch from a side who's been, for the most part, very, very solid. He spotted the shoulder, and he'll find the kill. Nice and easy, and a fall away. That's the perfect way to go about it. Get your kill, drop away, no opportunity to trade.
Very true indeed. Lovely little play as well from Dealer moving in. They will get a return frag. Z hidden away towards jail. Oh, this is going to be a difficult one, man. Very, very difficult one indeed. HSB tagged down low. So it really does come down to Z's position. If he's even going to see any action, they are taking their time. He will move in. He's going to go completely unchecked here. Going to deny the bomb plant. Looking for a little bit more as well. He's going to get it. Can't survive. But he might just have bought a way back in for Pakistan on the retake. Moving in quite quickly. Sad but true. Maybe a bit too quickly. HSB now with that AWP. Not ideal. Woody sees him off. And Nepal steal away another one.
Now, at the very least, Nepal are starting to build an okay-ish team. I mean, they can still get up to 5 rounds. I said 5 rounds is pretty good with how badly things went. And it is, you know, a real possibility. They should get at the bare minimum 4. I mean, Pakistan's money's broken here. So this one's kind of a bit of a non-starter around here. Unless they opt for a really unorthodox force, it's not going to be the case, thankfully. So this one, for the most part, really shouldn't get going at all. For Pakistan, and Nepal should be a 4th on the board. 4 is workable. 5 is decent. 4 is okay. At least salvageable if you get a pistol. Maybe you kickstart things in that second half. Maybe Pakistan might be far from the finish line just yet, even though a couple of rounds ago it felt like they were ever close to it. Real looking for more. Oh, he's like duck hunting. He's just picking them off one by one. Play pigeon shoots as he plucks them out of the sky, jumping over the stairs. Nice and easy. Down to one man. Pokemon, let's be honest here. We're not expecting anything. If you can get a constellation kill, that'd be nice to, salvage an AK. I think it's probably unlikely.
Yeah, he's about to be discovered. Easiest kill of Woody's life for sure. All right, so let's see, though. Not really expecting too much out from that round going into it anyway. This is where, it really does start to matter. Beautiful shots here from Real, of course. Yeah, really, really nice. Probably could have had that fourth as well. A little bit KS'd by his teammate. That would have been an even better highlight reel of just 4 shots, 4 kills. But here we are, Pakistan. Back around with a bye. No AWP out for them. No kits is a little bit of an oversight because we do have, full belts of utility. Someone could have sacrificed a molly for a kit. Real will be the first to open up. Oh, he was close to getting another. They'll be happy for a trade, but still it gives a lot of info across to Nepal. They've quickly moved in towards mid here.
Yeah, trying to wrap through. Molotov will come down too early, Rocky, mate. The smoke's still up, so wasted molly there. Just kind of money thrown down the drain. Oh, it doesn't really matter, I guess, being round of 12, but you'd like for molly to plume in itself. It would have gained a lot of information because he would have known one is tucked around that corner. Nade. Not actually used to break the smoke, instead used to deal damage, and it deals a hell of a lot onto a sad but true. Makes a chunk of 40, and Woody somehow doesn't get dropped. How is he still alive for that long? Pokemon thankfully does get the trade, though.
1 point going down. Could be denied here if Pokemon wants to go in for it, but unfortunately the cover is too strong. He doesn't quite meet the mark there. Pokemon playing things passively. Going to have spotted out another player. Oh, great little flash round. Dealer creating his own kills, being his own support player. What is that find from Pokemon? Hello? Just spamming away. HSB left all alone on low HP, though. Not looking good for him. And JDX playing things patiently. Yeah, man. HSB has no idea. Nepal with a heck of a recovery as they get themselves 4 in a row at the tail end there. Beautiful stuff. Really, really solid looking. And they will keep the hope alive on Anubis. Pakistan, again, need this one to feel confident. Need this one to feel comfortable at the very least. And Nepal making it hard for them.
Yeah, I mean, I look at this now as like you said, kind of a very solid recovery. A very doable position they put themselves in now. All talking is, I pissed around them. We can see Nepal even start to tie this game up. They're only 2 rounds behind. Not bad, honestly. Not bad at all. I mean, for Pakistan, they've got to be looking at this and thinking, how have we even let this slip? Things looked so easy, so comfortable in that first half for the most part. And then a few minor mistakes, the economy gets broken, a few oversights, and look where they are now. Aggro and Nepal, they are quick out of A main, 3 of them. They're just flooding over towards the site, but they haven't lost the site itself.
A little bit awkward. Spamming away from Real, can't really find anything. We'll see. The retake definitely is doable here. They've got, a lot of people close to the site quite quickly. But it is definitely a weird one. Real, there you go. Edge of the smoke business will take down the first. Rolling in now. Bit of an awkward spot as HSB comes in from behind, in fact. So, a lot to deal with here. JDX, however, gets a frag, recovers that kit. Dealer's actually on the bomb, but it's all good. HSB will fall. JDX to secure it with that kit, of course. Certainly a little close on the 10-second timer. And Nepal picking up the pistol. So here we go. Definitely a game now as they start the second half really well.
Honestly, Stan, you made to work for this. I mean, India made light work of Nepal in that 13-1. So you can definitely already see, just in terms of head-to-head comparisons of those 2 matchups, actually, maybe the difference in terms of ability between these 2 sides. India are such a dominant force and have been. With Pakistan, there is still errors that creep in towards their playstyle. Right now, they are glaringly wide. Initial smoke misses. The second, though, won't, as it goes deep in towards mid. So I'll opt for just a little bit of a lesser investment. But HSB, who has got a Galil out, he's the kind of a hero Galil in this one. If you get a bomb plant, though, it's okay. If they don't, then his money might be a little screwed for a few rounds.
HSB. Oh, lovely little double kill from him. Could be big for Pakistan, you know. Absolutely massive. We'll see. JDX got to hold the line and hold it well. First. Second as well. Okay. Maybe kept it alive here a little bit. Able to survive too. Really, really big deal. They have lost control of A, but, you know, it's somewhat brief. And they're getting aggressive here on the Pakistan side. Opting to just fight. And it does not work. Does not work in the end. Bomb plant denied. Round probably denied. Z with the lack of armor just going to try and work his way in. Maybe find one with him, but he will be joining his comrades in the grave rather soon.
CI. Eagle. Hoping for a bit of a luxury of a shot there. I don't think he's been given the fights. I say that. He will actually get one. He is given the fights. Surely not enough to lose this round, though. How, fellas? 20 seconds. Don't give him the opportunity. And they won't. Thankfully, the MP9 sees it off in the end. All in all, not the worst thing in the world. 7-all. We are tied square in a game, which felt, at least on paper, coming into it like it was going to be, yeah, a bit of a non-starter. Nothing really on offer. That's not too bad, in all fairness. Now, a tied game. There's a conversation to be had here. And Pakistan, they are in a bit of a weird spot. And, of course, now we have to look at as well is about how they try and utilize this T-side buy. Somebody's got to take a hit in terms of a lesser investment. It looks like it's probably going to be sad but true. We might actually take a bit of a hit in towards maybe Galil wants the util as well. That means maybe 2 Galils out and all the rest. They're having a conversation about it regardless, but in they come. AKs out for HSB and Pokemon, and then Rocky Sabatrue and HCI in towards those Galils. The worst guns in the world, considering this is a bonus buy for Nepal. But, yeah, pretty even game here from what on paper, at least coming into it, didn't feel like it was going to be a possibility.
Ooh, very aggressive here from Nepal. This surely is not going to be expected. Sad but true goes down. Rial the next. Rocky does manage to get a little bit of a trade back, but ultimately not an awful lot looking good for Pakistan. They've lost so much deep control here now. There's a lot of regaining ground that has to go on while they're already a man down.
Little tough indeed. Really struggling here, in all fairness. Pakistan. This is a big matchup for them as well. Just to remind you all, ladies and gents, lose this, and there is a world in which they might not go towards Iesf. It would come down to round difference and the rest, and potentially whether Sri Lanka can pull off an upset. Granted, they have to pull off a pretty big upset over India, but not completely impossible. Molotov going to come down towards site itself. Trying to put them in their place, slow them down. Either way, though, Rocky's got 2. Round back on and round closed. Beautiful work. Just when you thought for a second, maybe it might be off the cards, and they bring it back in towards their favor. So, Pakistan, it looked a little shaky for a moment, but thankfully, they see the round in their favor.
Yeah, we'll see here. Definitely getting a bit interesting, right? There's some pretty big back and forth moments in the early stage of half 2. Not necessarily the clearest or cleanest cut in terms of who's playing best. But with a round like that, with a round like this that then follows it, Pakistan obviously give themselves a really nice cushion to work with. A couple rounds in their favor, and then we'll see how far they can take things here. Pokemon looking really crisp once again. Certainly had some quieter rounds, some louder rounds. He goes down. Might want to stop that weapon from being recovered. I'm pretty sure it will be an AK, maybe a Galil at this point, but all the same. Oh, it's actually an M4, of course. So, you know, I get a little bamboozled, but all the same, it's a free weapon for showing that maybe they want to go hunting for.
Osman, can he save is the question. They might actually go for a little bit of a hunt. question for him is, can he find that angle to tuck himself in and kind of save this M4? It feels pretty unlikely as they're starting to converge in his position. They don't group up. Maybe you can isolate fights. Corner. True catches him. Nonetheless, 9-2-7. 2-round lead now. Bye to come back in for Nepal, but I mean, let's be honest, I'm not expecting maybe fireworks at all. They've basically got 2, maybe 3 if they're lucky, full buys left before Pakistan see this over the line. They've really got to find some consistency sort of out of nowhere. It started okay for Nepal, but when it's coming towards the gun rounds, Pakistan are back in towards a strong showing.
Woody. Oh, the action coming his way. Could be massive. 2-piece for him. Big damage as well onto the other players inside of that smoke. But they are battling their way out pretty soundly. I don't think that they're ready for Dealer. However, Pokemon finds the frag again. Hugely impactful from him. One plank comes in. 2 versus 2. You really did not foresee this after, you know, Woody being in such a good spot to begin with. No kit available for Nepal. JDX goes down. It's just Real. He swaps away from that AWP. The nade absolutely eats him alive. Surely not able to get this one confirmed, but the nade could help him out a little. Doesn't quite meet the mark. He's got to go in deep for HSB. Pre-fire is there, but he can't find the shots. 2 HP the difference. As close as it comes for Pakistan, but they will hit the double digits.
Now, it looks like we're on that track to the beginning of the end. I mean, there's not going to be a buy here for Nepal, so it means that Pakistan should get up to 11. At 11-7, we're talking about the potential of closing things out. So, you know, it was a valiant effort, a really good resurgence at the tail end of that first half, a good starting towards the second. But on the T side, since the guns are coming towards the play, it's going to be looking good when they had that full buy out. Questionable buy here, though, in a way from Nepal. Yes, they got a bit of loss bonus built up, fair enough, but one of more. It's definitely not going to be in the hands of these two. Running towards the MP9s. HZI will find one. He picks up the AWP now as well. Bogdan's Law is low HP. Opener going the way of the T side is all that matters.
Looking good here. Sealing it in, spotting out that last B player as well. Should be able to clean him up indeed. So just JDX remaining. And he is slowly making his way over towards the action. Hoping there's a straggler he can catch off. It's not going to be the case though. So he's going to have to get in there. Going to have to be brave. Might have an opportunity here in the long range battle outside of main. Yeah, there you go. Does get one. I mean, it's going to boost the econ a little bit, which again is quite shaky from Nepal. Doesn't look fantastic, so I think the little things can be pretty impactful here. He's got a full set of nades now, so we'll see if it makes a big difference, but at least to his personal game, it feels like it will. Pakistan, however, on the precipice, looking very good. Clean victory 2 is a pretty big deal for them as well.
Yeah.
I suppose if we keep sort of an eye on, keep checking in. I'm not sure that we're getting updated live. Or
yeah, I've got it. I've got the match page up right now.
Okay,
India,
fair.
Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka are currently losing 12-2. So. It actually, at this rate, because of round difference as well, it actually wouldn't even matter if Pakistan are to lose this game. So, doesn't look like it really might make a difference. They've just got a third round on the board, though, so maybe there's a chance to come back. If they take it to OT, there's a world, but Pakistan would also have to lose. And I think even actually with the result between Pakistan and Sri Lanka, because it was quite one-sided, in favor of Pakistan, that regardless,
that even might have an effect,
even if Sri Lanka were able to pull off an upset and Pakistan were to lose, they'd have to lose like 13-0 or something in those regions to Nepal, and obviously that's not going to happen anymore. So, yeah, I think it's basically already settled, in all fairness. But we'll see at the tail end, just I guess for Nepal's sake. It's about saving face maybe a little bit. This round started pretty well for Nepal, actually. Might be in a bit of a tough spot. Now down to a 3 versus 3, and they've taken mid-control. Where do they want to finish? It looks like they're going to wrap on towards sight from that right-hand side in towards A. Running in towards the fight. Rocky gets caught, doesn't expect. Drone up close.
One plant down, though. We should be able to do something with this. HSB trying to get the no-scope off. Another opportunity at it, and he will indeed get it. Here's the footsteps here. Can't quite get the frag round the corner, but he holds for the main push. And it's all coming together very nicely for the Pakistani two-piece. Solid stuff. Show nothing he can do. And a 2v3 converted to give Pakistan the map and qualification point. Certainly, I see what you're saying, that it pretty much is sealed in. But in their minds, they don't rightly know that. So they absolutely need this victory here to feel secure. And they are playing like their life depends on it.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed. Pretty impressed at the very least. Nice little round coming through. The no-scope was a little cheese, but we take them all the same. A little bit of luck goes a long way. Next on now, they got 5 match points to see it off. They guaranteed the win. They get it. They are guaranteed towards Chengdu, China. While Sri Lanka, it seems like they're pulling off a mini comeback. They've got a couple of rounds in a row from what I can see on the match page. They're still 12-4 down. So it would be a big recovery if that was to be the case. Abatru going to find the first. HCI, hang on a second. He's already out, but they flanked him behind. That's the bomb.
Yeah, a little bit strange. Shown going to find Pokemon as well, so some pretty big names taken. The bomb recovered briefly, but indeed denied real opportunity into things. Z with a slower flick, but still gets the kill. However, confirming his location, leaving him on 25 HP. Looks pretty good for Nepal. Survival here is certainly on the cards.
Abatru wrap around the back. GI as well, with him being low. The both of them hang on. Long distance auto shotgun. Might have a chance in all fairness of how low they actually are. If it was a Nova, it definitely would. This is tough though. How are we going to recover the bomb here? Look at the time too.
Yeah, not looking good. Woody probably knows about that as well, just sort of slowing them down. Molotov pushes him out. 20 seconds. I mean, surely you've just got to get the kills here. Do they even have time? They might just be able to make it to the B site, but I don't think so. It's going to be a bit close.
I think they can plant.
It's still pretty close, dog, and they're taking a lot of damage for it. The auto shotgun raining on Hellfire from above. Yeah, absolutely denies them. It's one of those where, yeah, they can get the bomb down, but at what cost, you know? So no real space to get anything done and reset the game there on the Pakistani side. Comes off of some early kills. Hopefully, in their minds, they've got plenty of room to work with here that they can suffer a little bit of a unlucky round like that.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. They've got space to work. I mean, India have closed out that match as well against Sri Lanka 13-4. So it is basically guaranteed. Well, no, it's not basically. It is 100% guaranteed. Pakistan have booked that final spot, but you want to see it off. You want to get the win, especially soon as and clean. Nice full blind shot. Dealer gets caught. I don't think Dealer's even done anything wrong there, but it's just a lovely shot by the AWP.
Real pushing forwards. Seem to have a little bit of an idea that Pokemon is around this corner. Trying to take him down. They will do indeed. Nice little move. Woody is left low, but at the very least they've evened up the numbers.
Rocky in the charge. There's 2 towards the side to meet them, in all fairness. Smoke Evan, pop round. That's a beautiful pop flash as well. Gives him an easy first. He doesn't get traded. JDX is still close, but swinging in from camera with how low you are is risky, Woody.
Bomb goes down here. An advantage swinging back in favor of Pakistan pretty heavily indeed. Looking good here. Shown the only one remaining for Nepal to keep them alive on Anubis. He's got no kit. He's got no friends. He's got a bit of a flash. That's about all that is available here. But he's not really wanting to give his position away. He's been spotted now, and he's been finished off. That will be that. Pakistan make it look easy in the second half. Not enough of a buffer for Nepal to work with, unfortunately. They give it their best shot, but Pakistan absolutely playing like they wanted that spot. That will be them locked in now, of course. Absolutely no arguments, no permutations about what's going to go down. Sri Lanka couldn't quite get it done. The hardest team, the hardest game in the group comes as the last one. It is unfortunate for them, I suppose, but Pakistan ultimately have played a very, very good group. The only team that they lose out to is India, and they lost relatively close as well. So I think they have played a fantastic group, and they deserve their spot out in Chengdu.
Yeah, both our teams now decided here from the South Asian qualifiers, India and Pakistan. I mean, to be honest, when we look at it, we probably expect it to be both of those. Definitely India, but I think Pakistan also the region that's provided, you know, a lot of decent Counter-Strike players over the years. They've got a very decent appetite for Counter-Strike too, so maybe expected to see them come through. And no, I'm glad we did, in all fairness as well. Play good Counter-Strike. It's good to watch as well, and I think in the end, I'm excited to see what these guys can do on LAN as well. HSB looked pretty good with the AWP. Of course, Pokemon, very solid with the rifle, as he always is. And this is going to be a side who I think, in a way, can actually even level off on LAN as well. It's very exciting how these both kind of locked in. I'm very interested to see how well Team India can do, because that God's Ray side are pretty scary, man. They absolutely dominated their way through this qualifier in particular. I mean, looked so clean all the way through. I'm going to look now, actually. Their round difference, I'm just waiting for it to be updated. You know, here we go. So they obviously went 4-0 all the way through. They won 52 rounds, only losing 19, or plus 33 round difference. It's pretty damn solid. Pakistan got a plus 18. Of course, they pick up a loss, in all fairness, to India. So we'll take a bit of a hit there. But plus 33 for India. It's a really good qualifier from them. So they might be a team to keep an eye out for in Chengdu. I think I'm right in saying there's 5 spots on the line. Yeah, 5 spots on the line that go to the main event, the World Esports Championships in Riyadh. So that could be one of them.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It is pretty interesting to say the least, and you know, I think they could certainly make their way through. Right, you've got a few other teams locked in, not quite everybody yet. We've obviously got a bit more. I think the West Asian is ultimately the last one to go, but you know, I think Australia are going to be scary, Mongolia are going to be scary. Sort of Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan have like individuals that are a little bit scary for sure. Kazakhstan, sort of similar to where Team India's at, also play all together professionally, so that could make a difference as well. But I think, you know, they could certainly, the likes of Pakistan they've already beat, Malaysia they could certainly give a good run as well and probably beat, to be honest. And then a bit of work in places. You might pull off one of those closer games like a Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan, or you might pull off a bit of an upset. So with 5 going through, like you say, it's not crazy. It's not impossible for Team India and for, indeed, maybe Pakistan to prove themselves as a contender within the Asian region. All the same, looking across the final scoreboard here of this South Asian qualifier, looks pretty nice for Pakistan, doesn't it? HSB, 27 kills, bro. Absolutely incredible performance from him.
Yeah, number 1 in the name and in the game, it seems, right? Really good performance from him individually. Looked super clean. That AWP was very good of his, but very good on his pistols and the rifles as well. Really versatile, adaptable, worked on the fly, and was able to really make this Nepal side feel uncomfortable. On the inside, 16 kills apiece for JDX and Shown isn't too shabby, and they had that little bit of a hot streak, you know, tail end of the first half, in towards the start of the second, if I'm right. It felt potentially, you know, a little bit clean, but yeah, you know, in the end, it wasn't to be, and it will, you know, be an okay qualifier from Nepal. Not enough, I think, obviously, just losses to the big boys, basically, meaning they do not make it to that next stage. But yeah, honestly, a pretty good game, and I think a more competitive game of Counter-Strike than I maybe expected, especially with Nepal. They literally, the game before this one got, no offense, kind of battered, right? 13-1 by India. So I kind of came in thinking that maybe it might be one of those where it's kind of a repeat of the same. Pakistan on the side who looked pretty clean and looked comfortable, but yeah, wasn't to be in the end. So credit to them. And yeah, like I said, that is us now done for South Asia. We've got India, we've got Pakistan going towards Chengdu. We basically got one more qualifier to find those final 2 spots. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw this one to a break. When we are back, over to a new region. See you soon. What's going on? We're back. Some more Counter-Strike action, and we're changing it up. Scriv has he's got rid of the beards and the ginger hair, and basically everything. We've got a new guy named Paladin's come to join me for this one. We're jumping on over to the West Asian side of things. We've now only got 2 more teams to decide, Paladin, and well, they'll both be coming from this qualifier. It's kind of exciting times because this is split into Group A and Group B. One from Group A, one from Group B. Nice, easy. 6 teams as well, so 3 per group. It's pretty simple stuff.
You know, we had a pretty contentious West Africa qualifier previously, and all the African qualifiers, where it was pretty interesting. I didn't feel as though it was like... I didn't expect it to be as competitive as it was, but it was just super exciting. And this one feels like the tier has gone up a little bit, where you look at the rosters across the board and you see a lot more players that you might recognize from previous rosters that have shown up at the Asian RMRs and minors and what have you. So I'm excited because I think we're in a really interesting spot, especially with Group B and how Jordan didn't get that amazing start that we were kind of expecting, honestly.
Yeah, no, exactly. Let's take a look at our current matchup, our first best of 3 over here in the West Asia qualifiers. We've got Jordan taking on Syria. This is actually a pretty sick game. It's going to be Syria's first game. I was kind of having to think about it, and I have a feeling, by looking at, it's 3 teams in these groups, I have a feeling that unless it comes down to like a weird head-to-head where there's like an upset along the cards, more or less, if you pick up a loss, I think you're kind of like done. I think that's it. You know what I mean? That's kind of how I see it. So for Jordan, they, unless basically it would have to come down to an upset where all 3 pick up 1 win and losses across the board, and then it goes down to round difference. It's a bit of a weird one, but this is going to be Syria's first game. On paper as well, this one could be a bit of a banger. There's some decent names in the fray here as well. Guys that are kind of regulars within major RMR qualifiers, ESL and IEM qualifiers from kind of the Middle East as well, even EWC sort of qualifiers too. So names that people should at least be familiar with. So far as well, for Syria, of course, this is their first game. But like you mentioned, Jordan lost out 2-1 against Lebanon in one of the weirdest series of Counter-Strike I think I've ever commentated. It was a 13-2 map number 1 to Lebanon. So we were thinking, all right, cool, nice. That was also Jordan's map pick. So we were like, okay, sweet. This should be fine. They go in towards Ancient, which is Lebanon's map pick, then lose 13-0. And we're like, what has even happened here? And then map number 3 was 13-7. It was easily one of the wildest series. It made literally no sense. 32, 13-0 in response, and then a 13-7. But let's take a look at the rosters. This is Jordan. You lot will kind of remember them to a degree from that other day when we saw them. Issa is probably the main one, I'd say, on paper here. Realize also been around for a bit of a while as well. But I think Issa's probably, the big hitter.
Yeah, Issa is a player that I had very high expectations for when he saw him on Hellraisers and he got that call up to OG, and then he moved back to Valorant, and ever since then it felt as though he never has found that same form that made him so exciting in the first place. A very explosive, very aggressive rifler, and now, I mean, he's made his return to GG How, and that's been fun to watch. A very interesting project, to say the least, and now he has an opportunity to represent his country and try to qualify for that Chengdu LAN, and it's gonna be tough. And again, you spoke about how it's gonna have to come down to basically round differential and Syria and Lebanon to go 1-1, which is going to be a really tough ask, especially when you look at Syria's roster. You spoke about players like Black Eagle, players like Spawns, KD. These guys have all played within the Twisted Minds organization, one that got pretty close to actually qualifying to the Paris Major, mind you. So these guys have kind of seen top-level Asian Counter-Strike, at least have competed in that environment, and that to me means that this team cannot be neglected, especially if they've put in the work to practice, similar to the other mixed teams that we had in the other African qualifiers. Sure. If they put in that practice, I think this team can be very deadly. It can be very scary, and we could be looking at a very early elimination for Jordan, which in all intents and purposes would be very surprising to me, because when I looked at the team participants just out the gates, I was looking at this Team Jordan lineup and I was thinking, you've got Issa, you've got Realize. Maybe this is a done and dusted affair and we should just send them through to China,
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I mean, Team Syria, at least for kind of me, when I look at them, they have a really good opportunity here. KD, 69Z, Black Eagles spawned, all FPL demons. So these guys, at least in terms of their mechanics, are pretty down. We're running through the veto. Anubis is going to be our first map here, coming through. Picked by Syria. I'm a big fan of Anubis. I think this is a map in which, at least individually, a lot of the guys over towards Syria should know. Ancient going to come through as that second pick. We are still, about this entire qualifier, we're yet to have a Vertigo. It's become a bit of a running joke now. And oh, it's a potential. It's on the cards. Oh my god, it's actually been put into a veto. This is the first veto of every single qualifier, every single best of one, every single best of three, that Vertigo's actually even been in consideration. Now, I was saying yesterday, the funniest thing that could possibly happen is Vertigo finally gets put in as a decider and it's a 2-0, so they don't actually get there. That would really be kind of sowing the wound. I know Anders, he's been desperate for a Vertigo. He hasn't cast the new Vertigo yet, so he really wants to see it. I have cast the new Vertigo. Honestly,
we actually
I quite like it. I mean,
and Anders and I actually did one, but it was a 13-0, and it got to a point where people were just running outside with shotguns in mid, and it was very fun. It was very funny, and so I don't think it really counts in his eyes, and you know what? I completely respect that. Yeah,
no, that's fair enough. But yeah, we were kind of saying as well, you know, new Vertigo, you know, this map is now, I mean, I'm interested to kind of see you got your thoughts on it. So as of, I think it was like 2 days ago, 5 years and 2 days ago was when Vertigo got put into the competitive map pool. Feels like a long whole time ago. And from day one, it was despised by pros, by casuals. And then now, you know, so when the update happened, when they changed Vertigo, that was at the same time I was out in Mongolia doing an event. I Am Dallas on at the same time. In Mongolia, we were on the old patch, and it was picked once in the groups. Where in I Am Dallas, wasn't even picked once. No one wants to play this map. At pro level, it is so underplayed. I don't even think at casual level is even played that much as well. I'm so surprised that Valve are so reliant on keeping this map in, because surely the numbers must say otherwise. But, I mean, who knows? I don't know. What's your thoughts on that one?
I don't know. It feels as though I agree with you. I mean, we've just taken it out of our pug circuit. You know that from experience, that we used to love Vertigo, and I think these changes are going to be very interesting to see how they play out. If they want to continue to keep it in the pool after Shanghai, maybe it gets pulled out before Shanghai. Who knows? Yeah. But we're into the pistol, and Syria on that CT side. I'm not exactly sure how Jordan's going to approach this, considering they lost this against Lebanon, but it looks like this pace is looking solid enough to get into the A site.
Yeah. Oh, Eddie gets caught early. Not going to help as Jordan will take an early fight. Bomb will go down. I mean, this is a really decent little setup here. I caught them the other day. There's a couple of different facets of where Jordan find firepower. Basher had a couple of decent moments too, but Sigma, oh, hang on. Hello. What a round coming through. And what a retake coming out from Syria. My God. Sigma, 3 kills to his name. It's a pretty based name, they would say. And yeah, Spawn and Black Eagle get the other. That's a perfect retake.
Yeah, I mean, you usually don't see A retakes look that easy, but Syria do some significant work there to just kind of bolster themselves, hold down the fort on the beach side of things, and just slow the round down, let the aggression from the T side come into them, and as soon as that comes in, I mean, Sigma goes to work on that USP, and everything gets shut down. It's an unorthodox approach to holding onto that A site, but sometimes when you have those Glocks, you want to cut down the range, and you want to just end the round right then and there, but it doesn't work out this time around for Jordan. But they do buy in, they get that bomb plant down, and they'll have 3 Galils coming into this one.
Yeah, I mean, that's the main thing, I guess, at the very least. Bomb plant facilitates the buy, gives you the funds, and gives you the opening kill. KD again getting caught early. Same as that last round, same in towards this one. Yeah, he did, you know, not even a really too much of a fight being put up in a sense. I mean, Hunter took some spam damage. One for 2. Can he make 3? Oh, of course he can with the help of Sigma. Beautiful little mid control taken there by the CT side, and already down to 2, but Hunter's barely even alive himself, and now he's all that's left alive on towards Jordan. A Tech 9, a hope and a dream. And what feels like a nigh impossible situation with 6 points of HP. I don't think this one's getting off the ground.
Yeah, unfortunately, the idea there is just hoping they can contact out through mid once that pick comes through from Hunter. But unfortunately, there just wasn't enough bite to that. There wasn't enough aggression to overwhelm the mid players. They decided to go for a timing of their own. And as soon as they do, Jordan are caught sleeping at the wheel. Force buy fails regardless of Hunter's opening kill. And Syria now go up 2 rounds the good. That means potentially 3 rounds. And, you know, on the CT side, when we think about the grand scheme of things on Anubis, 4 or 5 rounds can just be enough to really shut down the round. So the force buy, it was a risk inherently, but Syria overwhelmed that, and now they have an opportunity to kind of rack up a couple rounds, start that momentum here and now, and basically have these M4s out for as long as possible.
Yeah, no, exactly. This round should, in the same sort of fashion, be a bit of a non-starter. Hunter makes a nade as he'll go down to 40. Not going to help at all. Hang on. Up close, yeah. Zax will get his Black Eagle for a double. This is a guy who is, you know, he's pretty well revered within kind of the FPL scene. He's been in FPL for like 4 or 5 years at least. He's won it a good few times as well. He's definitely somebody who is known for his mechanical prowess. He hasn't had too many opportunities on teams outside of Middle East region, but he's somebody who I think has always been held in a pretty decent light at the very least in terms of his aim. Definitely within the likes of FPL and the rest. But a 3-0 start for Syria. They're looking pretty crisp, man. They're looking pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, I think about Black Eagle in that Twisted Minds roster, and I just think about how much he put them in front as far as that Asian RMR went, and I think it was a very key reason as to why they were relevant at that tournament. And I think he could be a valuable asset to any European team that could allow for it. I just think it's just the location, right? So hopefully he can find the ability to prac with higher level opposition and improve there on out. But this is a ripe opportunity to showcase his talents. Aggression down A main, trying to take T-Steps control, but Hunter is there for the double. Luckily for Syria, they still go 1 for 1, or 2 for 2 rather. And now we go to 3v3, but overall, you have to favor the T's here with how split up Syria is. You have to just look towards one individual to really carry them and find a double kill before going down and before that bomb plant is secured.
Touching on Black Eagle. Don't quote me, I'm not 100% sure, but I think from my understanding, he actually lives in Austria, so he actually is an EU.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure he lives in Austria. So I'm actually surprised he's not been given any opportunities, in all fairness. But I guess sometimes, you know, the streaming and the FPL, you're probably doing all right. In all fairness, especially with how successful he is in those. Out towards main. Spawns another FPL demon who sees off 7-0 for him. He's having a pretty good game all in all. Black Eagles 5-0. Spawn 7-0. Sigma 6-0. No one really scratching the surface over towards Jordan. And with a 4-0 start and the money a little bit feeble, let's call it, over towards Jordan. This is, I mean, as good as it gets, really, to start at the CT side.
To me, it doesn't feel like they're being tested, really, on any part of the map. There was an opening on that B bomb site, and they get the utility down, but the crossfires are just too hard to break. And overall, Syria just feel like they've got a stronger defense, they've got a stronger understanding of the map, and they're feeling confident as hell right now, Neo. Look at that swing out from Black Eagle before the smoke plumes. Hunter goes down for the count. And Jordan are sent reeling here on this eco. They'd love to get that opening duel, maybe an unorthodox fight to maybe get a 5v4, but instead they're playing on the back foot. They're going to try to go in, but Sprantos goes down with nothing. And Jordan now in a 3v5, and Hero AK on Bashar will have to do a lot of heavy lifting in his man disadvantage.
Spawn, Black Eagle, and Spawn sees it off back and forth. I mean, I'm going to reiterate the point you were talking about. It does not seem like Syria are even being tested right now. When I was talking about them yesterday, I said with the name value they got on paper, they actually have a chance of stealing away this group. They have, you know, their matches today rather than playing any of them yesterday. And in a way, that might work out for them. You know, stay warm, stay competitive as well. You know, that Lebanon team, they're pretty good. You know, they've got some decent names themselves, but, you know, when you look at, you know, for Vital, for example, or Emperor have kind of been around for a little bit. They're guys who are pretty solid and pretty talented, but I just think in terms of the name value, in terms of the guys who have made damage on an international level, Syria, for me, feel like the scariest in this group. And if they are able to pick a win here, it could be positive signs to them where they can maybe then pick up a win in their second game too, right? With a bit of a, you know, warmed up and confident and all of the rest. So 5-0 start, back into a bye for Jordan. And without a doubt, must-win territory for this bye, just to kickstart the campaign. This is meant to be the most T-sided map in the pool.
Yeah, and so far they haven't really been able to breach a site bar the first pistol round, so let's see if they can kind of break that. And important to note, I don't see Issa on the other end of the equation, a very important piece on that Jordan roster, and for him not to be here on a very important day, I think it's a tough ask, especially against these more mechanically gifted players on Syria's roster. So let's see how that comes back to bite them, or whether they can rise up from the ashes because of that issue. Either way, Op is out for Realize, has an opportunity to maybe find a pick back, but contact through mid off of that smoke finds nothing. They've got a decent bit of headway onto this A side, but 3 players actually gambling on that first letter of the alphabet means to me that this 25-second mark, they're going to have to commit into a stack here, Neo.
This is big. This is big. Spawn holding back sight. Got the AWP in support, and the AWP finds the first with ease. Looks for a second, but Spawns can double it down. Basher will get himself one, but a 1v4 is asking maybe just a little bit too much as time starts to tick. AWP picked back up, and it's a mission to try and save, and one in which he probably doesn't even get here. Tax a hold in rotation. He should get caught. He gets tagged. Oh my god, he's going to get out of there. How has he kept that AWP alive? I don't know. But is it going to make a difference? I don't think so. They can, you know, maybe buy around it. But this is another pretty simple round on the board for Syria. And Jordan, again, they can't even get a bomb plant.
It's very clear to me what the game plan is from Syria right now. They're finding a lot of information off of E-Box, off of B-Main control, and it is absolutely stifling Jordan, and they're defaulting. It's giving a lot of reads over to the CT side, and you can see that the stacks are pretty much perfect. I mean, it is telegraphed to a T in Syria's eyes, and they're finding the necessary rotations before even the hit comes, before a flash is thrown or a smoke either. So overall, Syria right now, they feel so comfortable in the positions that they're holding, and I think they have just a very key understanding as to what's coming. So for Jordan, honestly, when it comes to these kinds of situations, when your defaults aren't working, maybe try to turn up the pace a little bit, maybe try to have a set execute into a bomb site and try to overwhelm a site. Especially on the T side of Anubis, you can overwhelm the CTs even if they have an overwhelming stack on a specific bomb site, just because of how T-favored the angles can be.
I think we're getting very rapidly to the point of being, you know, getting in and saying, Jordan, fellas, you know, you got to change it up. The defaults aren't working. Let's do something a little bit audacious, a little bit different. They've had a pause. They've had a conversation around it, and at least I can respect them for that. Attack ball's coming through, pumping the brakes, and right, this isn't working. So we've got to try and do something. Basher saved the AWP. He then dropped it over to Realize he's picked up armor. And it looks like they're going for at least a bit of a force. Yeah. In Basher, he had 850 because he survived off the time. So he really didn't have any money. He had to kind of buy into something. Rest of the team, it's a bit of a minimal investment. And all in all, I wouldn't really see this one on paper as being all too scary. And AWP's not exactly the easiest thing on an execute. Group it up. I want to go back towards A once again. They've tried the last few rounds, and it's never worked yet, Paladin.
No, not since that pistol. So that's smoke, and then they've got a crossroads here. Do they want to respect that? Let the clock rot down and potentially lose information elsewhere on the map, or do they want to abuse it and go straight through? It looks like the former is the answer for them for the time being. I don't love it, but you know, it should be able to still give them at least some space to walk up into A main, and KD has actually left that angle that he had on A main. So that means Syria, they will be understaffed on this A hit, but they are utilizing their utility well to stall out this hit and slow things down. Razel does find a kill back, and it does put a little bit of pressure, but Spawns is there to find a couple of kills back. 40 seconds left on the clock. Jordan are just halting. They're just frozen in their tracks, unaware as to where they want to end up. And Neo, at this point, this indecision could cost them.
Yeah, absolutely. Even getting to a point where maybe we start to discuss about the potential of do we just keep the AWP alive. I don't think it's the worst thing in the world, but an AK picked up maybe gives them a chance. This is a good angle. Realize, does he clear pillar? Backside, Tax is waiting for his chance. Oh, and he's going to swing. Lined up 2. That's surely got to be enough. 8 seconds. Bomb still got to go down. But that's a quick shot from Basher. He has to commit to the plant. They can't get there to deny it. So he gives them a chance. 1v2 is a possibility. He's a quad clutch on the board. And he's got an AWP in his hands as well. Got a smoke technically as well to work with. No around for fights. He knows that they've got to be coming via CT way now. Hold it on that pixel. No use on that T side, on that CT side, like you said. Got a double kit. They've got to isolate fights, and they're not giving themselves a hell of a lot of time here either. Swing in the corner. We'll get one more. Basher, surely not. Deagle pulled out. Can hear the hunt. The no-scope will connect. Basher with a beautiful quad clutch. That is monstrous.
Oh my goodness, Basher. I mean, the first kill, the flick over, is absolutely insane. And I really was thinking that 3v3 that there's just no way that Jordan could muster back into that B bomb set, especially after T4 gets the double kill to shut down the main rifles in that round. It's that shot right there to kind of get the bomb down, and from then on out, he plays on this dark angle so smartly, right? He holds on for just isolating one singular 1v1, giving him just a little bit more space to force that final player into his own crosshairs, and even still, to hit that final no-scope is a difficult task in and of itself.
Yeah, beautiful. It seems like it's spurred on the rest of the team a little bit. Francis will kickstart this one well. Spawns gets caught. I mean, Spawns 13-3. He had been loving life up until that point. It's a big kill to find early. How important Spawns has been. Lies, and the AWP getting another. Katie's really struggling. He is not finding any preferential fights, and realize going to get another. This round's done. Black Eagle's all that's left. A 1v5. This one's not happening.
Well, it looks like Basher's clutch has completely reignited the Jordan camp, and every single aim duel outright from Jordan there goes in their favor. It's not even necessarily anything brilliant in terms of the calling. It is just raw mechanics to get them over the line. And I mean, they've been trying so hard to get through that A split, and previously in those first 6 rounds of play wasn't working out for them. But of course, if you just win your aim duels, any real tactic is viable, right? So Jordan getting themselves that second round of the board with ease, and they'll be able to shut down Black Eagle right here and now. I'm okay. Yep. Sure. Let's go for a left, right. Good night there. BM. Wonderful stuff from Sprantos. Yeah, I mean, why not? You know, you're down 6-2. Who cares?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you can't have not to lose in that round at the very least. It was a guaranteed win regardless. But, yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it's spot on. That clutch from Basher sort of spurred them on a bit now. You know, they came into us that round. They looked so confident. They fight early. They're looking solid. And all in all, really, really good. So, you know, no complaints can be had from me. A 6-2 scoreline, and I mean, now it's a kind of a question mark about, can Jordan spiral positively? Can they, at least, start to utilize this well? Realize with the opener, I'm looking about now, if there was a loss here, and it was Jordan, you know, I'm just thinking, you know, foresight. If Jordan were to win it, it makes that Lebanon Syria game basically for all the marbles. It's only a 4-round. Oh, so, you know, Lebanon +4 off the back of that series. Jordan a -4. It's still pretty close. So if Jordan make, you know, a dominant showing here in this series, they're 2-0 it, don't drop that many more rounds after this, we're talking about how they can potentially even qualify, even if it's, you know, the only win they get.
The 4-round differential, man, that is razor tight, all things considered. So Jordan fighting for their lives here, potentially, in this qualifier. A chance to play at Chengdu. What an opportunity it would be. Again, we talk about how global this championship is, and it'd be just huge to get certain countries involved. And now, Jordan in the 4v4 have to battle back, 4-round deficit as well. It's just T4 here on this B bomb side, and Jordan have made the right move. They've made the right call to split into that second letter, and now they've got to just execute with 20 seconds left on the clock here.
Igorite going to come back forward. They might even get behind Sprantos, and Bastia going to get one apiece.
Beautiful.
They might call to save here. I mean, I know they're looking in for fights, but I'd be tempted to call this, and well, spawns will fall, and it looks like it's probably going to be the same instance for Sigma. Molotov comes down, and that's his cue to leave. Tail between the legs. He's out of there. Jordan, 3 in a row. Hey, that is not too bad at all.
A little bit of overconfidence, I'd like to think, there from Syria. I mean, when the bomb goes down there in that situation, I'm calling the save 100 times out of 10. And to me, I think that's more it's more a situation where the CTs think, okay, we're up 6-2, we're winning pretty much every aim duel. Maybe that round previous was an outlier and wasn't really the norm as this map has been going on, and they kind of get punished for it. Sigma as well. I hope he stays alive. Yeah, he does. Surely. Oh, 1 bullet away from death, man. That was tight. And now, look, even though they won 6 rounds in a row, CT economy is so fragile. Yeah. They're onto an eco now, and Jordan really has an opportunity to just even this up at the half. With how Anubis has tilted over to a little bit more CT-sided than it was when it initially came out, honestly, maybe that is something to work with if you're Jordan.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, man, this is... it's a bit of a calamitous showing in the last few from Syria. Oh, man, what a shot. Realize full blind, just instincts alone carrying him across in that one. Spawns was the AK, and he actually will get it in all fairness, and he's going to get a kill. The bomb spills forward too. Oh, my God. He takes so much damage, though, to the molly, to the nade. He swings into his demise. The bomb is recoverable.
Very dicey bomb tumble there. But it is recovered. T4 has an opportunity with backs turned, but I mean it is a ballsy call to push that smoke and then some, and he will not continue on. But I feel like the majority of the damage threat has been neutralized by Jordan. It is just these deagles to try and chime in. And KD has another opportunity again. Slow to start on this map of Anubis, and you definitely want him to start, but it's not going to be this round. It's all up to T4, and he can only find 1 on that AK saved over from Sigma. Black Eagle in the 1v3. Cannot find anything. Look, man, I think you should just be saving at this point, but realize we'll shut it down. Jordan will find themselves their 4th round on the board, and Syria will finally get their bye through. Pretty important round, all things considered, when it comes to round number 11 here, Neo. I really feel like in terms of how we speak about this half later on, it will really come down to this one here.
Yeah, I feel like this is a big decider of, are Syria actually going to recover a little bit and, at least guarantee the lead? That's kind of a bare minimum now of how well they started. Or is this going to be a tale about how things fell apart so rapidly? And, I mean, Jordan, this 4 rounds in a row is a really good show. And they win this, it kind of feels like they've got at least enough in their back pocket and so little in Syria's where economy will be shattered. We're talking about them probably getting a 6 on the board too. Oh my God, that is so lucky. So lucky. Taps the smoke. 2-tap Tony over there as he just sees him off. That is so fortunate. You take it every day of the week. And I mean, granted, KD does get caught again. And Sigma swings. I don't think you need to go for that one.
Yeah, that's a bit awkward, and Sprantos will continue the good work that Hunter showed off. He's got another kill on a silver platter, and a Black Eagle, and the spray is awry. That was their opportunity. Look at the low HP bars. This is such a winnable clutch for T4, but he's not being offered up too many bodies. Finally finds one. There's the second. Leaves it all on to Hunter, the man that opened up this round in the first place, and he will shut it down. Jordan climb back into this half after a grueling 0-6 start, and now they've got an opportunity to even the odds. Credit to Hunter.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's another round, though, where we look at it, and realistically, it never actually should happen. From the opening kill, Syria just overfight, overface, and they give chances to Jordan. This is Yeah, I mean, just poorly played. There's no two ways about it. I mean, even the fact that Jordan have got up to 5 is already a brilliant recovery, a brilliant half, and all the rest. I mean, it is... Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm looking at this now and just saying, what went wrong for Syria? Yes, they have a bye, which I guess is okay in the final round of the half, but 6-5 already for Jordan. I think in probably their eyes and most eyes, pretty happy how things have gone. Hunter, creeping up close here. 2 towards the B site. And Hunter gets caught back turn. That timing could have been better. But the AWP will respond with ease. No mid control. That's a risky peek for Spawn. Didn't even realize.
These trades coming through straight smoke spams are ridiculous. And Jordan, after the dust settles, still have themselves a 3v3. And KD has gotten a little bit of false information, clearing out dark side and not seeing really anything. Realize we'll move back over to try and clear out where these C shimmied on off to. But Syria also are kind of in the dark. They haven't really found out too much information, so it's kind of just a bunch of gambles on both ends of the equation. Everybody trying to vie for a little bit of map control and hoping that they can get away with it. And it's this A split that has worked so well for them in the tail end here. Backs turn, Razel and Realize combined. And it's all up to T4 here in the 1v3. He can't get anything done. Huge confidence booster here for Jordan as they piece together 6 rounds at the tail end of the half and look to kind of climb themselves back into serious map pick. What a turnaround here from Jordan.
Yeah, an absolutely ridiculous showing from Jordan. So much credit. And again, I've got to look at it and I've got to question Syria. What happened? What went wrong? I mean, KD's having, you hate to kind of beat a man while he's down, but an awful game. He keeps overfighting. He keeps facing those first duels. 1 and 9. It's not working. I think, buddy, let's just, let's rein it back in a tad, fella, shall we? We'll see what he can do on the T side. Maybe that's where he's one of those guys who's primarily a one-sided fella, but 6-all. Jordan, that recovery from me is, I mean, that could be already enough to kind of break the mental a little bit over towards Syria. You've had a pistol here. That should shatter it. All the confidence should fall apart for the Syrian side. Good play. Realize up close with the Julies. He needed a kill there. He doesn't get it. So Sigma and Spawns combine. That's the sight.
I mean, I don't know how they got up mid that quickly and wrapped into connector, but now Jordan have to reap the consequences. Bashar finds one on the way back, but sure, these HP bars are low. It's just going to be hard to get rid of spawns in dark, and he capitalizes 2 easy ones for him, and it's just Bashar. He had a huge 1v3, but this one might be a bridge too far. Players just not giving him the fights he's looking for, and with the shoe on the other foot, and him being on the defense, it's going to be that much more difficult. And T4, he'll break that 6-round streak for Jordan, get themselves back in the lead, and show why this map is a little bit more T-sided here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, thank God, all right, for Syria, who had really been in a pretty woeful showing of things. It was very, very damning how it was going. That, for my money, is at least the real silver lining. You found a pistol. You can now kickstart things once again. There's going to be kind of a not that much of a real buyout from Jordan. So this round kind of feels like a little bit of a throwaway. And Syria should take an 8-6 lead. That is workable. But man, how bad things went. I'm going to tentatively wait for the first full buyout from Jordan and make that the real judgment.
I don't like these half purchases from the CT side. You got Realize on 1200 and Bashar on 1650. But hey, I mean, if you're getting kills like that on the P250, why not? What do I know? Spawns are there for the trade. Hunter will just scamper off with this Galil. And Syria have to start making moves now. They don't want to allow for this Hunter aggression to spiral them outside of control. And that's where Spawns will try and take the map control into his own hands. He doesn't have that second player to potentially trade him out, so that could be walking into Realize's crosshairs. And Hunter will chime in with that Galil, so 3 players spotted out in mid should give enough of an indication to Syria that this B bomb site should be open for business.
Surely, right? Versus 3. AK And the Galil in the hands of Jordan. I mean, it's still relatively scary, though. No two ways about it. I mean, they're going towards the site, which is the main thing. On the cross, though,
What?
Hunter, with one of those scooped-up rifles, going to make it sing pretty loud as Sigma gets caught. There's so many jokes I can make about his name, but we'll come back to the joking and messing around later. It's one man, it's Tax, who's dropped. What have Jordan just done? They've converted basically an eco. Yeah, there was a couple of upgraded pistols, but more or less, Paladin, that wasn't really an investment. That's a bad one to lose for Syria.
Yeah, and I mean, you've got to give credit to Hunter. I mean, the proactivity to get the kill off of the A main aggression, move back over to mid to find a kill there, and then basically just get to that B bomb site as soon as possible. He's pretty much all over the map there, and he does so much work for Jordan to get themselves involved in that round. Of course, you've got to also have some question marks with Syria there as to how they weren't able to accelerate onto that B bomb site. A little bit of kind of lackadaisicalness on that side of the map suggests to me that they really weren't confident that they could have an open B bomb site, and now they kind of have to bear the brunt of that whole fiasco, really. All Glocks, you've got a couple of Deagles in play between Spawns and Black Eagle, but they're armorless. It's going to be hard to swing into these CT rifles, and Jordan looked to reclaim the lead. This is right down to the wire here, Neo, and I really admire the tenacity from Jordan to stay competitive within this game.
Yeah, Sigma, first of all, KD also as well. It's not very Sigma Alpha. I don't know which one's good. Beta, is that the bad one?
The beta's the bad one, I think. Yeah.
It's pretty beta of Sigma as he... I don't know. brain rot has got me.
We'll workshop it. We need to get a couple of those the folks that we have that love it. That Exner guy.
Yeah, that Exner guy.
He's pretty well
rotted.
versed.
Yeah. There's something wrong upstairs. I'll tell you that one for free. But it's a tough game still for KD. 1-12. Out here doing cardio.
15
Not
ADR, man.
I know, like. Come on. Damn, like, I'm not gonna lie, I feel like I think I could at least get like 30. You know what I mean? Like, I'd start baiting, you know what I mean, at this point.
See, I think the problem is right now is that KD understands where he's at in the scoreboard, and he's trying to overcompensate for it, and he's getting punished. This happens so many times at different levels of the game, even at the pro level, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah.
So I think KD just got to rein it in and play to his spots right now. But so far, it's been a huge talking point in terms of how Syria's collapsed here. And this confidence is starting to gain on Jordan as they get a 5v3, make that 4v3 now. And now, I mean, Syria, really, you've got to find a way to convert this, especially after Spawns finds that kill. This should be an 8th on the board here, Neo, unless something insane happens.
You're probably right. Hunter. I mean, there's even a world, honestly, to call for a save here. Just keep on what they've got. Maybe an exit, I think, is probably the only way I'd want to go about it. If I saw seeing them creep walk further forward here, I'd be a little bit annoyed. Thankfully, it looks like it's not going to be the case. So, it's all right. They're just going to keep on what they've got. They need it. They don't have... They have enough money, right, in terms of buy, but it's not enough to be taking risks. They don't have the long-term fund kind of locked down. So, yeah, for my eyes, don't take the risk here. Just keep on what you got. Galil's not even the worst thing in the world to keep alive.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Razel's on 900, and I mean, at this point, you can get an op-out as well if you want to for Realize. Maybe that's the little bit of a difference. If you want to go double op, you can, and that really all just comes down to, can you save these weapons? And they've gotten that done. So, Jordan making the tactically savvy decision, something that Syria wasn't able to do on that 6-round spell on the way back for Jordan. So, maybe that could be the reasoning as to how Jordan are able to close this map out. We'll wait and see, but this is that next buy to come in. And Syria, we'll see what the tactics are. The defaults have been pretty kind to them, all things considered, bar that one eco fiasco.
Yes, yeah.
But we'll see what they can do, especially Spawns, who's been getting a lot of space here in mid.
Question what they can do, Realize, and Basha gonna find the opening double. That's not gonna help. KD's gonna get caught spam through the smoke. There's so much damage, it's not enough to kill Hunter. At least it might help out the ADR situation. It's not going to help out the KD, though. I'll tell you that for free. 1 and 13. I'm going to keep mentioning it. I know it's bad, but, I mean, it's getting pretty damning. They, arguably, if they had a 5th player on the board here, they'd be at least making a bit of a conversation about this game. But right now, they're not.
Kevin Durant would not be happy with this scoreline.
No, he wouldn't.
Well, spawns now into the save. 1v5. Definitely not happening. But if you can keep this gun alive, that would be optimal in general. But Jordan, I mean, they've been on the back foot for pretty much this entire game, but the confidence on some of these players to play to their strengths is really impressive. I'm looking to Hunter off those A plays. I'm looking at Bashar for his lockdown plays on the B bomb site. And even on that T side, of course, you can't forget that clutch that kickstarted this entire campaign in the first place. And you've got a Jordan roster that have really come together in a time of severe need.
Tough for now. Time will tick down, and I mean, it goes down before time, I think, is the fortunate thing there. But Jordan take a little lead and get ever closer. Stealing away Syria's map pick, mind you. Anubis is the pick of Syria. So losing this will be pretty bad for the series. You go back into an investment. It's not the greatest. Tax only having a Tech 9. And, I hate to be that guy again, but AD, maybe you drop that AK over. Let's so it's all fun and games, but the map's on the line here, fella. I'm waiting for him to break the streak. It's been like a good 4 or 5 rounds. I think it was in the first half he got that kill, I'm pretty sure. He's
I think you're right.
Yeah, I think he was 1 and 7 or 8 at one point. So I'm pretty sure it was the first half. Waiting for him to get that elusive number 2. Nade. Doesn't actually break the smoke properly. And yeah, don't want to commit to that fight.
Instead they take damage the other way around. It would have been lovely to have that nade kicked open. They had the buddy system in place to at least go 1-for-1, but it doesn't work out. I mean, huge round in the ramification thing. The beautiful flash from Realize. Hunter again on this re-aggression off of A main. Nets him an opening 5v4 for his squad. Very lovely stuff there from him. And now again Syria on the back foot. I mean, they've got 4 rifles to deal with it, but no utility. One singular flashbang to get themselves involved in this round, and 50 seconds left on the clock. It's got to be this B play, especially with the split coming in. Bashar has been a huge linchpin in terms of Jordan's comeback. He's got to go big again, but it's Sprontos to find the first.
Corner. Oh, KD gets a second. There it is. He's going to trade it immediately, but kill's a kill. We'll take them all the same. 2 versus 2 and a chance. Retake, looking for the fights. If Hunter moves out and looks right, gets the kill, then he knows they're both. Oh, Sigma rips his head off. Beautiful shot. Last man's realized. I'm actually surprised he's actually even given it a go, honestly. Retake. Yes, he has a kit, but half HP and an orb. Yeah, get out of it. It's not worth it. Pulling away. Syria are gonna put another on the board, and 9 all. This game is far from over.
Oh, I mean, great call for that B split to come in, especially after they lost their main control. And it's very decisive in that take. They realized, look, man, it's an now or never, especially when we have dark control. We've got to take it with both hands and completely go in. They found the understaffed site, and they find themselves the necessary kills. So overall, I mean, Syria, the defaults have been kind to them, but it's Jordan's mechanical ability and their individuals that are stepping up to the plate to find kills back. This could really go either which way. I know, obviously, we're down at 9-9s right now. To me, that suggests that, we really haven't decided who that clear favorite is just yet.
Yeah.
And still another full buy available for both of these players. And KD has finally gone down to a MAC 10 here, Neo.
Yeah, big swing round here, though. Both sides don't really have stable econ after this one, so lose it. He's troublesome. No breathing kill as well will go the way of Spawns and his flame, or Sigma Master and his flame, as he finds Realize. So that's already a pretty important one.
Dude, that was 100-0. I think he sat in that the entire time.
Yeah, what happened?
That is unfortunate. I don't know how that happens, especially with the AWP. Sometimes you get kind of tunnel vision, and that's not and you just can't tell. But again, it's this B split, man. They've got continued dark control, and now Bashar, he's got to step up yet again. Wasn't able to do it in the round previous, but he's taking control. Tax goes down, and there's a team kill involved, and it's all down to Sprantos. 1v3 technically on this bomb site, and he's got to find a couple before he goes down. There's the first. Down to just 4 bullets left in the clip, and he can't find anything on the way out. But the cavalry has arrived. Razel is here, and KD has found another kill to add to his tally, but he's got to make it 5 if they want to confirm and keep this lead. There's another, and it's all onto Hunter. He's going to back the hell out of Dodge here, KD. Book it to the A bomb site, and Hunter will not be able to duel him.
It's a call that he basically cannot make. What is the choice in terms of how he wants to pull off this retake? I mean, he has a kit, he has full HP and a gun. I mean, you've got to give it a go. There's no two ways about it. You can't actually afford just to play off the back of the save call here. And it is against KD, right? In that sense, that might be a bit of a confidence booster, right? He's somebody who's on a bit of a slow game. Granted, a decent round here, but he might be feeling confident. He's not being too bad himself. KD sets up passively. He's not actually fully planted for himself, but Hunter on towards the site. A tap on towards the bomb and a stick might actually be good here. He's going to go for it. 2 seconds. Got to swing around that corner. He gets off the bomb. If he just held it, he wins the round. And now a tap on towards the bomb once again. He taps him down, but he doesn't have time. If Hunter had held the bomb there, he wins the round. But it's easier said with hindsight than anything. And that will be Syria finding a round. Clutch coming through from KD. Needed. Really, really big one. And Syria the first side to lock in double digits.
You know, this guy doubled his kills, and in that whole situation, that doubling up could be the reason why Syria wins altogether. And I think Anders has talked about this a lot. Sometimes it doesn't matter how few kills you have. If you can get those couple of kills to win your team the round, that can mean everything. You've done your weight. You've pulled your weight in that sense to get them over the line. And it's a really dicey situation now for Jordan. 5-7 for Sprantos, MP9 for Razel. This is just panic stations now if you're Jordan. After all that good work to pull it back in, your backs are now against the wall. But hey, sometimes this is where they've done their best work, Neo.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very true. It's such a weird investment, but it's actually potentially a scary one if the AWP gets a kill. Bashar will, thankfully, in response. Flash going to come over as well. Utah is one of the big things limited for Jordan in this round here, so they've got to really pick and choose how and where and when they use it.
All picked up for Sprantos. We're going to move back over to this A bomb site. It's a car crash coming in. The flash is good, and Hunter has to turn away. That means Razel is pretty much the only man that has to defend this A bomb site. Aggression from Bashar has been punished, and now Syria look to claim themselves their 11th round. Razel should be able to claim that rifle and, at this point, definitely save it. 11th pretty much confirmed at this point, and there it is. Syria, it was a little rocky on their road to recovery, but they found it nonetheless. That should be a full eco for Jordan. I mean, now you're pretty much in one of those scenarios where you either force buy here, you have a couple risky buys back-to-back, or you save in and you try to make the comeback of 3 rounds. How do you kind of approach the situation, Neo? Because personally, I think I would save.
Yeah, I'm all for the save here. I'd much rather you give it a go on the full buy. They're actually kind of not, though. I mean, Realize going down to a max. I mean, 2k. You don't need to go to... I know you've got a bit of loss bonus, but even still, yeah. I don't love the decision to go to the mag 7 here. I know it's pretty decent in this position, specifically indoors, but I'm not a huge fan of this. And I know the kill bonus is also very good as well, right? A lot of money you can get. You know, 1 kill... I mean, 2 kills basically funds it. 1 kill sets yourself up fine, but I'm not a huge fan of the Force. Here on the corner of the smoke. Yeah, gonna get caught. Sprantos just pushing through. It was a bit of a risky one with only the pistol. But I'm with you. I would much go low buy here and play for OT.
Well, I do remember seeing Simple get 4 kills off of this very position, so maybe he can do it. Who knows? So, doesn't look to be the case for right now. They've just left Realize on an island in mid, and they've stacked on this B bomb site. They're going to try to burst their way in. Utility looks good, but Bashar still finds a kill on that dastardly Deeg. Still an opportunity here to maybe quell the invaders, but Black Eagle will finally find a kill to break the Camel's back. Spawns will chime in as well. Spawns with a double. And now it's just that lowly Mag 7. And this is pretty much the worst circumstance you can have a shotgun in. One where the distance is the longest of ranges, and you will by no means get a free kill into the palm of your hand. So I guess save it, and you're going to have to play with it in the next round here, realize.
Yeah, maybe get some util around it, some armor and all the rest. But, I mean, it has the armor, maybe a bit of head armor, but even then, is it even really worth it? Who knows? Not against AKs traditionally. There is an M4, though, in the hands of Sigma. But this Syria, now on their map pick, getting up towards map point, may I say, which is the main thing that they did need. I think, you know, one point it was looking a little shaky. They kind of did lose control of this game for a while as well. All that matters, just closing it out. The T side is where they've done the bulk of their best work. And I guess it probably comes down to on the other side too, Jordan. If it wasn't so slow of a start, it may be a different conversation now, late in towards the game itself. But that's all easy to say with hindsight. What matters most is when it mattered most. We didn't see this Jordan side step up at the start when they really needed to. They took a long time to get online, and while they may have made something out of that first half, it fundamentally hasn't been enough, as Syria really ran away with this T side. Looking in towards the buy, they've got M4s out, which is good. Looks like Realize are going to be keeping hold of that Mag 7, of course, with the util, the kit, and the head armor. You just go for the head armor around it, but it still, for me, feels like quite a big ask. Even if, for example, Syria are to lose this round, but they kind of take 3 or 4 players down from Jordan with them, they're going to just kill the money over towards the CT side. It's a, you know, a brutal cycle that they're basically stuck in.
Yeah, it's only 3 rounds the difference, but those 3 rounds are going to be the hardest rounds in this game to pull it back into overtime if they are able to get there. And yeah, as you said, unfortunately, 6 rounds on the T side just isn't enough, right? It just isn't in this modern day. And they're kind of having to, even though they've had the mental edge in certain rounds, they've had some confidence from players like Bashar and Hunter, sometimes the T side can just overwhelm you, and we'll see what the game plan is here. Spawns to take that aggressive mid stance yet again. He's done this quite a bit. He's mollied off that close angle on the doors, so a couple of key angles cleared out there by the Syrian. And now Razel will have to kind of slow down this attack, slow down the forces of Syria. At a minute 13 left on the clock, they're already up to the base of mid. This is a tough situation for Jordan and then some.
Yeah, that's for sure. Boost Stow from Sprantos is good. Black Eagle going to get caught. Hazel takes a decent tag inside of that minute mark, and then they start to pounce, and Spawn is crisp as all hell. Nice shot. Make that 2. Yes, sir. Spawns. Beautiful little double tax will add to the tally as well. And I think it might be safe to say this one's on the way out. 4 versus 2. Red carpet being rolled out for the map. Sprantos trying desperately to deny, as KD will get caught via that smoke. But it's a 2 versus 3. Man disadvantaged. Retake on the cards for Jordan to stay alive. I don't think it's a possibility. Long rotate. All the way through water towards main, and then met with a Molotov to make their life even worse. Tax up close. They've got to try and fight him, but they've got no flash, so he's not going to be forced off the angle here. And he could be able to line them up. Isolate. There's the first. Runs out of ammo for the second, but a 1v2. All they have to do is play time. Paladin, this one is done. They know it. They know it. They don't even really need to be too audacious with it. Tapping towards the corner. Just drop a smoke to try and get on that bomb. Do we know what it is, though?
Oh,
Basher?
no,
we don't know where it is. It's not planted for where you drop that smoke, fella. He will fall at the end. He thought it was the main plant. He was wrong.
Oh, that is so unfortunate there from Bashar. But hey, at the end of it all, Syria, it really just came down to that huge. It's a game of clutches, to be completely honest with you. You had the big clutch on the way out for Bashar in the 1v4 to kickstart the campaign in terms of the comeback on that T side for Syria, for Jordan's side of things, and then it was KD on the other end for Syria to kind of lock them back into place and say, okay guys, we are the better team here, we are the better defaulting side, and take it over the line. So credit to them. I think that they showed that at the end of the day they were the better Anubis team. But hey, Jordan kept it close. I'm not going to rule this series out of the question just yet as we move over to Ancient. That is the map where they showed the best promise, at least against Lebanon.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is, for me, I look at this and give it a chance. I was looking across some of the stats as well. With that map being relatively close, this group's still open. I mean, we said it was only got kind of 4-round difference. If we're able to push it to a third, and we talk about a relatively even third, then we're talking about possibilities here. I'm keeping my eyes open, though. I don't think it's the most kind of damning thing in the world, but the Syria, I look at it, for me, the big thing. 6-1 up, choke out the half, and it goes to 6-all. That wasn't good enough. And then when we went into that second half, again, Syria really just showcased what they could kind of do. There was these back and forths here with momentum, and I think the big thing is for Syria, they just didn't maybe have all the individuals constantly online as well. You know, KD, he got caught a couple of times, which was a little bit janky, but I don't know. This is a weird one for me. I'm looking towards the second map. I think you're right. The veto in itself looks like it potentially could have been posture basically on paper for a third map, but with the inconsistencies of both sides, I'm not sure if I'm 100% sold here, basically either way.
Yeah, I don't think it's the most decisive win from Syria. It's the one that just got them over the line.
Yeah.
You got to look towards Spawns to do a lot of heavy lifting. Black Eagle had a couple rounds of his own as well, so same for Sigma. But again, it's all flashes. There's not key consistency from them, and that's what the worrying thing is for me. I think that Jordan really does have a way back into this series. I think that they still have the individuals, regardless of not having Issa and still having an off-ish game from Realize. You still had Bashar, you still had Hunter, showing that they have the confidence to kind of put themselves on the map. And who knows, maybe we move over to Ancient and they get that little bit more of an edge for a couple more of their individuals, and they can overwhelm Syria. So I think the series is far from over, and as you mentioned, if they can keep this close, if they can keep this tight all the way throughout and maybe push this to a third, maybe win that third map, this is not out of the realms of possibility. This group could really just come down right down to the wire now.
Yeah, absolutely. At the end, though, as well, I mean, coming through, like you mentioned, Spawn's 30 kills to his name. Bit of individual brilliance, has to be said, from him. Not bad from Bashar 21. He had a couple of really key moments, especially to start things off for Jordan, but they really run out of steam towards the tail end. And this is the big thing for Jordan. They feel quite momentum heavy, whether it's for better or for worse. When they had that momentum, you know, they're very good to play, you know, chaining rounds together. They were very difficult to play against, and Syria couldn't find a way to really kind of break this deadlock. And then when things weren't going their way, that's when I worried for them a little bit. We were looking at them where they were struggling to break any sort of deadlock. They weren't even really scratching the surface in that second half for a long time as well. So it is one of those things for Jordan. If I want to see a chance for them, if I want to look in towards map number 2 and say, you know, given the benefit of the doubt, they've got to start well. Just round's going to come through, kind of no questions about it, and then we've got to try and make something work off the back of it. Rifle's got to get out of the way early. We've got to start basically trading some consistency together. It's a big ask because that Syria team are no joke, and we've just seen. But all in all, for now, good start for Syria. Questions, of course, can they continue to map number 2? We'll have to wait and see. We're going to throw us onto a break. When we are back, map number 2 on the screens. I need a piss.
Oh, sweet.
Sweet. I need a piss. Welcome. How we doing, ladies and gents? Map number 1 was pretty exciting. Back and forth at times. Couple of question marks about certain decisions that were made and certain plays coming through. But what we look at is actually now a very competitive map number 1 and the opportunity for that to continue in towards maps 2 and 3. Both of these sides are, you know, at least in terms of their individual kind of mechanics, with 30 kills going through for spawns, pretty damn solid from him. So I'm hoping that we get to see a little bit more of that heading in towards map number 2. The big thing is about survival now for Jordan. I think, you know, for them, they need this victory. There's no two ways about it, right? You know, if they don't take it, that's it. They're not going to be in contention. If they are able to pick up a win, there's still a chance they can qualify towards the Asia Championships in Chengdu, China. If they lose, they go 0-2, guaranteed they cannot make it. So, yeah, it's big. And then on the other side as well for Syria, they've got 2 games back-to-back. They've got Lebanon waiting in the wings. You already beat Jordan in a 3-mapper. A bit of a close, weird 3-mapper. So the question on the other side is basically, you know, for Syria, can they use this and spiral into potentially success here and success in the next one and guarantee their spot?
Yeah, it's a very weird situation for all 3 of these teams, right? I mean, the round differentials are so close. We could be in a situation where all of these teams have 1 win and 1 loss at the end of it all. So this game could be decided by margins in terms of how these victories are coming through. So for Syria, you want to get this done and dusted right here, right now. You want to close this out in 2 maps and get that comfortable first victory on the board. If you're Jordan, of course, keeping it as competitive as possible, trying to push it through a 3rd, that's the optimal situation. So, I mean, even if, you know, these games are kind of blowouts in a sense, you want to keep the round differential as tight as possible. So keep an eye out for that. We'll kind of try to keep track of that as we continue on within the tournament, within the qualifier. And a reminder that a lot of these teams are getting eliminated. You know, like this is not going to be easy to kind of swallow for all these teams. And a chance to play in Chengdu, that opportunity alone is just a very, very ripe one. To go all the way there is also super exciting. I think Chengdu is a lovely city. And again, LAN play is unmatched. You and I both know just casting in a LAN studio, in a LAN environment is something else. You could only imagine what it's like to play in that kind of environment itself as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. I also think as well, for me, Group B, the group we're currently in, I think is actually the stacked group. I think on the other side,
for sure,
no offense to them, I think Qatar are a little bit weaker in that one. And, you know, for example, that one feels like not a free win, but definitely an easier win, kind of on paper. They already had a pretty tough one where they played off against Iran. It was a rough series, you know, 13-5, 13-2. There wasn't too much of a competition there. So I think, you know, with how decent Palestine are, and Palestine, they've already beaten Iran as well. They've got that game coming up next, of course, against Qatar. That was probably, on paper at the very least, going to be pretty quick, right? So, yeah, you know, I look at that and say, I'm feeling pretty hopeful that we're probably at least going to see Palestine locked in for Group A. It's actually Group B is the one that does remain completely undecided. You could have already touched on it. There is a real possibility that all 3 of these teams could have 1 win, 1 loss. If that does happen, round differential is huge. And off the back of that first series as well, between Lebanon and Jordan, there was not that much round difference. It was 13-2 map 1, then 13-0 the other way map 2, and then a 13-7 to close it out. So the round difference is pretty minimal, all things considered. It's only +4 for Lebanon, -4 for Jordan. So good game here. If Jordan are able to reverse sweep it comfortably, that can give them good round differential. The other side, for Syria, get a win over Jordan. If they do it in 2, do it with relatively clean maps as well. Kind of like that one. Deny them even getting to double digits. Give yourself a lot to work with. But we'll have to wait and see. We are live in towards map number 2. Syria starting on that T side. Jordan on the CT side.
So that round differential of 4 right now is where we sit out between these 2 squads. We'll see if that balloons or shrinks as Ancient continues, but here we go. Aggression into the cave from Realize. Beautiful little flash there. I think that was from the T's, and Realize will double down. Razor will chime in, but there spawns to chime back in with a double of his own. Still an opportunity here for a potential plant to go down, and will be confirmed by Sigma. And that means that the shoe is now on the other foot. Even in the man disadvantage, you could still dig yourselves out of this one if you're Syria. And that's a beautiful little tap there from Spawns. Make it a quad kill. On for the ace. Can't convert it. Sigma's there to back it up. And Syria find themselves the pistol.
Yeah, good work. Really good work. Spawn again, man. This guy is so damn crisp. so talented. Keeps showcasing exactly why. I mean, a really, really good map number 1. He gets a quad kill to kickstart the pistol. That needs to be focus number 1. The primary target here for Jordan is making sure they can stop spawns in some way. They've got to slow him down. They can't let him just keep running right the way he is, because, I mean, he's on absolute fire right now. Want to know, as we start things off, a little bit of a lesser buy. They're going to go for a quick play here. He's going to barrel in towards the site. It's realized with a pistol on A, and he's going to fall to the hands of KD's Mac 10. This round, I think, safe to say, Paladin, is already done.
Hey, look, KD's right off the mark in round number 2.
Let's go.
Honestly awesome to see. Make that a double. You're already at a great point. Let's make that 3. Come on, why not? There you go.
King.
And yeah, there's your upgrade as well.
I don't know, okay, yeah. Get those ecos, my king. I mean, I think 5 he ended on in towards map number 1, so he's most of the way there, in all fairness. 60%, so just a couple more. Got plenty of rounds to do it. We're hopeful for a bit of a resurgence. You know, I think you're right when we look towards map number 1 from him, where because he was struggling, he was really trying to force it, and in doing so actually kind of, you know, spiraled downwards. He actually just needed to slow down and wait for the opportunities to rise, and he kind of didn't. So he started confident towards this one. Pop flashing towards mid. Oh, really great as Black Eagle flies into the fight, and Sprantos flies into his demise. Alongside Realize, he gets caught by the AK, and Spawns will get 2. He's gifted that second, in all fairness, as Hunter just walks straight to his death.
Yeah, that is unorthodox from Jordan in terms of their mid control, but Syria is there to punish in kind. Very well done in general. From Spawns especially, tripling up in this round here. And that leaves it all to Bashar, who should be looking to save, but at this point, that's not to be the case. Gives a dink out to Sigma, but the kill comes the other way. So the T's start out on this 3-0 start. And Jordan, I mean, sure, it is your own map pick, but that buy round really left a lot to be desired, Neil.
Yeah, no, absolutely. There really just wasn't all too much that we can sit there and say that was decent, right? They just got isolated, you know, pushing smokes with no util behind them, so they're just dying with ease. I mean, Spawn's given kind of a pretty simple opening double there via mid. It could work. I mean, this is the big thing. You know, Syria, they have those individuals to be able to play this like a Pargan. So far, they are. The pistols, they were fumbling around to get up on towards the boost, but they actually will get their kill. It's a little messy. It's still a 2 versus 2, and there actually is guns down, in all fairness, if they want to kind of move towards main and pick them up.
Yeah, ballsy call to just send it straight into A, and Jordan find themselves a way back into the round. They aren't able to recover rifles, considering they're at the base of A main, and that's where you have Tax still waiting. They're going to boost up, head spotted, so they should be aware that both of these players are still here, but fighting behind the Molotov. That's a bit brazen from Tax. Now, Spawns again has to do a little bit more of the heavy lifting here in the 1v2. Has an opportunity to reroute to that B bomb site or wrap into A from Donut. A lot of options open, but to make matters worse here, Neo, Jordan have recovered 2 rifles.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Just got guns to work with.
Oh, he's a dead man.
He's got to be. He might get around the corner. He actually has just escaped. I can't believe it, in all fairness. He's just got away. And he's rapping, but they're coming back towards Donut. No, they're going towards Red. But at the very least, when he plants here in a second, they should know, unless they go back towards B, is the big thing. Oh, he's planting 4 CT. It couldn't be a worse plant position. He didn't know, in all fairness. He took a gamble. He was maybe expecting to be in towards Donut. Doesn't matter. Jordan get there first. Little scrappy. And I think it's not so much that Jordan did so well in that round, it's that Syria just played so poorly.
Yeah, it's a ballsy call, but even in the 2v2, trying to play behind Molotovs like that, it's less than ideal. And Jordan capitalizing on the mistakes of Syria, the overzealousness on that eco, and they'll capitalize and get themselves their first. Now, does that spiral them back into a winning hand is the real question. They're going to try their hand at mid control, but edging his spawns as they find himself. One KD will chime in Sigma from the other end. And it's actually this B-bomb site that has fallen. It's only Sprontos to hold on, but the bomb plant will be confirmed. And Sprontos, Bashar, questions to be had here as to whether or not they want to go for this.
It's true. I honestly don't know if you do, especially now. KD gets one, looks for another, and he'll get it. Nice little double. Already,
6.
He's already superseded what he did towards map number 1, so we're happy. I think it was just a bad map rather than a bad player. I think it's probably the vibe I got from it. You know, a lot of mistakes and I think probably a bit of a deteriorated mental state off the back of, you know, you get a few kills not go your way, you get a little tilted, and you know, it spirals as we always like to say. But hey, cannot complain. Now 3-round buffer, Syria looking very good, and everybody having at least for the most part their little in routes. Tax hasn't done too much, but he hasn't really been called upon by that one instance where he fought behind the Molotov. No buy here. Well, unfortunately, going to attack pause. It looked like we were just about to get live in towards round number 6, but we pumped the brakes briefly.
Do you have any fun facts for me about any of these countries? I know you were doing that for the African teams.
Fun facts about any of these not about the countries. I got fun facts on deck, you know, like about anything.
Yeah. Give me a fun fact. Give me a fun fact then.
Okay, did you know that so for example, us as Counter-Strike commentators, that people look more attractive when they speak about something they're interested in when they speak about something not, and it's like a innate thing in your brain. Like, so, you know, for us, we are very interested in Counter-Strike, so for people watching us, we look more attractive than if we were speaking about, like, I don't know, like politics, for example. I don't know. We don't want to.
Are you rizzing up chat? Are you rizzing up chat, as the kids say?
Especially with you know, Sigma in and about, right? I'm Sigma beta rizzing right now. I'm losing it. The tech board is over.
Get this man off the broadcast.
But there you go. There's a fact for you. I can bring some more next time we have a pause of some sort. In towards mid, however, Hunter gonna bring some Riz of his own. Counter-Strike Riz as he drops KD.
Oh, that's a good 5v4 for Jordan to find. And Sigma, he'll try to trade it out, but Jordan are adapting. They're not aggressing completely into that mid control. They'll hang back on a pocket side. They'll hang on to donut control and play about it that way. Which means Cave is the next port of call for the Syrian squad. There's a little bit of a dink there for the back of Black Eagle's bullets. And Sprontos will double down himself. So Jordan gaining a little bit of steam here, regardless of that tech pause or not. And Syria have kind of slowed down. They've pumped the brakes in a bit and have been punished pretty much everywhere on the map here.
Yeah. Wait on the corner of the MP9. He'll see it off. Nice and easy. Nice and simple. Cannot really complain. And you know, I think there was a little bit of typing in that round, and there might have been some sort of a pause, but it actually looks like it's more of a tactical pause than a technical one. There isn't the best money across the board for Syria. It's maybe enough to work with to squeeze out a buy, but at least Sigma's gonna have to take a bit of a hit if that is the case. So we'll see what they do. Finances aren't exactly fully fleshed out, but I'll give you another fact. Why not? Did you know that more Monopoly money is printed every year than real money around the world?
You know what? I believe that.
Yeah.
I do believe that. It's not something you think about, though. You
Sure.
know, like you're not like actively thinking about Monopoly money. But hey.
Or I got another one for you. Do you know who's the biggest producer of tires in the world?
Tires?
Yeah.
No.
Lego.
Lego?
Yeah.
Wow.
There you go.
That's cool as hell.
There you go. There you go. What do you know with Nair? We've got tech pauses, so you know I got these on deck.
Keep it going. Keep it going.
Oh, okay. I got a weird one I saw yesterday. Did you know? So you know how we like smile when we're like taking a picture. You know, people say cheese, we smile or whatever. Do you know that smiling on camera is not a thing we did normally? You know, it was all part of an advertising campaign by Kodak. So before that, people would just take a picture straight faced or whatever. So if you look at old pictures, for the most part, people aren't smiling in them. They're just kind of, you know, straight-faced and whatever, right?
Yeah.
It's only now that we default to smile on camera or whatever because Kodak did an advertising campaign saying because they wanted their product to be like happy. They wanted people to like be associated to Kodak and happiness. So people smile for photos. There you go. The more you know. The more you know.
Shout out Big Camera.
Shout out Big Camera on the one time. I'll give you another one. Do you know armadillos when they have kids? Oh yeah, they have like, I don't even know what little armadillos are even really called. I'm just gonna go with armadillos. They always only have 4 of them, and they're always the same gender. There you go.
Wow,
boom.
That's kind of crazy. I mean, can you imagine the armadillo father just being so pissed that he got 4 girls?
Yeah. He wanted to raise the next generation NFL armadillo, Titan.
Exactly.
Already got the shoulder pads built in, kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah, we were in a bit of a tech pause. It seemed something over towards Syria. I think a couple of people dropped out after they died. I saw them kind of DC and reconnect back in a couple of times. So maybe something of an internet issue or something of the sorts. So yeah, we can run through it. Do you know Cleopatra lived closer to modern day right now than she did to when the pyramids were built?
Huh.
There you go.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Closer to right now than she did to when the pyramids were built. So there you go. More you know. Albert Einstein never learned how to drive a car.
I'm better than him. I knew I was better than him.
I knew it. I'm not. I still haven't learned.
Whoa.
Okay.
Big kill from KD. Doubles up as well. I mean, those are some flash little Tech 9 kills. And Spawns finds another. So fast pace out of the tech pause gives Syria an opportunity to capitalize.
So now, a little double entry. Giving them space. KD feeling confident, man, which is good to see. And it's left down to 2, and they're just going to pump the brakes. This is actually the right way to go about it. Just call for a little pause. Not anything too special. And a trade going 1-for-1 like that is fine. Absolutely fine. Still the numbers advantage for Syria.
Ooh. They've given a little bit of a sound cue. I think Hunter could have heard that. Yeah, and he's kind of turning his attention to B main as well. But here comes the play. Buddy system in full effect. Sigma doesn't have any armor, so he should be the one to swing out the first. But the spacing is just a little bit too off. And Hunter will punish and then some. Unfortunate circumstances there from Syria. But you've got to be a little bit more tighter in your call there.
Yeah, the trade has to be... the spacing was a little bit off. He got time to... little burst headshot, reset, same thing again. Got to make it a 1-round game. Pretty good one, all in all. I mean, it started slow for Jordan, but they are, right back into it. And in all fairness, on the other side as well, that was kind of a no-buy or a very limited investment coming through from Syria. Talking Tech 9. They made a bit of a conversation about it, so I don't think they're too annoyed. Probably the way I'd expect them to be feeling. Spawns. In this opening fight, if you want anybody taking opening engagements, will be him. That's a mean dink on towards Sigma.
That's a good kill for Hunter to find as well. This opening barrage of utility down lane has been just terrible for Syria in the grand scheme of things. And they're going to continue to try and extend this aggression. But the crossfire is here between Sprantos and Razel. And now Syria... undermanned and then some. 2v4 necessary for them to overwhelm. And with a minute 5 left on the clock, it's just going to be a long save if I had to guess. Unless Tax can somehow break this high-low setup, this is one of those that is just impossible to find the double kill. And yeah, he will go 1-for-1. And now it's just KD in the clutch. Oh.
He's still clutching. Just a few seconds after. Yeah, I think, for him, it's more of a, a save than a clutch.
Yeah,
it's more a question of if he can save, I think, is probably the way I'm feeling about this, because easier said than done. Not actually the easiest map in the world to save on Ancient. It's a little bit confined. Not a huge amount of corners you can kind of tuck yourself into. He's actually opting not to scope as well, because he wants to give away no sound cues. I think with the 15 seconds left, as long as he doesn't push too far forward, he should be fine here. might be tempted. Oh, now he's been spotted. That'll change things. Gonna look in. Ross gets his. KD looking for a second. Time ticking. Don't die for time here. Oh my god, stay alive. Get out of there. He's gonna die. He's going to die. And he's falling off the time. He pushed a little bit too far forward. I know he was getting flanked, but you actually want to be playing. There's a reason why basically everybody plays over towards spawn, because it is the safest place in kind of quotation marks to go to. Tight square now, though. It's not bad.
Now you're in just like the weirdest spot if you're Syria, because $50 in the bank account of KD means, do you buy here? Do you try to get the economy on the same page? You play the next buy round with him understaffed. I think it's going to be the latter option, but again, this initial utility down lane is going to be so hard to deal with. They're just going to try to pop in to this B bomb site, and I think they have an opportunity to potentially catch players in transition. Sigma will find one and a double, and Sigma will triple down with the deagle. That is absolutely insane there from Sigma. A bomb plant recovered, and now into the 2v2.
Doable. I mean, bar KD having just a Glock. Potentially doable. He needs some serious luck here, and it doesn't work out for him. Sigma, ace clutch. Have you got it in yet? Really good start to this round, and he has a decent position, to be fair, to be able to item. It's a left eye peek for Hunter, but he's going to find him. I mean, Sigma, no armor, so it was asking a lot. Honestly, though, 3 kills in a bomb plant, I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I'd 100% be happy with that. That is fantastic work from Sigma. 6,250 in his bank account. So if he wants to drop over and up to KD, that is on the cards, and he will. Actually, yeah, he will. But there it is. All that economic woe will be put to the side just because of those 3 kills in the bomb plant. So nice that Syria were able to get that kind of silver lining. But it's the rounds that are important. 3 rounds to go here in this first half, and really necessary in terms of Syria, especially after the good start that they had. A lot of confidence built up, a lot of momentum as well. They've all kind of been swiftly ripped out from under them because of the success from Jordan here. They've got themselves mid-control as well, so a lot of space for Jordan to rest on their haunches here, and a lot of work for Syria to do in the mid-round.
You're right. The quiet one. Over 15 on the clock. Nothing really on the cards, at least for now. Grouping for a mid-take here. It's probably going to be a split. The question is where. Do they try and wrap it towards B? They default back towards A. A's had its problems, in all fairness, for Syria. B at least feels like where they've got a bit more of a look in. Doubling back. Towards mid, the bomb collecting taking the long route. This is now, you know, with this sort of timing on the clock, as it runs all the way through the spawn, it is a commit. You don't really have the time to double back, so they have to commit to this. They've got to try and get a bit of red room control as well, just to cut off rotations, which they're doing as Black Eagle. Leading the charge, as Tack's going to be the one to first pop in towards Donut. Sub 30 seconds. I'm sure they've probably got to be expecting a bit of a play here, based on timing. Hence why smoke comes down towards main. Now they're the steps. Pre-fire is good. For one, Basher. Molotov comes down actually perfectly timed to keep KD at bay. Might be able to get his kill, and he will.
Ooh.
Him and Sigma combine. That's the sight.
Dude, I was really worried there with how close they were running down the clock, and sending 3 players into a red room flank is something I don't see all too often, but it doesn't matter when Sigma and KD are hitting the shots like these. It's all up to Razel now in the clutch. 1v4 necessary, but that'll not be the case. 5th round locked and loaded for Syria as they find a way to win the round. They find a way to split into that A bomb site, and sure, it's a little risky, but hey, it pays off at the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. 5-all. That's square. We had a 6-all half in towards our map number 1, and, you know, second half maybe was far from being even, but this one so far is pretty back and forth. There's no, I don't know about you, but no side, at least for my money right now, that actually feels like they're in control of this. It's maybe a little bit towards Syria in terms of the way in which they're finding some of these T-side rounds, but it doesn't really feel like it's one-sided at all. It feels very even, very hard to call, especially when that second half would start.
Yeah, definitely so. Realize we'll find an opening 5v4 and mid control, so key kill to find there from the Jordanian Opper. Oh, this is crazy from Spawns. I don't know how he's still alive at this point. Getting peppered down through bullets and utility, and finally Hunter will quell him. And now Syria in the 3v5 have to dig deep. This 5-7 from Sprantos never even had to come into question. I was going to talk about the kind of difficulties in terms of the economy for the CT side and how there's a real opportunity for Syria to bounce back and get themselves 7, but it's not really to be the case at this point, especially considering how little utility that they have, how little map control that they have, and now as more time rots off the clock, even the kind of time in the round as well, with 40 seconds left.
Swing is good from Tax. Realize will fall. Time is of the essence, though, you're right. Asher's trying to say a fight, and he will for a second, but he gets his head absolutely ripped off his shoulders. Bomber can go down. Planted opens. The best place to plant in this situation. Now a 2 versus 3 in the post plant. Numbers favor Jordan. AD looking for fights, looking for people flanking. He's going to realize sooner rather than later that there is nobody in that direction. Go back and support your teammate on site is the play. Here's them. Finds with a good flick. Sprantos will fall. Tap on towards the bomb. No commit now. They know where he is. Tried to isolate, but thankfully a good trade coming through. And there's just about enough time, I think. Yeah, there is enough time coming through for Jordan on the defuse. Close, but no cigar. That's going to be, at the bare minimum, a guaranteed tied game for Jordan. Maybe even a lead.
They were really hoping that the player in Temple would find at least one kill to pull over the attention, but it's not enough. KD did so much in that round with the sniper. A lot of impact from this guy here on map number 2. 14-7, 134 ADR. Night and day between Anubis and Ancient. You know, we harped on him in terms of the negatives. We've also got to lift him up in terms of the positives as well on the other side of the equation. So really credit to him to at least show this much impact, not only on the second map, but on the T side as well. It's hard as an operator on this map to kind of show that kind of impact, and you're kind of seeing that and then some.
Yeah, he's looking good. I really cannot complain at all. 14-7 for KD. I mean, it's actually the rest of the team that are slowing down a little bit. Spawn's not exactly electric the way he was in towards Anubis. You know, Black Eagle, one of the bigger names, I guess, in the server, struggling. No two ways about it. 3-7. On the other side, Hunter and Sprantos doing a bulk of the work. I mean, you look at their kind of kills, and it doesn't maybe look like it should be a close game, or even in favor of Jordan, with the majority of them are on single digits. And Bashar is actually being quite important for this team, is having minimal impact, but it's working. The retakes have been solid. 6-5. Syria want to try and get at least 6, but they've all been spotted. They now know where this bomb's heading. Sprantos, Rizel, 1 apiece. However, the response is good. It's clean.
Oh, Razel's still there on the flank, but look at that aggression from KD. Confidence to take over Cube, and now it's just up to Razel in the 1v2. It's a very doable one, mind you. He's got a lot of utility to expend. A couple of well-placed nades could spell disaster, but it just goes a little bit too wide. KD tucked into the corner, finds a necessary kill to get this down to 6 apiece. It was close. It was back and forth, but again, it's very similar to that of Anubis, where on the understaffed half of the map that they're on, they get enough rounds. You know, on Anubis, they found 6 rounds on the CT side. Here, they find 6 rounds on the T side of Ancient. To me, they are in the driver's seat and the favorites to close this out into pretty much in most of these scenarios.
Exactly. I'm interested now as well when I look towards this pistol round. I think, you know, for Jordan, they've got to try and change things up. I probably want to see a quick one. If they try and default slow, I think things can be pretty dicey. Just try and overwhelm. Try and see if you can get towards fights early. They're opting, actually, though, to pump the brakes. Sometimes these worry me, these sort of pistol rounds. I know it seems maybe a little loose in the playstyle, but these super quick ones is where you put the majority of the pressure on, because you give time for rotations to come through on site. Black Eagle maybe needing more than one, but at least he does get one, because Spawns is going to find one through the smoke. Struggling to cross on towards the site comfortably. Numbers favor Syria now. Bomb will go down. This isn't a bad little spot here. Realize trying to play behind the smoke up close. KD on for the big flank as well. first fight. They're lining up. He runs out of ammo. Sigma has no bullets. He actually has no bullets in the gun. He's actually trying to do with the knife. Thankfully, Tax can bail him out. There's nothing in the USP, but thankfully it doesn't make a difference. And that is going to be Syria getting their 7th on the board and starting that pistol well. It's good that we see Jordan at least get the C4 down, but all in all, the round is all that really matters.
Yeah, the flank was good there from KD on those dual Berettas, but even though Sigma runs out of bullets, it's the fact that he stays alive and doesn't give away that body, which is so important. Jordan trying to chase after that very easy kill, supposedly, but it was to their own demise, basically just spelling disaster. And I like this from Jordan, saving here, not purchasing in. You know the round differential is very close at this point. Why not just play for a healthy buy in the third?
Yeah, we shall see. Black Eagle, KD, nice easy openers for them. I'll take him every day of the week. Like you said, low buy. This one, we're not going to read too highly into it. Not expecting really all too much. Eagle should get one here, and he will with the MP9. Good money in the back pockets as well. You'll take it. And the M4 at range, now he can start to see things off from Red Room. Last guy in towards mid, and a flawless round coming through for Syria. Super simple, super easy. And yeah, this is exactly how you want to kickstart your CT side. This first gun round now, out for Jordan, it's not must win, but it's pretty important. They don't, they're going to be at a worrying deficit in all fairness.
Yeah, the momentum that you can gain from a CT pistol conversion into the first buy round is staggering on this map. I mean, I can't tell you how oppressive it can be when you try to run out of the T doors into lane and get hit by 2 nades and a molly, and you're down to 20 HP in your next buy round. So it is very important here for Jordan to try and claim this one in round number 15. Mid control established for the CT side, and it's aggression down cave, a kill for Black Eagle, but the B bomb site has fallen.
Black Eagle. And around that smoke, I mean, the bomb down is the big thing. He's looking the gun. Remy actually will find that Galil. Bomb down, it rolled forward. I mean, this is now a super strong setup. Spotted in towards shelf spawn. Gonna get one more. No one in towards mid. He'll realize now this is very important. Actually, an AK there, I think. Spawns to work with. Maybe not. He's looking for it at the very least. But that bomb spilling forward is damning. I don't think Jordan really can do anything to get back into this. The crossfire is immaculate. Hunter's about to figure out just how strong it is as they all fall. Pardon, that couldn't have got worse. That first fight where the bomb spills forward, that is the round done from, you know, an engagement within the first 10 seconds.
It's unfortunate to say that, like, maybe it's hindsight, but, like, having the last player have the bomb in your sight hit is not ideal.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's necessarily, like, something that you should particularly calm. I think that's just something that you know, like, inherently. Yeah. But I mean, I've seen it so many times on like Dust 2, perhaps. Like when we take long control and, you know, you've got a player throwing flashes and the person throwing flashes has the bomb. It can spell disaster, but they're going to try to speed up the pace anyways here, Jordan. They try to overwhelm, at least they overwhelmed Black Eagle, but Sigma has stood tall. You'll get a nade off. That's a death for Razel beyond the grave. And it's just realized left up in this. Syria find double digits. And now, you know, this feels like kind of the beginning of the end for Jordan as far as his qualifier is concerned.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say they've basically got 2 full buys, but I mean, this one is, again, now pretty safe to say make or break. If they don't get this one, we're talking Syria getting up to an 11th and maybe even a 12th as well because of kind of the, yes, they got loss bonus, but a bit of a straggling economic situation. If there's no bomb plant at the very least, Jordan are going to struggle reinvesting in. If it, at least somebody's going to be dipping in towards Galil or Mac 10 if they want util. These are the decisions you don't want. So you're spot on. And this is one of those where it's already getting to the position of now or never. On the corner, though, Rizal found the first as Black Eagle overextends. It's caught. Swing. Sigma. 1. Looks for 2, but isn't given that luxury as Rizal will trade. So bomb goes down. An advantage post-spawn. Maybe a chance, and now most definitely a chance as Spawns gets caught. Might even go for another as well. Tax around this corner. Nade comes through. Tax runs into it. Try and make it work, but Yeah, this one's done. Tax the last man. They know where he is. Just keep hold of your AK, honestly. Never mind.
Kind of crazy that he just tries to run into that nade. So desperate for the trade, and he gets punished for it. I feel like we're having another one of those situations similar to KD on map 1 where he's trying really hard to push it. Really trying hard to get his kills back, and unfortunately it hasn't been the case for him. 32 ADR from Tax, but the game's not overdone just yet. Jordan have a couple of lifelines in this map of Ancient, but another buyout available for Syria means that this is not going to be easy. Just full swing out from Hunter. Crazy that he doesn't get a kill rewarded for that. Instead, it's KD on the other end, and spawns to chime in as well. So this time, aggression on the A side of the map has been completely wrought with defeat for Jordan. Nice little trade for Realize. It still means that there's a world that Jordan can get back into this. The Molotov is good, but reloading off the back of that is less than desired. It's just Sprantos in the 1v4.
Wow. And not going to come up with all that much. Thankfully, there is money to work with for Jordan in the reinvestment, but, it's kind of now or never. I mean, if you lose this one, Syria are fine 12, and then you're force buying into what's potentially the last round of the map and the series. Syria are so close now to seeing this off, and it has been a story of really where Jordan have always been playing catch-up. They've always been trying to make it work, and they've just never been able to see at least enough over the line where they can keep this competitive. So, unfortunately, I feel like it's safe to call this one nearly. And this round might be a bit of a telltale sign too.
So another B contact play. I mean, it's been very back and forth in terms of the success for Jordan, but they're going to try it anyways. But Black Eagle has absolutely stepped up to the plate. Beautiful triple from him. It means Bashar realized they've got to slink on back. They've got to find another way to win this round. Realize they're going to try his hand at the Red Room play, and he will find one of the attacks, which means the A bomb site could be open for business. KD's caught between two minds. He doesn't know if he's coming out of Red Room or taking donut control, but all those footsteps should suggest that the A bomb site has fallen. Black Eagle should be able to confirm this as he pushes down the lane. Oh my goodness, it's just a matter of timing at this point. Oh, just a shoulder spotted, and Bashar will find the trade back. Black Eagle v Bashar, and a very important clutch in the grand scheme of things here. This is for staying in this tournament for Jordan, and it's a matter of Syria finding a win as well. Yeah, there's a boatload of utility here for Black Eagle. Smoke, molly, and a flash available.
You make this work. Bashar's playing this perfectly, though. Only issue, he might be a little late. He's trying to wrap on through. The spam will get it. Oh, the adjust. Thankfully, after about 5 or so bullets, goes on to the left-hand side. Jordan, stay alive. Close to tying this up. And, in all fairness, the buy is a little funky here for Syria, so probably not expect all too much. That means 9. It's only then realistically going to be, what, a 2-round game? Black Eagle, I'm hoping. Yeah, I'm going to say, the M4 was maybe a little bit of an overinvestment. Thankfully, they kind of dipped back in towards the MP9. I prefer him have at least money for potential of an AWP going forward. AD's actually been pretty good when he's been called upon with it. And thankfully he does that. Just the MP9. Up close, not the worst place for it. I'm not expecting a huge amount in this round. If they can get 2 consolation kills, that's okay. 3 would be lovely. 4 would be, a luxury. That's not bad. And the Galil scooped up too.
Sprantos needs this kill, or at least needs to hold KD into A main. Either way, they're splitting into A pretty much instantaneously. Tax has an opportunity to line a couple up with the 5-7. They trade effectively, and it's still a man advantage for Syria. They should still find a chance to shut down this bomb plant, and they do. Black Eagle on that MP9. It's just Sprantos now in the clutch, and he can't get it done. It's the eco from Syria to find match point. And Jordan, I think that's the straw that breaks the camel's back there, Neil. I don't think there's a way to come back from that, especially after just an absolute collapse with those 5-7s.
That's the final nail. That's got to be it, surely. Map series point here for Syria, and for Jordan, this is probably the tournament done and dusted. You hate to say it, but this is what we've seen. You know, Syria have come in towards map number 2, and they've really kind of laid down the gauntlet, especially towards the second half, being very, very solid. KD's got his AWP out, and look at the bite towards Jordan. It is absolutely brutal. Double AK, Mac 10, double the Eagle. Try and save face. I'm not expecting a huge amount here. It would require some serious heroics, and the spam from Sigma is sumptuous. As Hunter gets caught through that smoke, already a bad start. But a decent response from Riser, who'll find spawns. Gets the upgrade into a Galil. Sprantos' Deagle rattles off for one as well. So numbers favour Syria here. Favour Jordan here, may I say. And Syria could be in trouble. Yes, Black Eel going to get caught. Guns picked up. They're letting this one slip. So they might be about to be kind of borderline ecoed themselves. And it's looking like it's going to be the case. KD, just save your AWP.
Oh, I mean, less than ideal after Sigma gets that opening kill. They tried too hard to push the issue in middle. Reaggressing there when you already have front jag control is a little wild for me. But hey, you're feeling confident. You're feeling like, hey, you can just close this game out right here, right now, with a couple of kills back. It's... I respect the idea. But now, the name of the game is KD holding on to this AWP. They're splitting in. They realize how valuable this is and how important KD has been to this Syrian squad. But KD is not missing a beat right now. Finally goes down to Razel. But look at this, man. 27 kills from him. 140 ADR. Massive work here from him.
Kind of insane. Kind of insane. Individually, at the very least. Jordan.
Got a save here.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, granted, I'm not going to count them out though, because we saw what happened a few rounds ago. Yeah, made that eco. Man, I'm saying the 5-7 is a little bit too overpowered for my liking. I'm still throwing it out there. I've been saying it for a
100%.
while, and I don't know. That's actually one of my pet peeves. You know, my main pet peeve that I have at professional Counter-Strike is when the CT side force buy when they lose the pistol. I hate that. Right? I always say it. But my other one is people who buy the CZ. Right, the 5-7 is so OP. Why are you getting the CZ? Doesn't make any sense to me. Doesn't make any sense. But
looking at you, Brian. Wherever you are.
Brian, you know you are. Look at it. 12-9. And a little bit of an investment with a couple of pistols, bit of armor here. KD should have money for the AWP, though, in towards the next round. But at very least, might get a distance still left in this. KD gets tagged ready. Yeah, down he goes. He was tasked. They will get a trade, but I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference. Rizel gets 2, 1 through the smoke. And the 2 remaining, one of which is Sigma on just the USPS. So expectations are probably pretty low.
Yeah, you've got an open A bomb set as well. Bomb plant should be secured by Razel. And I guess at this point for Spawns and Sigma, just trying to find a gun would be lovely. Look like maybe Bashar is having internet issues because he's not moving at all. But either way, damage has been dealt, so I think they'll just carry on through this round. Should be no harm, no foul. Maybe a little bit more of a tech issue for the round next, but something to think about moving forward.
Yeah, a bit of a weird one. Hopefully it's alright. I mean, obviously, yeah, he's gone, I'm pretty sure. So, I mean, it's what it is, I guess. It's not the end of the world. Actually, no, he's moving. So, seems like we're okay. He's only got a Glock. Thankfully, didn't make a big difference. Spawns, exit kills. We'll get 2. You take that. Maybe even another as well. Pop flashed. Eagle pulled out. Swinging. You know you want to. Take it, my friend. Oh, and he'll get it. Upgrade. Oh, I couldn't get the AWP. Couldn't get the AWP. But honestly, not bad. Low buy. Walking away with a bulk of kills like that. Money is still a little weird, though. You know, Sprantos, for him, you can get an AK, no armor. Or Galil, if he wants the Uto. Hunter, same thing as well. So those kills at the end are actually pretty important. I mean, look at kind of the knock-on effect. There has to be drops coming through. Thankfully, Bashar can do that. Dropping over at least 1 AK, maybe even a second. If it's like a Galil, if he wants some Uto. They've got to have... So I think somebody's got to take maybe a little bit of a hit, is probably the world I'm going with here. Thankfully, Bash has 7k though, so it does alleviate maybe the financial pressures in this round.
Well, he did only have a Glock in the round previous because of the tech issue, so I think he got extra money saved on over. So, look, it might actually help them in the grand scheme of things to have a healthy buy here, which, fair enough. But, yeah, I mean, KD will get out his AWP Realize as well. So we will have the Battle of the Snipers in these final couple of rounds. And, honestly, as far as Ancient goes, Realize feels like a little bit of a non-starter. KD has been lights out as far as Ancient goes, and yeah, I'm hoping to see a little bit of a turnaround from Realize, because this guy is the guy that I kind of touted up as one of the 2 stars for Jordan.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you. Sadly, the tech pause ensues the other way, but I mean, this is yeah, it's a pretty interesting series got here. You know, this has got the potential of going the full distance, going in towards overtime, just because lose this round here, Syria. Money's not in a stable state. We're looking at them having to kind of go for a really uncomfortable force into potentially could be the last round. And then where Jordan can at least push it in towards OT. This is Jordan's map pick as well. So it looked like we were done and dusted not even that long ago. Sort of 12-8 sort of scoreline. And now, yeah, now it kind of still is anyone's game. Thankfully, the tech issues are done. Basher seems like he's okay. Yeah, bit of a tough one, man. Kind of a weird situation where for Syria, actually for the first time, probably this entire game, really, that they actually feel pressure.
Yeah, a little bit of nerves for sure. Keep in mind, another thing to note, KD does not have armor. He's going glass cannon here, so a bit fragile on that end. But with this accuracy, you definitely think that he can still make this work. Aggression out of middle straight away for both Razel and Hunter, and they both find a kill apiece. That's mid control and a 5v3 established. You know, we might be looking at potentially extra innings here, because this is spiraling out of control for Syria.
Yeah, this is not good. Overfighting. Spawns falling early is not good. They're going to require some serious heroics here. Thankfully, the big man's still alive of KD, but it's going to be easy. They're going to try and boost up here, maybe? Yeah, looks like. Yeah, Realize will go up. Black Eagle tucked. Thing on offer. Not at least for the moment. 1 minute on the clock, though. That's the big thing. So, still plenty of time. They're looking over towards A. They were looking over towards A. No one was there. They're doubling back, but then the elbow player of Sigma falls off the angle. That's tough. He, at the very least, actually, on timing, shift walking, he should get a flank. And he actually, hang on, he might actually get a freebie here. Realize with an ult. If he plays Trigger this spin, he can line up a couple. Setting up smokes and util. He'll get one. That's a big kill to find on the flank. He's going to at least draw their attention. Over. If he got one more, there's a chance. He doesn't. But he spots so many bodies. KD starts to make a move himself with the orb. Could even, I say, a fight here. And he will. Gets one. Fall away. Don't overfight. But he's now all that's left. He's got to try and pull off something. And he can't. Dropping a smoke. That's well played. They've not got a lot of time, but enough to get that bomb down. So KD just got to save. We are going the full distance. And maybe even and some at this rate.
Yeah, unfortunately, Sigma has got to, I think, personally just fall all the way back to spawn there and live for as long as possible. Because you could see how much resources Jordan were using to just kind of brush him out of that spot. And as soon as he goes down, that's where you can feel a little bit more comfortable. Hunter's already wrapped in from Red Room. And both of those positions really are the key positions that win them that round. So overall, Syria really did have an opportunity there. KD finally gets himself involved, but just a couple of small margins there between life and death for Syria. KD should be able to hold on to his sniper, especially considering he smokes himself off. Can be able to actually invest in armor as well, so that's good to have. But we move into the final round of the half, or final half of the regulation period, and Syria have not got a lot to really defend themselves with. You've got a couple MP9s, a FAMAS as well. This probably means you can't fight for mid control, and you're really relying on KD to do a lot of legwork. And actually, he opts into to drop an MP9 and not purchase an armor, so he's still glass cannon here.
Yeah, wow. I mean, credit to him. Selfless king there. Doesn't make a difference for at least spawns as he gets instantly caught. Sigma, it's got to go huge. Got to make this MP9 sing. Gets the first. Gets the second. Nearly a third as well. Damage dealt, but still a 3 versus 2 as Sprantos rotates in. It's KD's Glass Cannon and Black Eagle on a bit of a slow game. He's got to try and clutch this up. I think OT might be on the cards here. This is a really difficult retake. They've got to expect at least a push coming out from Temple. The first fight goes well, and so does the second. More rounds needed here. Far from over, and Jordan, a really good resurgence at the tail end of that half. I honestly thought they were dead in the water. They've recovered super well. And now, heading towards overtime, it does actually kind of become anybody's.
Yeah, there was a couple of contact plays that Jordan kept trying to run. They kept trying to up the tempo, and it just wasn't working for them. They slowed the pace of the round down, and they just try to opt in for taking important parts of the map. You see how they try to swing out of that mid-smoke every single round. Hunter finding kills there. And then A main, that aggression is also working out splendidly. So they finally found out what works for them in general, and now they're kind of taking that to the bank. They have a real opportunity here to potentially rack up a couple rounds in overtime. And overall, this T side, it's taken a little bit of time to get locked and loaded, but they finally found something that works.
Yeah, exactly. Now for me, the onus is on Syria to try and come alive, and it's not a good start. Good response though from Black Eagle. For another. I just get it. He does do a decent amount of spam. Nade misses as well as Bashar sort of slightly panics there. No Black Eagles in towards cave. More about where the rest are. He's going to get caught here, surely. Sprantos. Honestly, these last few rounds, his name's been coming up a lot, having really decent form. Spawn. Rotating in. Black Eagle fights on blind. Still a chance. 2 versus 3. The 2 FBL stars who are going to hope to try and clutch them up out of this one. But another good post plant. Spawns gets 1. Now he's all that's left. Needs to try and get on this. Tap on towards the bomb. Swinging a find. Got to try and stick it. He's 10 seconds. He hasn't got a kit. So he can't do anything.
How?
Just get killed. Why have you not got it? He's now got it, but it's too little, too late. He didn't even get on the bomb regardless. He's got 9 point whatever. Oh no, for 5 point whatever K. Why have you not bought a kit?
Come on, man. That is really, really sad to have, because should you have a kit, there is a world where you could potentially just stick that bomb outright.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's a possibility of winning that round right then and there. Even after he gets that first kill in that 1v2, could have stuck it there. It basically limits your options severely, and that is just a couple presses of your mouse that allows you to do that. You've got so much money at that point. And that could have been the difference between breaking the streak of rounds from Jordan and winning this game. So KD, he'll chime back in again. Contact play from Jordan onto this B bomb site doesn't work as well as it did in the round previous. And now they have a 4v5 to deal with.
Lurk smoke for Hunter to try and give them a bit of space towards sight. Good find there for Black Eagle. For a second, and yeah, just off the mark with the crosshair there. Gets caught in via red room. I want to overfire here, Tax. I don't think it's actually worth it. 2 versus 4. You're in no real rush. He's got no support either. No ability to trade. I don't think it's worth taking that risk. Sigma, let's put a gun out, shall we? Knife out. He was there for a second. Now he can hold in this corner. Strong position as well. Oh, they've been spotted from elbows, and now they're a known quantity regardless. It makes Sigma's position even stronger. I don't think they're really going to get up to all too much. They're being kind of choked in here. The sharks smell blood in the water. Tax will find 1. He will get traded, but will it make a difference? I don't know. It's a rush on towards the site here as Hunter tries to do it alone. Has been heard. Trying to swing upon the orb. A missed shot. Look at the time. 20 seconds. I think regardless, wherever he plants is in trouble. And he'll finally fall. Yeah, a bit of ring around the roses there. Weird end to that round. But finally, Syria, for the first time in a while, put a round up on the CT side. Kind of a bit of a long time coming. Yeah. They take it. It's good. Am I convinced just yet? Oh, no.
Well, there was nothing ever convincing about this Ancient from both sides of the equation, really, right? I mean, it was just back and forth. It never really felt as though both teams were comfortable, but finally Syria finding something to hang their hat on. That was one of those rounds that they needed to convert. Again, mid-control found for Jordan. It doesn't feel like Syria really had an answer for that in regulation, and they're going to continue the good looks to get into Donut at a minute 30 here.
Lies. Woohoo! Second is nice. Max will get one, but they just don't have red room control. Jordan are going to take a lead heading in towards that second half, and man, so deserved as well. Sprantos holding. His name continues to come up, and for good reason. And he's about to get another, and he will. That's realized, basically, he gets that double entry into his ramp, which, for my eyes, kind of gives them the round itself. But 14-13, and a really, really solid showing. Jordan got advantage in the court. Only 2 rounds away now as well from pushing us towards the third, which we never actually thought was going to be a possibility 10 minutes ago, basically.
Yeah, and it's Vertigo, which we haven't had in the qualifier, so we could actually have that that map that we were looking for within the qualifier to just happen yet. And look, as far as Praking goes in international spaces, that map has barely been played. So who knows what kind of bloodbath is in store for us if we get there. And a reminder that this would mean that Jordan would still be in the competition. They would still have an opportunity to try and advance here in the West Asian qualifiers. Hunter down the lane, aggresses in and finds the first kill on the Black Eagle. 5v4 for them. They inch ever closer here, Neo, to that third map.
Yeah, what a wild one we're getting. And that is the case as well. I mean, kind of Syria might sort of hang their head in shame a little bit, right? I mean, 2 individuals are really pulling their weight. Spawns and kind of KD, but after that, peters out so quickly. I mean, similar to a degree, he's actually not doing too bad, but he's getting kills, not as much impact, maybe. Spawns should get one of the smoke fades. Oh, he doesn't clear it. He was holding for it, and then doesn't actually hold it when the smoke goes. Touching towards Red Room, gets his kill. Sigma gets caught. Syria are panicking right now. Everything that could go wrong is going wrong. They just need to slow down, but they're so, you know, in their mind, they have to be getting these kills and these trades so quick, and it's catching them off guard. This round's done. Jordan are going to get map point.
Yeah. Indecisiveness, really. And because of that, Jordan capitalizes. They've been very good at punishing mistakes for Syria when it comes up. And Hunter, Razel, they'll chime in for a couple of their own. Jordan, game not over.
Game is not over.
Not yet.
Not yet.
And
not yet.
but hey, they're pretty close to doing so, right? Yeah. So honestly, ball's in Jordan's court at this point to try and close the game out.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Map point for them. So close to the end. And the way they've been playing as well, kind of thoroughly deserved. We're on our cams. I hope you realize the game's over. Thankfully. Yeah, we are going back in. There we go. Just fixing something for a brief second on the hard, and then we're back underway. Deep nade. Oh, okay. Swan's going to get the first. Bash shot onto back, though, as Black Eagle gets caught. Puggy little start there. Rizel might have just put this Syrian side in the ground in this map. And I think it's probably the case. Sprantos gets a freebie. What a collapse by Syria. I mean, man, we're going in towards map number 3. It's more or less guaranteed now in this 2 versus 4. And they have fallen apart in such a bad way. Sigma's now going to pull off a 1v4 to 1v3.
Oh, what a clutch this would need to be for Sigma to reignite this team. But he's been found out, back turned. Razel will shut it down. And Jordan send us to a third map here. They show that this series, this qualifier is not decided just yet. They want to have the final word, and we'll need Vertigo to decide between these 2 rosters.
Yeah, no 2 ways about it. An utter collapse by Syria. I mean, there's no 2 ways about it. It was dreadful at the tail end. They were all over the place, so panicked, so desperate to fight for no real reason. You know, they still have like a minute 10 on the clock, and they're trying desperately to kind of force their way into positions. I mean, all Jordan really had to do towards the end is just hold and wait. They didn't have to do anything too special at all. I mean, credit to them, you know, for this Jordan side who really just set the tone at the tail end. I think, if I'm right saying, it was 11-7 turned 12-8 up, and then unable to close it out in regulation, and then just fell apart really in towards at overtime. There was nothing on offer. Yeah, I don't know. A tough one to call because Syria, it was pretty rough. Take a look at some of the highlights off the back of what was a pretty long map there, but it was a tough old watch at times towards the end. But Jordan, credit to them for coming back, but they never actually should have taken this map.
There's this issue that I have with Syria where they have very key advantages and they try to push the issue too much. They get themselves a 5v4, they get themselves a 5v3. Sometimes they have aggressive post plants. They've got favorable retakes, and they kind of just toss it away because they want to go for that extra little bit of a heat check, like to make the double into a triple or a triple into a quad, and it just spirals out of control from there. And a lot of those mistakes compounded here on this map of Ancient, and it was a key reason as to why Jordan were let back into this game in the first place. I don't think that that T-sided comeback would have happened if they were able to kind of button down a little bit more. And unfortunately for them, now they have to bear the brunt of that and move into a third map, which is, for all intents and purposes, I think is a bit more of a coin flip map when it comes to this pool. I don't necessarily think any of these teams are prepared on this map. This is pretty much just a Hail Mary saying that let's see what happens if we can have Vertigo out on the table. So
yeah,
at this point, I think Syria are in some deep trouble. They're mentally checked out, and Jordan now have a lot of confidence to potentially stay alive here and potentially sneak away with a spot, you know?
Yeah, I mean, the individuals looked very good for a large, I guess, portion of that series. KD considerably better than map number 1. He only got 5 kills in map number 1, and he got 6 in the first 3 rounds. And we already seen a much better showing over that 30 bomb. With these spawns, again, looked pretty good individually. I mean, even Sigma has moments, but it's all well and good getting the kills if it doesn't make a difference in terms of the rounds. Take a look at the stats at the tail end, and yeah, you look at this now towards Jordan. 24 for Ryze was good, 25 for Sprantos. He individually was very solid at the tail end. But, look at the kills across the board. KD 30 kills, 26 for Spawns, 24 for Sigma. They look better on paper across the board, maybe kind of bar attacks. But it's all well and good if you get the kills, but they're not winning the rounds, not winning the ones that matter most. And yeah, 16-13. Jordan, a very, very good overtime coming out from them and a very good tail end. So a lot of credit. They're probably feeling very confident. That's a massive confidence booster as well. And now pushing us towards this third. For Syria, I'm a little bit concerned. That was pretty bad. We're going to rush on to a break regardless. When we're back, we will see you very soon. We've got map number 3 coming next. Is Vertigo. Basically a best of 1 to decide whether Syria maybe even have a chance in this qualifier at all. We'll have to wait and see. See you in a moment. didn't expect to be here. Let's be perfectly honest. It was 11-7 ARB, 12A. We were thinking, all right, we're going to get this one sorted nice and easily. A little bit of a 2-0 and Syria move on forward. No. They collapsed. There's no two ways about it. They fell apart. Pretty woeful at the tail end of that Ancient. It was not a good showing from them. And overtime, it's even worse. Paladin, thoughts? I mean, this Syrian side, they completely fell apart at the end.
They have this expectation to win this game. I mean, when we were at that 12-8 mark, we were already talking about them moving on, having that one win on the column, and saying, okay, we're going to be looking at them to be one of the favorites, and we're going to say goodbye to Jordan. But I don't know, man. It didn't feel as though they had the kind of confidence to stay calm in these scenarios when you've got the series in the palm of your hands. Instead, it was aggression, too much aggression off of mid. It was too much aggression off of cave, and they kind of gave Jordan the game back in. And then once it hit overtime, it didn't ever really feel like they had a chance, just because Jordan had all that kind of ring rust shaken right off, and it was a completely different game at that point.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no two ways about it. It was such a weird showing. I think as well for Jordan, they just utilized what was right in front of them, the side falling apart, and made it in their favor. And now, heading towards map number 3, kind of in my eyes, sort of feels like it could be anybody's game. I feel like whoever starts on that CT side at the very least should have a little bit more of that confidence, win the knife round, dictate the pace a little bit, be able to slow things down. With how the new Vertigo looked as well, I feel like it lends its hand a little bit both ways. The T side can get a little bit more space to work, especially towards the A side, but the C side in general kind of control how the tempo of this game is sort of played. So for me, that's where I look at that and say that's who's going to get at least the benefit. We'll have to see though. I think with how things are, we didn't really even expect to be here. So at least for me, this will be the first time I get to cast Vertigo in these quals across all the regions. Basically, most teams have been banning it first wave. So the fact that it's been floated here, I'm relatively excited about. I get to see a Vertigo. I don't hate Vertigo. I don't think it's good. I don't think it should be in the pool, but I don't think it's the worst map in the world. So yeah, we'll be going live in a couple of minutes, hopefully, at the very least, and then we can get this one on the road in this final map. And the big hope for me, I guess, is that, in this sort of 10-15 minute-ish break that we have in between the maps, that we've had a bit of time, if you're Syria, to take a breather and say, damn, like, what the hell went wrong there? How did things fall apart so badly?
Yeah, I think you've really just got to realize, like, okay, yeah, you are the favorites in the situation. I think even moving into map number 3 individually, I think they've got the better players. Like, you could see KD showcase how good he is at the game. You look at Black Eagle, you look at Spawns, they've been consistent on a couple of the maps. And Sigma can chime in here and there as well. So I think Syria, pound for pound, are the better squad, but at the end of the day, when you're given these advantages, you've got to learn how to rest on them and convert them 9 times or 10 times out of 10, if we're being completely honest. And that way, you can just get this series done and dusted, move on over to that Lebanon game, and think, we've got a chance now to secure our spot in Chengdu. But I don't know. For me, it still feels like their game to lose.
Yes, absolutely. I think, spot on. I look at this and say, my worry is more with Syria than it is with Jordan. I don't think, while Jordan definitely had the hiccups about that Ancient, and maybe the main also thing is that going in towards overtime and potentially even losing it on a map which is meant to be their pick is not the most confident signs, but I still look at this and say I'm still, like you kind of said, more worried about Syria. While the individuals looked good, the mental state looked a little fragile. They looked a little tilted in terms of how they were playing those rounds at the end.
Yeah.
And it's never a good thing to bring in. So that's kind of why I look at this and say I really do hope that they had taken a break and, maybe got time to, step up, have a walk outside for a few minutes, get a drink, just get away, right? And kind of forget that map in what should have been a done series. We should kind of be talking about the next one already. And they're left to wait and say, kind of, how did we let that one slip? So yeah, I hope they had a little bit of a break and they're not feeling kind of too down about it.
Yeah, I think a mental reset is so big for certain teams. I can't tell you how many times I've seen like pro teams as well, where they just, they leave the venue, they just stand outside in a huddle and they just stand there and talk. People smoke a cigarette, people have a sip of water. world of difference. They come back in, completely different 5-man unit, and they can completely bounce back. They look much more comfortable, and it's back to business as usual. I hope the Syrian squad can do the same thing, where they can just kind of take a step back and just say, look, we are the better team. Let's just refocus and come back stronger. But we'll have to wait and see. I am very curious to see how this turns out, especially on a map like Vertigo, where I really don't think there's been a meta established ever since these changes have come through. That catwalk is very pesky to deal with. You've got the double entries into the CT spawn, creates a world of different mid to late round situations, and a bunch of different util sets as well. One that I'm not necessarily sure if either of these teams have practiced, because they're not the easiest, and I think you've really got to nail those if you want to execute onto that A site. So I think only time will tell as to the level of preparation between these two squads, because I think, just of a prediction alone, we're in for a bloodbath here.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm expecting a really sort of unorthodox response coming through. I mean, hoping that we get on the way towards the game in just a moment so we can kind of just see how things proceed, because with what we've seen so far, it's been such a weird kind of these periods, these pockets of play that we've had throughout being so off the cusp with it. They're maybe not what we started kind of expecting in EU, where it's a little bit more kind of percentage based and sort of all the rest. It's been very, very quick. Some of these T-side rounds especially, fights being taken in the first kind of 10 seconds or so. We've been given an update that we should be heading underway to the game in hopefully just a moment, just under a minute. I think they're just finishing up the knife round and all of the rest, getting the side sorted, etc, etc. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I want to see you get that CT side start. That for me feels like a real kind of priority, where you can start to at least just control things in the early point. If it is Jordan as well, their CT side, while it started maybe a little rough, it actually ended very clean, and I think they started playing off each other really well. So that's the big one for me.
Yeah, I think their chemistry is definitely there on the CT side. Keep in mind that now the CTs get to side haul faster than the Ts, so there's a real world where whoever gets that CT side at start, you can have an aggressive AWP go down for a swing and fall back just the same. I could definitely see a player like KD do that. And somehow we're straight into the pistol. CT side off to the races, with Syria finding 3-4 quick kills and leaving it all up to Realize here in the 1v2.
Not good. What has even happened is chaos. 1v2. Or Realize. How do you make this one work, fella? This is not the easiest. Sigma's low. That's the one benefit. He's trying to get up close as well. He's got the run of He might have spotted the shoulder. No, he doesn't. Pop shot going to come through from spawns. Doesn't want to overface. Doesn't have to. Sigma will see it off. Syria, they play that well. They just don't give him the chance to isolate fights. That's basically all you can ask. So, first one on the board for that CT side is Syria.
It looked like there was just a straight up B rush there with the late mid lurk from Realize, and a 3-stack on the B bomb side means that Syria just have too many bodies to overwhelm Jordan, and denying the bomb plant means things look good for them to start racking up rounds here on this CT side. We spoke about the advantage to having the defensive start, and you can see straight away just swings down side hall, but the main hit's coming through mid. It's a farm central for both spawns and tax. There's actually a team kill for Razel as well, and Syria will have a clean sheet in round number 2 and rack up quite a bit of cash as well on the way out.
We can't complain. We can't complain about that one at all. 2-0 start, nice and easy, and I mean, well, again, Jordan into the first full buy. They can kind of forget that previous one. It was a bit of a nothing, bit of a throwaway. But we are essentially now in kind of best of one territory for what potentially even could be qualification. Each and every round is so important. Wins, you can qualify with just the one win. For Jordan, they picked up a loss, of course, to Lebanon in their first game. So a win here with decent round differential. Who knows what can happen? If Syria pick it up, it goes with them heading in towards their second series. So important. Flash off the first, quickly traded by KD. 1 minute 30 on the clock. Fights already in the first 20 seconds.
What?
But they're going favorably towards Syria, who now have the numbers advantage, and Hunter's tagged as well. He ate that nade.
Yeah. Now, what do you do if you're Jordan? Minute 15 left on the clock. You can still recongregate and go back in A main. But I will say, man, Syria don't look like they've done too much practice on the map. Lineup's taking a little bit too long. They don't have the bottom ramp smoke off of cooldown, and right now, the ball's in Jordan's court to find a response. They will try to trade effectively up the ramp, I'd like to think. Okay, never mind. They're actually going to move back over to that B bomb site. But there's a thorn in the side. Spawns is here. Where is Spawns right now? Because it seems to me that he's on the flank. He's in T spawn, and he finds himself a quick double, spots out the third as well, and KD's there to chime in. So, wonderful round there from Syria, regardless of the utility mishaps. But all things considered, solid round from them.
Yeah, and now, again, first gun round that doesn't go favorably over towards Jordan. It's going to really, really hurt the mental state to a degree, right? They've come in with the AKs. They've been pretty immediately decimated too. You know, first kill was in the first 8 seconds or so. Second kill's about 4 or 5 seconds after that. I mean, they're not even getting time to decide how they want to play this. And that's the thing that I think's really, really got to hurt. But 3-0 towards Syria. Jordan going to go for maybe a little bit of a quicker play. Too sure to how much success that one will be.
Oh, I thought that nade would have found the mark, but to no avail. Oh, that's a big sound cue to give there. They should be aware of this B hit coming, but actually KD is pretty far away. Still will find the opening 5v4 and should be wary that there could be more terrorists on the way. I slow the pace down, Jordan to a crawl. And at this point, they just want to make these deagles work, or deagle from Realize. Hasn't been able to find anything just yet. KD still has quite a bit of a shooting range. Realize will find one, and there is a flash to cut down the range, but here Spawns with the crossfire, and KD now can fire down range with that sniper rifle, and it's just Realize in the 1v4.
Stuff. Can't complain, really. Last man, I Realize, yeah, I mean, is it worth saving? I don't think so. Trying to have a look around. He's probably, as he wraps around the corner, going to get spotted sooner rather than later. You don't want to stay alive. That's the main thing. He actually does want to go down. That's it. 4-0. Nice and simple. Syria, you can't complain about this at all. I mean, for Jordan, again, coming back in towards this gun round, similar sort of vibe here. Simple as Paladin. It kind of has to be converted. But we said this to a degree in towards map number 2, and we know how that went. So I'm not going to completely count them out just yet. There's still these things where for Syria they can kind of fall apart quite quickly.
And I mean, we've seen how many times Jordan has fallen apart, has had slow starts rather, and have come back into these games regardless. So I wouldn't count them out just yet, especially when Realize can find entries like that. That head-to-head sniper rifle battle has been going pretty firmly in the favor of the Syrian, but this time around, Jordan find themselves a 5v4 of their own. And a little bit of ramp control as well, a little bit of respect from Syria being given.
How what, though? Is the question that I ask. Sprantos holding with the team for a little bit of a push, which I don't think they're going to get. There's no real round progression going to come through here with a numbers disadvantage for Syria. Again, though, Molotov going to come over. That's at least going to bait out one fight. One of which they'll absolutely take. Smoke comes down, simply put. It's now a known quantity, but it's a strong angle to hold. Black Eagle trying to get out and trying to take one before he does, which isn't actually terrible.
Leaves a lot onto the side anchor here. Oh, and that's a big kill for attacks to find. That shuts down the mid lurk as well, which means the A hit has to come from these 3 players straight away. Here's that new catwalk, Sprantos to duel into Sigma, and he finds the necessary kill. He can now aggress into CT if he wants to, but they've not cleared their corners. Spawns, shuts down the bomb plant. But Sprantos, he continues to run rampant in the back lines of this A site, and he'll double down. Jordan find themselves their first round.
Yeah, finally as well, right? They needed it. They absolutely needed it. So I'm glad that they've got it. I'm glad that now they can kind of build upon this. There will be a buy right back in, though, for Syria coming through. So no real questions. Of course, they even get the AWP out in play as well. KD's been much, much better in the start of this map as he was to the first. Of course, he's kind of continuing off the back of a really, really good map, number 2. And we kind of said it, right? He had a good map. Oh, Spawns had a good map, but still, it didn't get them the win. That's a misnade. Sigma going to punish Mantos with a smoke. Just spam is good enough.
Yeah, that's a nice 5v4 to find. Sometimes the luck does go your way, and it goes the other way as well. Realize we'll find one straight through the smoke onto Sigma. And now we've got a 4v4. Lovely work there from the Jordanian operator. Key openings to find to keep Jordan involved in these rounds. And he's still hungry for more. Still scoped up on the bottom to clear out bottom yellow, but doesn't find anything. We'll just fall away. It looks like B, and potentially B split might be a better option for them.
Okay. Gonna fight. Trying to spam through that smoke, but nothing really off here. They're grouping towards stairs is the big one. We'll come over. Still go up as well. Sure looks back towards default, doesn't spot anything. If he holds down the fort, he might catch one in rotation, but he makes a move just a little bit too early. Spawns rotates over, gets one, lines up 2, and that should be the round, surely. The 4th is there. Rizal will trade, but it's not going to make a difference. Or did I speak too soon? Time's ticking, though. That's the big one for me. Smoke will come down. Might give him coverage on the cross. Rizal! Oh my god, thankfully Black Eagle was there. That was way too close for comfort.
I mean, Spawn's getting a triple kill there should be over and done with, but the fact that he brings that down to a 1v1, Rizal should be very happy with that, for sure. This is that kill through the smoke from Realize. Actually ridiculous to catch those tracers. Spawns, again, this is that triple. I mean, full blind. I didn't really imagine that to happen the way it did, but as long as the op is recovered, it should be alright. And now, a weird situation for Jordan. 2 MAC-10s for Rizal and Realize. And I would have liked for them to up the tempo with those SMGs, but instead, they've kind of been halted by this early utility, which worries me.
Yeah. Well, Black Eagle for the first. Simple as. Deep smoke into his ramp and a nade as well, just to meet Rizal with his MAC-10. Already a good start for Syria. I mean, God, decent damage in all fairness have been dealt. Swing in the corner of mid as Hunter, he takes a bit of damage, but he'll get that kill. That's what matters. Brings it back to now a more doable 4 versus 4.
Chum spotting here on the T sandbags to get a little bit of instant information, and they do get it. There's an availability for a smoke to be dropped as well, and he will. But it's just him. I mean, he's got Black Eagle to support alongside Sigma, so actually, never mind. There are 2 players here to greet them, but that smoke has a gap in it. It's not the cleanest one. So if they double swing out, there is still a world where Jordan can trade effectively, and there's Bashar. He'll find the one, and now Sigma has to fall back. He cannot trade. 35 seconds left on the clock, and Jordan, they want to extend into this A bomb site.
Gonna start to make a little move here if they can, but on the cross, it's always dicey. One above as well as Sigma. Last man spotted with the AWP, and KD will seat him off into that brief 1 versus 1. It's Syria. You see the round in their favor. Extend the lead once again. 5 rounds. It's a pretty decent little buffer. You know, work. And I think for Jordan, you know, no bomb plant is really going to hurt the finances. Got a hero AK. And then a few upgrades. Nothing too major. Seems like they're actually going to go for their full buy, though, if they can. So, double AK setup. Galil coming through. Back to a Deagle to round out the troop. It's not the worst buy in the world. It's not the greatest either. But I think their economy is sort of all over the place. They've kind of got to try and reset it as best they can. They're trying to go quick. And it might just work for the first. Hunter will get it, but he gets traded immediately as they now start to try and barrel in.
I was so worried about some aggression from Sidehall that they don't clear the site itself. And now, the round slows down a little bit too much for my liking. Gives an opportunity for KD to strike on the B side of the map. And now, Jordan, they don't have any extremity players to bail them out. It's got to be this pack to solve the problem. And maybe a lucky spam or two to maybe get them involved. Oh, that Glock actually finds a significant bit of damage, but spawns. Beautiful little burst there from him. Now, Sprontos on that low HP has got to make it possible. You know, I don't mind the continued purchases here, especially considering it came down to 1v1s in both of those rounds, but now that risk is kind of biting back. You're now down 7-1 if this round does convert for Syria's favor, and that means maybe 8-1 as well. So Jordan in probably the worst start that they could probably have in all three maps combined.
Yeah, agreed. Quiet. The last 20-ish seconds. Smoke will come down probably in the best possible place that you could put it. And that will see the route off. AK for Sprantos is basically all that they're going to save here. He is going top for the save, though. I think that's probably the right call. But, yeah, not a bad little spot. Not at all. 6-1. I made 7. Very, very solid vertigo. And it, again, makes you question just what went wrong at the tail end for Syria in map number 2. How was this one not closed out in kind of regulation and all the rest, right? They should have been. It wasn't. And it did leave us asking a lot of question marks heading in towards this map number 3. Thankfully, though, we kind of put ourselves once again in a pretty decent position for Syria. You know, it's a 6-round buffer zone. They've guaranteed a lead at the very least. If they get anywhere near double digits, I'm going to be super worried for Jordan that it might already be kind of game, set, and match.
Yeah, I don't like the repurchase here again, but they're going to try their hand. Black Eagles, crate spam into Realizer. And now, Jordan, I mean, this is just talk between a rock and a hard place. Hunter, beautiful little tap readjustment there on attacks. And Sobrantos will find one off the op of Realize. And now, Jordan have a man advantage. Maybe even another spawns. That's really bold. I don't necessarily know why he's doing that, but I mean, that means a 4v2 for Jordan. They've been gifted a way back in. And Neo, this is another situation where I thought about the time previous. I mean,
yeah,
you think about the loss on Ancient and how close Anubis got. I mean, these were the kinds of rounds that were because of it.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, what do you do, really? Sigma, keep hold of what you've got. I mean, they actually maybe combine. No, not really. It's not actually going to be a nice enough econ situation. Yeah, it's not really a nice enough econ situation to buy here. I can't lie. An M4, it's basically it. We'll see. We shall see. But 1v3. He's trying to stay alive with the M4. He's struggling to do so. But I think he should be hunted on the tail end here. I don't know if he'll survive at the end. Swinging the corner. Tentatively watching the minimap, but he actually does. He actually does. Let's see. 7-2. Now what do we work with? Can they spiral a little bit at the tail end? There's a big thing I'm asking for them. If they can get up towards 4 rounds, it's doable. 5 is potentially a position that I can look at where maybe there's something on the cards. That'd be great. I don't know if it's going to happen, though. Syria can very easily respond right back. Maybe not this round, though. This is the round which I feel like is pretty much a bit of a non-starter.
Definitely so. It feels as though Jordan still have a way back in. They still have a chance. These continued buys, I didn't necessarily like it, but I mean, I think there's really a shot here for them to come back into it. And you look at the buy on Syria's end, it's not pretty. You've got to look to Sigma to maybe find you an opening, which, I mean, he's not necessarily a guy that is just taking over the game, so we'll see. Oh, I think his shoulder was spotted by Bashar. Maybe? No, I guess not.
I I felt like, or like a mini map would have at least pinged it or something. It seems like not, because the
Yeah,
reaction
yeah.
was tempered to nothing. These are the rounds that I'm not going to sleep on, because we've already seen a few of these kind of converted. The AK can get like 1 or 2 kills and just drop a gun. Rounds on P250. Oh my god, he's not cleared it. I thought he looked directly at him. I'm sure the minimap, I thought it would have pinged it. It didn't. So KD does get one. He's still alive. Same can't be said for Spawn, for the rifle, for everybody now, as well as it's kind of falling apart.
Just Black Eagle now on this USP. And that bomb will go down as well. So Black Eagle most likely will not be able to find an extra gun here, I'd like to think. And he will play out the entire bomb timer. Come on, man. It's just a USP.
If you can pick up a gun, it's okay. Can't. Yeah, what's the point, man?
Save the molly.
Oh, there you go. He's got
Okay,
a
there
Galil.
we go.
It's actually not the worst thing in the world.
And this is a decent save now.
See though. Anything at the end? I don't think it's going to be the case. Probably not. We will keep out of that Galil. There's a small silver lining. It is what it is. 7-3 though. That round was a bit of a throwaway, but even still, for Jordan, they're giving themselves some foundations to work off. There's no real complaints, at least in my eyes. If they can get, like I said, up towards 5, I'm really happy. 4, it's workable, it's feasible. Any less, you know, if it still ends 9-3, I'm not going to sit here and be massively too happy about it. So we'll see. I'm going to come out for KD. Rifles across the board as well. Maybe a little bit limited on the util, but all in all, I get this. There's some firepower there.
Yeah, absolutely. KD down, that AWP not had the same amount of potency as realized on the other end. And he's been significant in terms of the entries. But, I mean, at this point, how ridiculous would it be if Jordan could get just another comeback?
Oh, Hunter. Finds Tax. Nice little boost and a find there. Smoke going to come out of Lurk. Smoke to give them mid control. 3 versus 5. Yeah, if Jordan can pull off another comeback, that would be kind of insane. I'll boost it. Sigma. First and a second. That's huge. And he actually doesn't get traded out of the orb. Okay, now we're cooking. 3 versus 3 with Hunter so low. A real chance. KD goes back in towards mid. Spots nothing. He's dancing between those 2 angles. So it's not exactly like he's got a lot of information to work off. You can see he's sort of on edge. Yeah, weird too. Look, they're going to commit towards A. KD's in the right spot for it.
Oh, a big kill for Hunter to find, even on that low HP, still finding impact. And now aggression through that new opening allows for another kill back. It's all into Sigma. Started off the round with a big double kill, but needs a couple more if they want to get Syria back into it. But Jordan will find themselves the 4th. This is starting to spiral. It's not good. I don't know. I mean, at this point, Syria will have to purchase in with a pretty meager buy. I don't like the feeling in the pit of my stomach at this point right now, Neo, because Jordan looks to extend this game and then some.
Yes, no, exactly. This is, yeah, it's been a little weird. It's been a little weird for sure. 7-4 though. If Jordan make it 5, like I said, not bad. In the corner, Black Eagle avoid. Only rifle in this round, so he's really got to do quite a lot of the heavy lifting. Unless they give too many close range fights to the MP9s. You'd hope they expect not to. Oh my god. Jumping around. A little wild there. Could have been problematic. Thankfully, nothing comes of it.
Well then, it's the game plan here from Jordan. These late mid control takes have been good. Sprontos and Hunter have been finding some success. But there is a double setup here to potentially trade that out. Really needs to keep his wits about him on this take. But actually disassemble. They leave Tax to his own devices, and KD goes down with some aggression off the B stairs. So Razel gets Jordan themselves another 5v4. And now this defense is going to be just spread so thin. Realize Bashar, they do everything in their power to get Jordan their 5th. And it looks like the beginning of the end as far as this round is concerned, but the lineup is there for Spawns as he doubles up. 1v2 is doable for Tax, especially considering he's got this potential flank. That's the bomb. Oh, a shoulder spotted. Glock out. And now it's all up to Razel. They know he was in middle, or at least at the bottom of the B stairs. And that sound cue must be heard by Tax. 10 seconds left on the clock. I don't think there's time to even get back to the bomb site. This round is over.
Yeah. You're right. There's no time. Just stay alive, Tax, and you have won this round. And he will tuck his head, and that's it. So 8-4. It looks a lot better than 7-5 for Syria, but it's still a questionable ending is probably the way I'm going to go about it. Just Jordan, in kind of their sense, the sort of their own worst enemy, basically. You know, not keeping track of the time. The comms a little cluttered. The trades were pretty janky. No two ways about it. 8-4. I don't know about you, though. My vibes are still a little bit off with Syria. I know they've got a decent lead here, but it still just doesn't... That end didn't feel comfortable.
Yeah, I feel like they are really thanking their lucky stars that the double aggression at bottom ramp netted them the number of kills that they did. I don't know, man. This pistol actually has a lot riding on it. I think that Jordan, a comeback is very doable here on the CT side if they can convert here. Again, a reminder that Jordan are playing for their tournament lives as far as this game is concerned. We'll lose this and they are most certainly out. If they win, they have a chance to qualify to that land in Chengdu. Kills go back every which way on ramp, as Syria have got themselves a 4v4 to rest on with a minute 15 on the clock.
It's quite off the back of that initial bit of contacts. Pumping those brakes, waiting for a chance. A minute to work with. That Black Eagle wants to set the tone. He will double back to join them over towards short here. And Sigma will fly out. Spawns for the first. Sprantos falls. That's big. The bomb will go down, but right away it's a nice shot, and he makes it too. Hang on. We're working with something. Tax answering back for one of his own, though. 2 versus 2 ensues, and a very strong post plant. The CT side, A, don't have a kit. B, don't have any util. This feels now impossible. They've got to isolate fights, and they don't go favorably. Hunter will fall. They know one's towards sandbags, and credit to Basha, hits the shot. The time's ticking. He's got to stick this, and he will. Oh my god, he gets off it. No, he gets off it. He actually, I think if he held it, he might have had a chance there, in all fairness. Black Eagle was expecting a tap, and I think a little bit of a mistake as Bashar kind of pulls off.
Yeah, that's unfortunate there for Bashar, but even then, eventually the internal timing must have gone off, and if he swings, then that's just round over, if Bashar ever gets off the bomb, so it's a tough situation. I mean, let's see what Jordan have in response. They're not going to go for a full purchase. They've invested in a couple pistols, a little bit of armor. I really don't like any sort of investment in these kinds of rounds, but hey, it's worked before for Jordan. But this is potentially double digits available for Syria. They passed the test of that pistol, and now they are absolutely knocking on the door of their first win here.
Tax 2 for him. His pistols being kind of masked a little bit. One of them towards Jen. Oh my god, let's get the nades in the back pockets, fella. Tax will get another one coming through. The Galil doing good work in all fairness. The nade over. Should be a pretty simple see off as KD will answer one of his own with that Mac 10. But a kill bonus too. You're not going to complain about at all. 1v4. It's not going to happen. Any exits he gets will be nice, but we will see.
Realize would love a kill here. Maybe scoop up a gun. But he does. He does find the kill, but he doesn't find the rifle, so it's unfortunate. But any investment is good reinvestment here for Syria. I mean, you look at the situation now. They do have a Mac 10 on KD. Sigma will have probably a Galil at this situation. And Jordan have an opportunity to try and collapse in. But look, that little bit of investment, you know, you look at Realize now in an MP9 and Sprontos on a FAMAS, that could have been a FAMAS and an A1S. So
True.
I really think about those kinds of investments and ask, was it worth it?
I'm with you, man. It is one of those where, especially in hindsight, it's like, does it actually make the most sense? Molotov and an aid on the corner. Realize, oh my god. Push it out in front, and he actually will get the kill onto Spawn. I thought Spawns might catch him off. Around the U-turn, a lot of missed fights here, though, for Syria. It's looking like Jordan about to take a round in their favor after potentially even a long time coming. Flash in the corner. Ooh, Tax will get one. They don't know Abasha backside, and he'll get the first, looking for the second. Just buying time for the rotation in a very labored spray. Rizel sees it off. A little chaotic, but yeah, Syria just overfighting in that one. They give way too many opportunities over towards Jordan, and Jordan take them. You can't complain. That's all they're there to do. When the rounds are even, it feels pretty Syria kind of sided. They're making them work, but when Syria are gifting the kills like that, I'll take them all day.
This is one of those rounds where we saw that huge comeback on Ancient and then the comebacks on Anubis. It starts with rounds like that. Overconfidence, overzealousness in how they just give away rounds, and then they can't battle back when the going gets tough. And that was when they had a lot of money, or they didn't have a lot of money. Excuse me. Now KD just has this solo hero rifle, and that's about it. They're giving Jordan room back in and giving them a 6th round.
Sprantos, he finds Black Eagle through that smoke. I think it's probably a sign of things to come in this round. Tax gets caught. Nice easy clearance by Realize. He had someone on the top ramp as well covering him, so he knew he could go for that peak. No real issues. KD. Let's get one. Hero AK. Got to really live up to that name and deliver on the goods in this one. Flash is good, but KD stays alive in the smoke. I say that. It's only for a moment. This one's done. Yes, Spawn's got the AK, but it's this man behind. See it off. Realize for a double. Nice and easy.
Well, there you go. Now Syria, very important round again here where you have limited buys and you want to make sure that you're getting a lot out of them. Again, it's basically 2 buy rounds between now and an even game.
See. 10-6. Yeah, we've got at least a bit of a conversation on our hands here. First fighting towards mid. It's actually probably not going to be much of a fight. It's just information. Drop the util. Simple as that. But on the CT side, Jordan have looked considerably more comfy in terms of how they're approaching a lot of these rounds. Speed comes down. Bit of a spam behind it, but again, Syria look a little lost in terms of how to approach ramp. Once they've got that deep lurk smoke coming through, they have to look elsewhere. 1 for 1. Hunter, it's not bad because Black Eagle then brings the numbers in favor of Syria. Now they've got a group together. Just play off each other.
Yeah, this is every opportunity in Syria's favor at this point. And they've slowed it down. They're forcing in re-aggression. Realize, Razel, they're collapsing in, but the trade is there. It's through the yellow side, and there's no way for Realize to really be able to trade, and Bashar was actually there. There was a lineup available, but Syria will still capitalize. They'll find themselves their 11th, and they should be able to at least put Jordan's money on the back foot. There's not going to be a pretty buy here, but they will purchase in considering the scoreline.
Getting to the point of that sort of now or never, though, isn't it? You know, the full buy about to come in. If they can't convert it here, I think it's probably where we can safe to say and kind of call it maybe. This is going to be close. We're getting Triple M4, one FAMAS MP9, but at least the full bulk of util coming out. I have to say, but yeah, I'm not feeling too confident about their chances. Nade in the corner, trying to do some damage. And we'll do a good job. Bashar is burning to a crisp. Flash around the corner is great. They surely know about Bashar. They do, and a double entry by Sigma. That might be kind of the beginning of the end here, potentially.
That's a big kill for Razel. Maybe makes him think back away into this round, but at this point now they're just bleeding out resources. Realize will fall, and now Razel and Sprontos, they're just trying to head for the hills. They're trying to hold on to what they have because this was all the chips in the middle of the felt, and now they don't really have an opportunity to respond back. Oh my goodness, Razel might be caught right here as well, but okay, he lives. Upgrade to an A1S as well. I don't know why he's going back to B stairs. Okay, but he lives. Oh, sure, fair enough.
Yeah. Somehow escaped. 12-6, though. Map and series point Syria. They've had to work for this. You know, we can say that without a doubt, but all in all, they've got so... Oh, man, they got so many advantages in their court right now, whether it's monetarily, the rounds in hand, the confidence, momentum, everything. I can't see a world in which this doesn't go in their favor. Say that, though. An MP5. Not often you see that gun, in all fairness. Gets the opening kill towards Tax.
Oh my god, that is actually insane. That not only he landed the burst, but he lives to tell the tale. Crazy stuff here. Boost up in middle to potentially find out. Realize he actually spots Spawns first, but either way, Spawns wins out the duel. There's still a 4v4, mid control established. It's just Bashar on that MP5, but he's actually deeper. It's Hunter to take that first contact. A falling Black Eagle will fall. Katie is there for the trade. Oh my goodness, this is just absolute carnage. Players all around the Syrian attack, and this pause is just such a well-timed pause because they're getting kills all the way back in, but Sprontos with a 2-for-1, and it leaves Sigma in the clutch. He doesn't have the bomb, I don't think. Yeah, the bomb is dropped in middle, and they should just be able to establish a crossfire and win the round here, Jordan.
Surely. Sigma, he hasn't even got a lot of time either. 35 seconds to try and make this one work for him. Smoke gonna come down as well. Good luck. No util. No idea. It's not happening. It's not happening at all. Sigma, am I trying to creep on the edge of the... No way. There's a little gap. A tiny gap. Like ships of the night. They're walking into each other. Oh! They've got to realize he's making noise. What is happening? He's got the first. Looking for the second. 10 seconds. He's got to tuck his head. And he picks the right side to stay alive. Sprantos. Good round from him. 3 kills to his name. Oh my god, that was considerably closer than what it should have been. But a 12-7 is better than nothing. Jordan is still alive, but you know, Syria just go right back into a bye. No real issues. Maybe bar a little bit of a lesser investment from Tax, I think, is probably gonna have to go to it. Yeah, Galil. There we go. So Galil, half armor, or full armor even, and a bit of util. Still, Jordan, not dead just yet.
Whew, I mean, skin of their teeth there. Jordan still have an opportunity to answer back. 5 rounds needed here on this defense. Sprontos teed up for 1. Spawns offers up his life, and Sprontos wants to kind of go for more, and that's a little overzealous. Gives the kill right back to Sigma, and we're into a 4v4.
Okay. Wow, Sigma's given one there. I realize, and the trade is all that matters. I was worried that he might get that kill and fall away, but you're right? You know, it's a long rotate over towards the site, but at the same time, Syria are taking their time. So it comes over, though. That's going to now give them some coverage. Hunter, you don't want to go through it. The Molly does airburst there, in all fairness, but you don't really want to go through the smoke. You're 50 seconds as well as Tax making a little move. I don't know. Is he going to try something audacious? Please, no. No, it's not the time. Play it safe. Smoke's fading, or about to in just a moment.
Oh my god.
They are so open. So open. And what is going on? They're so open. Where do they think Jordan are? I'm so confused here. Syria, 2 of them were open to that peak, but then at the same time, how's Jordan not seeing them? I'm so confused. Oh my god, where do they think Jordan are? They had to have thought they were on rafters. Somebody's miscomm
That's
there.
what it was.
Yeah, somebody's miscomm and said that somebody's on rafters. It was wrong. But thankfully, it doesn't punish Syria, and they do see off the map in the series. Wild ending. I think, obviously, in the server, it's different, but in hindsight, that looked like comical. It's complete. Everybody was looking the wrong way. Syria see it off, though, and it is a big, big series for them to be taking. It now really gives them an opportunity to qualify towards the LAN in Chengdu. Of course, they've got a game straight after this as well, right? Playing against Lebanon. Win that, and they guarantee. I mean, even if they lose, but it's by... Oh, no, they have to win, actually. Lebanon have already got to win.
They had a big margin here, though, is the thing,
True.
right? Oh, you're saying...
Lebanon will never win, so it's actually basically that best of 3 is to decide it. I mean, it won't even be on stream, that one, in all fairness. It's Qatar, Palestine's going to be on stream. But, at the same time, Palestine, if they get that win, they guarantee their spot as well. So, yeah, pretty interesting. That's actually a really cool best of 3, though, between Lebanon and Syria. They're 2 very competitive sides. Winner of that goes to Chengdu. It's sick.
Yeah, I mean, an opportunity to go to Chengdu, again, we spoke about how important that LAN environment it is for underrepresented countries to get an opportunity to play on that stage, have a chance to qualify for the main event, the main championship. So huge stuff in the grand scheme of things, and it's just a couple of BO3s to decide. So very happy that Syria kind of got their act together, mentally reset, and shut things down here. Unfortunate for Jordan, but we do have to say goodbye to them. Going 0-2 in their group of death, I'd like to say. But honestly, it was always going to be decided by a bunch of very close rounds, and that's kind of what we got today in this final series as well.
Yeah, exactly that. Simple as. And as these kind of highlights roll through, you can see at times just how one-sided they did feel in the server as well. I mean, really good work coming through from Syria for the bulk part. There was, a couple of kind of crazy rounds. This one in particular, in all fairness, where they got their 7th, Jordan, but in the end, arguably even kind of crazy one in response coming through from Syria to close it out. So, yeah, we have to say goodbye to Jordan. A team on paper who actually had a lot to kind of bring to this, some decent names and some guys who, actually played some good Counter-Strike, but, in the end, it wasn't to be. Here's that at the end of it. 15 kills, we realize, are pretty decent. Sprentos with 17, and it does peter off a little bit off that. 19 for Sigma was very good, but it spawns again with 23. I mean, he was top kills in map 1, top kills in map 2, and just second in map number 2. I mean, he's without a doubt the MVP off the back of that series.
He pulled it together. He pulled it together and then some. And you've also got to give credit to KD. I think on Ancient did significant amount of damage. And just the bounce back from that performance on Anubis is a lot to be desired. It made me very excited about him and watching him moving forward. So a lot to like about Syria. A lot of consistency needed from them. I think that we definitely saw a lot of up and down performances from both the sides. But Syria eventually kind of battened down the hatches, lessened the mistakes a little bit more, and got the job done. So credit to them. Now they have an opportunity to qualify to Chengdu. Excited for them.
Yeah, it should be good. Should be very good. There's one more best of 3 that's going to be on the screens. We've got, again, a pretty good one. This one has qualification on the line in kind of a multitude of ways as well. Qatar had a rough showing against Iran. They went 0-1 currently. Palestine are 1-0. If Palestine win, they get themselves a spot. Simple as that. If they lose, it opens it up to round difference where it's pretty good over towards Iran. So who knows? Potentially, if Qatar pull off an upset, they could actually end up gifting kind of Iran that spot towards Chengdu. You have to wait and see. It's going to be script jumping on for me off the back of that one. I'm going to take my break. So for now, we're going to throw it to a break. We'll see you after.
Hello everybody, welcome back in. More of the Iesf Western Asian qualifier here. Of course, it is myself stepping in for Naokai. Going to be on with Paladin. I think we were just having a little bit of a chat, a little bit of a catch-up. Obviously, we know of each other, but I don't think we've necessarily casted together ever.
No.
I'm trying to think of maybe somewhere we might have
So
a
we
crossover.
did a desk together. I remember you hosted for DreamHack.
Yep.
And then I was my first ever analyst gig then. But it's been a long time. It's been 3 years or so since then. So this will be fun. This will be very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. I think looking forward to it. We're getting into it as well. The last game out here for Group A, that last Group B game, going to be taking place at the same time. Obviously, we've just seen Syria sort of vie off against Lebanon, really, now that they have that spot in that final game. You know, they're both going to be competing only the one spot per group here. Meanwhile, on the other side of things, a little bit of a tough one. It could get kind of interesting. Palestine looked pretty legit yesterday. Maybe a sort of quicker, closer series, but they managed to clean things up. And now they'll be playing off against Qatar, who it was a bit rough for them against Iran. You know, 13-2, 13-5, really not the best showing. There were a couple cool names in here. Neo was out here for El Nino, I think, but Kushkov was kind of the only one that looked good. Beyond that, it has been a bit of a difficult run. Again, maybe AJB, you know, is a name that sort of stands out. But Qatar definitely felt like there was a little bit less to them as a squad. Palestine, meanwhile, actually didn't get a chance to cast them. They were sort of, you know, the side game, the game that wasn't being streamed. But like I say, they look pretty good. It's a closer game, but all the same, some really nice stuff from them. And, you know, could have had that 2-0 there, a bit of an overtime against Iran. So it will get a bit interesting here, I think, to see how this one goes down and whether, you know, it's going to be a round difference type thing, whether Qatar can really upset things or not.
Yeah, if Palestine finds the win here, they secure their spot in Chengdu, which would be awesome for them. If they lose, I think that's where Iran could sneak in. So that'll be very interesting to find. At this point for Qatar, I'm pretty sure they're eliminated unless they absolutely batter Palestine.
Yeah.
Which I don't think that's in our kind of expectations as far as the series goes. But we'll take a look at the veto, see what's going on here, what Palestine want to opt in for. We saw Vertigo for the first time in the qualifier just in the last series. Absolute bloodbath, absolute carnage. And unfortunately, we won't get it this time around. We do get the Inferno pick, though. Do we know anything about their Inferno? No, we don't. They actually haven't played it yet in the tournament. So a little bit of a curveball here from Palestine, you'd like to think.
Yeah, potentially. You know, the Mirage ban coming in maybe isn't even that big of a surprise. Also a map that it's not like Palestine wanted to angle towards. Or maybe we've had a bit of a picture change, I think. So they've actually gone for the Anubis pick. I guess it's Qatar that have gone in for the Inferno pick. So there you go. That maybe makes a bit more sense, right? Because as we said, Inferno didn't really come out. Bit of a curveball if Palestine were going for it. Still maybe kind of risky. Like Iran did take Palestine quite far on that Anubis in the series yesterday. They actually ended up beating them in that overtime, as I mentioned. So, you know, if Qatar have done a little bit of work in between, there may well be some areas that are punishable on that Palestine side of things. But the Inferno, I think I want to say as well, the first Inferno that we might have seen in the Western qualifier, at least on stream. That may well have been a dangerous statement to throw out there. No, I have just had a little check, and indeed, yeah, no Inferno yet at all in the Western qualifier. So that also strikes up as a little bit of an interesting choice. But then the Nuke as the decider, you know. So we have some decent maps here. I think I can be relatively happy with the way this veto's gone down.
Yeah, Palestine, they get themselves the Anubis. Sure, it went extra rounds with Iran, but I think they're thinking, okay, this is comfortable for us. We've done the scrims, we've done the homework. You know, we've also found a way to fix the mistakes that we had potentially brought upon ourselves in that map, and then kind of just move forward. And you also get the nuke at the end of the series, which feels to me that, like, that's where they probably showed their best work against Iran. So having that in the back chamber in case things go wrong on Anubis is nice. But again, you've got to think about this from a bird's eye view. Qatar really struggled to keep up against Iran. They couldn't find a way on nuke, and they couldn't find really anything on Anubis. 13-2 battering against Iran. So maybe that's a little bit of a factor into the pickup here from Palestine, but let's see what they can do here. They get to start on the T side here as well, Scriv. So a chance to really rack up the rounds here at the start of this map.
Yeah, absolutely. Straight into the action. They have been waiting, I think, in the server to go. So credit to them for, not maybe forcing the hand of some of the admins to get the game started immediately. Here we go, though, in towards that A-bomb site. Not really all that much of a defense. They will sort of fly round quite quickly. I don't know, man. It felt like they were playing more for the retake. Then they moved in aggressively. It's not worked out. All the kills go in the way of Palestine at this point. We do have Ramos in with... Okay, the kid. Not anymore, though. Just been absolutely melted. And this could be a flawless pistol to kick us off here, pardon.
Yes, sir. El Nino. Okay, that was a little bold from Yabi, but still finds it nonetheless. And yeah, Palestine will get themselves that flawless pistol and the bomb plant, all the goodies so far. I mean, that round right there, they want to play kind of ahead and take that control of the beach side of the map. It's a bold call to make, but when you get the opening entry and you have CT swarming into you from camera, why not take those aggressive stances? Why not try to overwhelm with those close-range Glocks? So it works out for them. They get themselves that pistol. Now Qatar, you're always put into a situation here where do you want to buy or not? I almost 99% of the time say no, and I think they think that as well, which is probably the right decision.
Yeah, I think so, for sure. It is, for me, just kind of that smarter one ultimately, but I don't know. It's something that, the jury is out on a little bit, I think. So maybe as, it's getting into sort of the extremity kind of regions, it feels like potentially this is the way to go about it. And the thing, interestingly enough, as well, is, Qatar as a team, not the most coordinated when we saw them yesterday. Again, a couple of individual moments that might have given them the handful of rounds that they picked up. But as a team, you'd maybe figure that they go a bit wackier. But sometimes we have seen, I think it was a little bit more for Neo and I this morning in the South Asia qualifier, some of the eco decisions, or lack thereof, were a little interesting. So it can be one of those nuanced parts of the game that actually you just don't think about sometimes and gets away from you, right?
Yeah, I can't tell you how many times it happens when it comes to these mixed teams, because you just have different ideologies, different approaches to the game. Like, these are national teams. These aren't, like, set squads that regularly practice. These guys could have completely different rosters that they play under in, like, advanced or in, like, IM or something like that. So you've always got to keep that in mind when it comes to these kinds of rosters, and how much practice that they've actually put in and how much theory work that they've done as well. But either way, it looks like so far we've avoided those issues. Qatar go for a complete eco. They get all the guns out they could ask for in round number 3. And, I mean, they won't have the AWP, but at the very least, they'll have these rifles to try and start to command a little bit more respect of Palestine here in the first buy round.
Yeah, it certainly feels that way. We like to see these teams sort of get aggressive and put their best foot forward. Try and, like you say, command some respect, but it does seem that Qatar actually are playing things a little safer. It's just a walkout from Palestine, it looks like. This is a really unorthodox way of approaching that B-bomb site. AJB, though, seems to be in a good spot for it. Big headshot onto him. Ammo goes down through the smoke. That feels like it's enough. Just going to be down to 6 LL. Coming in a little bit late to the party. You feel like, surely, he's not got a chance here. This is another thing as well, Paladin, where it's like, sometimes the saves, again, maybe the games that we're more used to, it get down to like a 4v2, and then they'd move away to save. But these guys, if they're close to the action, they'll kind of go for it, right? It's all a case of proximity rather than logistics, I suppose.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, even in that situation, when you've lost your temple player and you've lost the side anchor, like, that's a 3v5 that you'd, or more like a 3v4, but, like, you're still thinking, like, if you're, like, a professional team, you're thinking, we're done and dusted here, we're leaving. Like, there's just no way we're getting back into this. But they kind of gave away a little too much. 6LL doesn't even get to save that rifle. And now you're kind of looking red in the face. You're thinking, you always look back in hindsight and think maybe we should have saved there. Maybe we should have pulled the plug a little bit earlier. But you can't. Now you've got to deal with the problem with pistols and hope that you can kind of get a lucky break here and there. These kinds of small, marginal economic decisions really do add up in a game where you're not considered the favorites, you know? Like, you are kind of backs against the wall, and we'll see what they can kind of do with this kind of a buy.
Absolutely. Nice find to open things up, though. Hope Da Beast. Maybe just go with Hope. I don't think the full name really rolls all that well. Will get that entry. A bit of damage coming through the smoke, but they're going for the full-on wraparound here, which I think has been heard. Unfortunately, for Qatar, there's not too much that they can do about it, right? They saw that first kill come in. They were pretty confident that it would end up being A. They were wrong, and they sort of abandoned the B-bomb site in the meantime. But, again, not a round that you expect too much from them. I think they just really would have liked to, again, make that presence known, you know, and just find a couple of kills and be like, oh, okay, they can kind of shoot back, because Palestine, after yesterday's results on this map for Qatar, are really looking to just roll them over, I think. 100%.
I've got to say, Hope the Beast is a fantastic name. That is really up there for me.
It's pretty good.
We had, what is it? Isaac Asimov is what we had at one point? Or something, God, they were like a combination. The West African names were just so funny. Like, they were just fantastic. I gotta pull them up for you, because if I don't, then I'm gonna sound like I'm completely insane. Hold on. John Cruz. We got John Cruz and we had Isaac Einstein. Yes, those are the two banger names. Those are guys.
Yeah,
those
are pretty good, man. Those are pretty good. I love that. Absolutely love it. Yeah, I mean, we've had some good ones. I don't know. Again, it was the South Asian games, so I don't think you were sort of involved with them in any way, right? But
no.
There was one guy called Hellscream. I thought that was pretty cool.
Oh, yeah.
You know, classic World of Warcraft reference, but also just in isolation is a really cool name. So, you know, that one stood out to me. El Nino, apparently, I'm not much of a football guy, or indeed soccer, right? But apparently one of the sort of legendary players, Fernando Torres, that was like his nickname or whatever. So Neo was he played for Liverpool, right? So Neo was having a pretty good time with that. Either way, round is unfolding before our eyes. And El Nino, of course, who else to get involved to shut us up? He finds the first kill for Qatar. It may well be the only kill, though. Their numbers continue to thin. And the A-bomb site is indeed what they've set their sights upon.
It's very clear to me that Palestine understand this map far, far better than Qatar. Backs turned in so many situations. Shot in the back of the head a lot of times. And things just continue to spiral out of control here for Qatar. This is very worrying signs to start out the game. And Palestine look to confirm their spot in Chengdu. And what an opportunity that would be. I mean, I spoke about this a lot with Neo, but I mean, the opportunity, I mean, you and I, we've casted on land before. We've experienced that environment, and we know how exciting that is. You can only imagine how exciting it would be to actually play in that environment, right? So I feel like this is just such a massive opportunity for especially some underrepresented regions. I don't think he has this, by the way. Yeah,
real close. I like the idea. I gotta respect it. No, but yeah, I'm definitely concurring with what you're saying, man. Like, I think, again, I feel there are scenes that, you know, we just don't really have access to because they have sort of their own form of social media and things like this, you know, and it's a little bit harder to get involved in. And also, like, they don't bleed over into, like, the Western Hemisphere Counter-Strike that we're used to. So it's like, okay, I can watch Amcal develop talent that's eventually going to join Cloud9 is a good example right now, you know. But right. I feel like there are these sort of smaller lands going on, but they're not quite, that same sort of level, you know what I mean? They really have to push, and they really have to qualify into tournaments like this to get that same sort of experience, that big experience, and get their scenes also noticed, and hopefully get people locally investing, right?
Yeah, I think Anders was mentioning, like, he sees this as like a very long-term project where year on year you want to look back at these teams and see how have they developed in terms of last circuit and this circuit, and is the region improving? Do they have a little bit more fight back when you get to the land stage? And stuff like that. I think that's very important to kind of take notice about. Like, we're not necessarily jumping to think about what East or Western Asian Counter-Strike. Like, that is not a region that we talk about. But we do get to see them at the Asian RMR. We do get to see them get to a close qualification to that Paris RMR when you think about that Twisted Minds roster. And you take that concept and you try to apply it to this tournament here, and you say, maybe we can try to bleed that experience across countries and not just one consolidated squad. That's kind of like the hope that you can get out of a tournament like this.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. I think there's an awful lot to roll through, and, you know, really, really solid incentive. For the time being, Palestine have been absolutely ruining Qatar, to be honest with you. As you said, the fundamental idea here from Palestine is just far better. That is really a key showing of that. Just knowing that, okay, they're going to try something. We got to hold off for the aggression. Aku is actually going to find himself a double out there. And it just looks all too easy, doesn't it? You know, no real contest. Maybe even on that individual level as well. You know, we can use the argument of the team play not being as good, not being as comfortable, but if you can't match up in your straight-up 1v1s, which is a lot of what Qatar are looking for, at least in this round, then you're going to have a serious problem, aren't you, really?
They just walked in A there. I mean, it wasn't even a set piece or anything. They just walked in, they took a straight-up heads-up aim duel, ripped the head off, and said, okay, we'll plant the bomb here. We'll take some mid-control as well as icing on the cake, and they just kind of bleed out Qatar in that round there. Ramo will be able to hold on to his A1S and actually a full belt of utility as well, which is kind of nice to have. But at this point, when you're at max loss bonus, you're 0-7 in the hole, I think just buying till you win a round is probably the name of the game if you're Qatar. You want something, anything really, to hang your hat on and say, maybe we can come back on the T side. Of course, I'm talking very far into the future, but you've got to start somewhere as far as the mental goes for Qatar.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. I think, you know, I'm with you on that, where you just really have to send it in. You're sort of avoiding embarrassment at this point, and every fight that you walk into is just going south. El Nino falls early. There we go. 6LL does get a trade onto the low HP player. But the control and the information that Palestine are gaining paying absolute dividends right now. B-bomb site looks vulnerable.
Now, Palestine want to pause here. They don't want to necessarily give anything away, but at this point, you're not even going to get re-aggression because Qatar are just so far down that they're just too scared to kind of re-aggress at this point. They're hoping to catch some players in their crosshairs instead. And there it is. 6LL will fall. They find that mid-control yet again. They'll pounce into this A-bomb site. It's up to AJB to put on an absolute clinic here. They can only find one frag, and that's pretty much everything done and dusted. Ramo, in a very tough 1v3, doesn't even realize Naku could be in dark, and Palestine will continue to keep that clean sheet alive. 8-0 here to start off this game. And, I mean, hey, that's just that much closer to Chengdu.
Yeah, man. I think it certainly is looking that way for them, isn't it? You know, there just feels like a serious outclass at this point, unless something absolutely insane turns around for Qatar. There is also maybe that, you know, dejection for this Qatari team in the fact that they know they can't really qualify with how poor their performance was yesterday. If they'd maybe got a map, if they brought things a bit closer, right, they could have built up the sort of round difference and go for the 2-0 here. It still would need a good few parameters to go their way, but I think, yeah, there might be a bit of a lack of energy to them here this evening. So I can certainly feel it. I can certainly see it on the server. And Palestine also. It feels like maybe one of the stronger teams, certainly in this group. You know, Syria looked pretty good for me. Jordan, I thought, would actually be kind of decent, just given some of the history that they have with some of their players. But unfortunately, it wasn't the case when I witnessed them yesterday. It wasn't really the case. I suppose Issa not
today
playing,
either.
You know, yeah, this is true. This is true.
I think I'm with you. I was actually very much of the same ballpark. I actually thought Jordan would comfortably squeeze their way into Chengdu, but it goes to show that there is still a lot of talent within this region. I think Syria put up a very good fight in the last series. You've got some good performers in players like KD and players like Spawns. Black Eagle was also a player that I'd mentioned. And yeah, I think overall it shows that there is some depth to at least the Group B. Group B feels very competitive across the board. But here, it feels like Palestine really are head and shoulders above the rest. Had a tough game against Iran, but winning that feels like it should be it. It should be enough.
Yeah. Certainly looks that way. It's just kind of a question of, like, you know, maybe how long are we going to be here for Qatar, unfortunately. I mean, this isn't their pick, is the thing, right? Maybe they have done the solid work for that Inferno. Is maybe one of the key things to consider. We didn't see it yesterday. I think there's maybe a chance of checking the match page here to see the veto. Yeah, okay, cool. So, I mean, it wasn't banned yesterday, so they could have picked it yesterday against Iran. They didn't. They went with Nuke, and it didn't quite work. So, you know, they're changing things up a little bit here. Nuke makes another appearance, so maybe they've got a couple maps that they feel comfortable on. But at the moment, I'm not super convinced it's going to have to be a really big turnaround. You know, Palestine are just running in, first 30 seconds, not really thinking too hard. Little bits of utility, but most of it is just clicking heads better than their opponents. You know, we've got the coup yet to die. Hope the Beast only a couple times. Yabi only once. Like, they're really, really running over them here. And it is getting a bit scary for Qatar.
Oh, you didn't have to mention the deathless Naku, man. That was like kind of crazy. I was like, yeah. Holy hell. That's tough stuff. I mean, what can you really do if you're Qatar in this situation? It's so hard to write like a story about how this team can come back or keep it competitive. It's just kind of like, let's hope they can kind of stay competitive more than anything. Just keep as many rounds in play as possible. But, I mean, these rounds, as you said, are being decided in like 20 to 30 seconds max. Oh, and there's another kill to just give them free mid control. They should just be able to wrap into A, especially after they lose B main like that. But they'll slow it down. So maybe there's some room back into this round. Maybe.
Hey, it's possible, man. Possible. We don't want to start believing too early. Maybe they could give us something there. This mid control could be big, though. The coup in pretty deep. Lots of options for him. Meanwhile, another little attempt there at some info. I think the flash slightly mistimed, so they don't really get any. But Palestine, waiting patiently. First time in a while we've seen them have to use, you know, the entire 2 minutes. And Ramo goes out, digging for some information. Lucky he doesn't go too far and ends up falling, to be fair to him. All the same, he's gathered maybe, you know, there's a couple players out here. They are leaning more on that B side of things. AJB in quite deep with a lot of information as well. But Naku going to make it work in at mid. Somehow stays alive. Bodies are rolling. There's not a lot of HP available here, though, for the T side. Quick trade out. Oh, and AJB, he'll get it done. And there you have it. Qatar in with their first round.
Hell yeah. That was insane. Let's go. Qatar find a way to make it work, man. I mean, they just kind of find the right read and they find the necessary trades, but eventually that aggression was going to cost Palestine, and I'm glad Qatar could actually capitalize upon it. I can't tell you how many times I've watched within these Iesf qualifiers where the heavy favorite does something absolutely insane, and they get away with it like every round. So finally something that we can celebrate on the Qatar side of things. But can they keep it up? Can they keep that momentum rolling? Not necessarily. Naku with a beautiful flash. Hope the Beast with a double of his own. Alino does get a back turn onto O'Day, but I mean, this A bomb site surely should be falling any moment now. But they're actually going to wrap into B. Ramo to be put to the test. He'll find one before he falls. That's a 1-for-1 split across the board, and Naku finds a necessary trade. This should be 11 for Palestine. An absolute near spotless T side here for them.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy, right? The difference, I mean, look, leaving your opponent with the donut is pretty satisfying, I suppose, but they're just after that qualification at the end of the day. Does not make a difference. Just want the win. Win is a win, no matter how it comes. I mean, that's what a lot of players will say, even if it is a super close game. People don't generally remember scorelines, just sort of the fact whether you made it, whether you won it. Whether you did it in quick fashion potentially could make a difference to the headlines, so to speak. Palestine finding their 11th nice and easy. So Qatar, hell of a run back going to be required here. I mean, T-side of Anubis, at one point, when it first dropped, maybe there were a few opportunities for crazy comebacks, but I think as teams have gotten more and more comfortable, I don't think it's going to be the case here.
Definitely so. What's the purchase here for Palestine? Kit, double flash for Hope. And there's an option to go for dual Berettas if you want to. I've actually not been seeing as much of it in this qualifier to play like it in Dark or play it close A main, but they're going to opt in for 5 USPs, and I don't mind this. I've not necessarily seen Kit double flash. Usually Kit smoke is the option, right? So we'll see if that has any real ramifications. This is a barrel into this A bomb site. They've got a couple of kills available to them. Yabi only finds one. And Qatar could have another round here on the board, Scrib. Oh.
It's possible. It is very possible. We'll see, though. O'Day in particular looking good on this USP. Going to make it happen as he charges in. And for a moment, Qatar were maybe in with the pistol. And again, a bit of a gap closed. But Palestine's retake looks good enough. It's O'Day on that USP that makes it happen. And indeed, I think we are hammering this one home. It's tough for Qatar. It is very tough. 13-2. Potentially 13-1. Now, I have to be honest. You know, it was yesterday. I don't know if you caught any of this game at all. Maybe not, because, you know, time zones and whatnot. But Lebanon-Jordan, it was 13-2 from Lebanon to Jordan. Then we went on to Ancient, which was the pick of Lebanon. And Jordan won that 13-0. So there have been some really crazy kind of score lines coming in. So I would say that this one is unexpected, but I have been acclimatized to the way that things are working out here in the West Asia qualifier. All the same. 3-on-3. Not looking like a bad force buy from Qatar to stay alive.
Oh my god!
Oh no, O'Day will get it. 3 HP, man. Oh, that makes a difference as well, because, you know, all the rest of Qatar losing their fights as well.
Well, El Nino now got to put pen to paper, find this second round in a 1v2. And he's got the defense split, so there is a world. He does have to clear his corners. He's got to clear some angles, and oh my goodness, I think Monty's going to see him first. He will. And there you have it. 13-1, an absolute decimation for Palestine. They are now just a singular map away from qualifying to Chengdu. Exciting, exciting stuff here for this ragtag group. And I mean, I really got to give them credit. They looked absolutely here to win. They didn't want to kind of mince around and waffle about. They just wanted to get the win on the board and get things rocking and rolling.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, even though Qatar are kind of one of the teams, at least in this group, I think the weakest team, right? It's a bit difficult to say across groups, but even then they played pretty professionally. They had a couple of rounds in there where maybe Qatar would come in with some early kills, and instead of being like, whatever, we're already like 9 rounds up, let's just send it. They did sort of freeze things, they did slow it down, And they did indeed sort of, at the very least, wait for the aggression to come to them. It wasn't necessarily the wildest, craziest reads or whatever, but they had some very, very sort of simple, built-in things within the team that made them look pretty good, and indeed kept that scoreline one-sided, only the one round falling by the wayside. I think they can be really, really happy with the way that they've performed there. Again, we have this very, 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 very thin silver lining in the fact that Qatar also didn't look good on Anubis yesterday, so maybe it is just a map that is a real pain point for this team. Inferno could be something a bit different, but we're not holding our breath, I think it is safe to say.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a real risk to run, to pick into a map that nobody's played at this tournament, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Here's the scoreboard for you guys. Pretty even across the board for Palestine. No real player that I was like, oh my god, like, he's just putting them in the team's backpack. But overall, satisfied across the board. Ode, Hope, Naku, Monty, all with double digits. Yabi not far behind as well. And for Qatar, it's just really difficult to kind of pinpoint a specific player to say this could be the reason why they take a map or victory in general. I'm going to have to be convinced severely moving forward into the next map for any real possibility of the 3-mapper here. I don't know. To me, I think that this is pretty much Palestine confirming their spot in Chengdu, and now it's just a formality. But we'll have to wait and see. I mean, we're going to take a short break, and then when we come back, we will have that second map review in the series, Qatar's pick of Inferno, to see if Palestine can advance through the Chengdu.
Hello everyone, we are back in, swiftly moving on into our second map, and very swiftly indeed. Maybe, you know, you were a little bit late getting here, right? You wanted to see how your favorite Qatari bros were doing. Well, unfortunately, not all that hot, I think it is safe to say. Their Anubis does seem to be a map that they are struggling pretty heavily on. Palestine just handed it to them with a 13-1, and now we move on to that Palestinian pick. No, sorry, the Qatari pick of Inferno, which I think we are a little bit confused-ish by, you know, uncertain, I think is certainly what we're saying here about it.
Yeah, I think there's just an inherent risk picking into this map, considering it's just there's no tape of it on any end of the equation. But if you're Qatar, look, you've got nothing to lose. You have a negative or a minus 19 round differential off of your previous series. You're now pretty far in the hole after this first map as well. Why not swing for the fences? Try to get a map here and try to stake your claim and showcase that you've got a little bit of something to give. I mean, again, we're always thinking about the growth of these countries and these regions. Hopefully this is a learning curve for them to kind of take and move on over to everything coming next year, maybe. So I think Qatar, just lock in, see what you can do on Inferno, and see what you can get done.
Absolutely, man. You never know. You never know what might be possible. You could really make for an interesting series here. And, you know, you want to walk away as well from this tournament, at least with a little bit of a map that you can look back on and go, okay, that was good stuff. What are we going to learn from that? How can we employ that into our future games? Or maybe, indeed, if you can pull back the entire series, that would be a pretty incredible turnaround. As I was saying during the broadcast, mentioned it a bit to you, it has happened over in Group B where we've had, you know, a kind of crazy complete flip of the script in that opening game, Lebanon versus Jordan. So, you know, it could happen. It could happen. I'm definitely interested to see whether it will here. I just feel, again, we're on that sort of realistic sort of level as we have to be, you know, pundits worth their salt, as it were. It was a very, very one-sided, very easy as well is the thing. I think the sort of caveat that I gave to you, and I'll mention it now on broadcast with that sort of other series that I'm referencing, is the fact that the rounds themselves on that Dust 2 were really, really close. They just couldn't convert on the Jordan side of things, right? So many post-plant losses for them. Qatar, it never really got that close, you know what I mean? They were just getting sort of rolled over. They were being pushed out of their own bomb sites, trying to even retake just sort of extremities like Temple area, camera in towards beach and everything. Like, they just could not match up on a mechanical level, unfortunately.
I'll always compare it to that of, like, how many backs are you getting turned on the opposing side, right? Like, you're finding so many flank kills and players that are completely unaware of what's going on. To me, you can amount that to some extent of, okay, it's the map, they weren't doing very well on it, they're not comfortable on it. But you can also extend it to the other end of the equation that, like, fundamentally as a team, they're just kind of lost as to who's watching what and when, like the basic team fundamentals that you kind of have to rely on when you're in times of strife, when you are having your backs against the wall. And on a map like Inferno, look, if Palestine have done their homework on this map and they have the same level of fundamentals as they did on Anubis, you're expecting they've got decent fundamentals in taking brackets control. They've probably got a good understanding as to how to take banana, which would mean that, like, as the rotations come in for Qatar, they really got to understand when they want to pull a player off of the B bomb site into A or vice versa and stuff like that. All these kinds of things, these kind of fundamentals, they will be tested against the likes of Palestine. And so I'm curious to see if it was really just the map or whether fundamentally they just don't have it together as a team just yet.
Yeah, for sure. I think that we'll find out, right? But it is one of those things where it's like everybody knows Inferno because it's been around for a while, but there is also, like, it has quite a high floor, I guess, if that makes sense, of, like, needing to know those sort of protocols that you're talking about. And that is something whether Qatar are going to have that. And I don't know, man, based on what we've seen on Anubis, it just felt like there were almost no protocols for them, really. Just very, very reactive kind of Counter-Strike, which is not a great look at all. Hopefully should be into the game sooner rather than later. Just a few more minutes here, I would have thought, before things get started. Not really got any information, so I don't think there's anything going south, but just a case of getting everybody in the server and readied up.
Looking at players that potentially jump out here, I liked what I saw from Hope. Naku also had some good moments, staying alive for what? How long was it? I actually wanted to know. I forgot as to when he died. I guess that first round that they got on the board. So
Yeah,
maybe
I guess so.
like round 11-ish, which is honestly pretty awesome to have if you're ever playing a game like that. So yeah, keep an eye out for them. And for Qatar, let's just give a nod to El Nino because why not?
Yeah, I mean, sure, that's fair enough. I like the name, right? I like the name. That's kind of the way that it goes.
Good name.
Yeah, the sort of scoreboard for them was not the best, not the nicest, unfortunately. I suppose he was at the top end. Yeah, not bad on the stats, right? Highest ADR and whatnot as well. So it's kind of fair enough. But yeah, there was a little bit missing in there. Kishkov was a player yesterday that we felt on an individual level looked pretty good. Didn't really bring anything to the table. So, you know, there's some problems. There's definitely some problems in there, as we've said individually. I think that might even just be the core fundamental problem. A lot of Palestine were just able to walk in and take the fights where they wanted. Sure, there was maybe a couple members that are like a little more passive, a little safer. But definitely it felt like Hope the Beast in particular was really sort of on it with those like breaking open the bomb site type moments. Naku liked a bit of a lurk, a bit of a later move, right? But Hope the Beast was pretty good when they were moving in as a pack and just sort of getting those entries, as it were.
Completely agree. It looks like everybody is ready as far as the Challenger World lobby is concerned, so we should be heading into game pretty soon here. Yeah, okay. Players have joined, and we should be starting momentarily. This is, again, an opportunity for Palestine to confirm their spot in Chengdu. That's potentially one of the two spots in this qualifier to be confirmed. On the other end of the server, Lebanon and Syria have a best of 3 to decide who's moving on and who isn't. So that's also super exciting. It's all kind of to play for in these final best of 3s, and I'm glad that's the case, and that we've had a competitive group, all things considered, on both ends.
Yeah, definitely, man. There's no real clear-cut kind of strongest team, I suppose. But yeah, that definitely has been the case across the Asian qualifiers in general, which is cool to see. These, again, lesser-known regions, still developing, still competitive within their own right. And we'll see how they perform once they get through to Chengdu. Qatar actually start things off here. El Nino going to find the opener. So could get a bit difficult. There's that B smoke going down, but El Nino finds good timing off the back of his teammates' information. So here we are, 5v3 in favor of Qatar.
Palestine also have a sub here. Yabi is out and Smokers is in. We'll see how much of a hit that takes to Palestine, but definitely won't see the ramifications of it just yet, considering this is a very difficult 3v5 where Smokers has got 5 players just running straight towards him and will not be able to find anything. Ode teed up for a couple, and he actually drops the bomb, so he's got a couple of favorable duels here to take, but Kishkov is there to find the necessary kill. The bomb is able to pound its way out, and now once it's confirmed, Naku will be in a nigh impossible situation in this 1v3. Already a little bit more to like about Qatar on this map so far. They play with the rotations a little bit, and their fundamentals, the chemistry between the players look a lot more desirable, to say the least.
Yeah, absolutely, man, absolutely. I think they'll be satisfied with that. Not quite over just yet, though. There's one clean headshot here from Naku. Could make a difference. Just couldn't get it done. Good number of opportunities for him. But yeah, the headshots don't land, and he is indeed punished in due course. So, solid look here for Qatar. Definitely what they needed if they are to flip things here and have a bit of a performance. Make something of this. Give us maybe 3 maps out of this series. Definitely has to start in the right place.
Yeah, definitely, and it's a nice first attempt here from Qatar. They'll have 4 MAC-10s into this one, completely aware of Palestine's refusal at the CT purchase. And so this should be a lot of cash earned for Qatar. A lot of opportunity to start to get this momentum rolling. El Nino will find one of his own. Ramo with one of his. And there's El Nino again. This MAC-10 has done a lot of work. Oh, can't find the final. Naku does get a parting frag, but for the most part, Qatar should be happy with this round right here. They'll get that bomb plant secured on the B bomb site. And even if Naku finds a MAC-10, he's not really going to be saving much.
No, it is true. Oh,
Really, dude?
That was a bit rude. Bit uncalled for. Also gives his position away pretty Bro! What is this guy? I mean, one is a little bit like, maybe he's just got, you know, those ADHD reactions, but... Two is...
Two is intentional. Two is intentional.
Exactly. He's on a vendetta for some reason. You know, the chickens have really made him unhappy today. So, you know, he's got to let him know who's boss. But it's also just a little bit of, like, you know, punching down on the smaller guy, as it were.
Yeah, yeah.
It's nasty.
Like, come on,
Very
just because you're down a map against Palestine doesn't mean you got to take it out on the chickens, man. Come on.
Yeah. Sad to see, really. Sad to see. But moving forwards, hopefully, now that, you know, they've got a bit of rifleage, they can take their frustration out on the people that are on the opposite side, I suppose. I don't want to be rude and say that they, you know, should, but ultimately they're hopefully going to be bringing it to the Qatari squad here, directing their anger in the right place. Maybe that's the way to go about it.
They do get early car control, which is nice to have. If they want to extend on into that B bomb site, they can, but deeper banana smoke will force them off. Solid nade onto Hope to bring him down to 74. But this porch setup is it's a very difficult one to dislodge, especially if you don't have the proper utility set in accordance. There's the smoke, and they're going to not respect that at all. But the flashes are even better for Qatar. They get themselves a 2-for-1. Credit to Kishkov. And now, 40 seconds left on the clock. They're going to reroute themselves back into the B-bomb site, where it's just Naku to greet them.
Could get a little funky over here. We'll see. He definitely looked to be one of the stronger players. Gets a well-timed Molotov down. Splits the difference. Flash is behind him. So clean find onto the first. Looking for a little bit more. This time around, they're not going to mess up the utility.
Ooh.
Make sure they take him down. Hope the Beast is here in good time. However, to fake out on the plant as well. Naku is not biting. There's not a lot of time. He might give it a little bit of a go here to deny the plant away. At the very least, finds that planter down to just one. And Naku has played that so very well. Super patient. The kills come to him, and he is rewarded justly.
Yeah, that is fantastic work from Naku. All alone on an island, finds one to shave off before the bomb goes down, or at least gets attempted to go down. Re-aggresses when he realizes the time is going low, and he's got a spam coming through from Hope and CT. That is very smart, very patient, as he said, and what a way for Palestine to get themselves the first round on the board. 163 ADR to kickstart this campaign from Naku. Nice to see. And on the other end of the equation, Qatar, even though they've gotten a couple of kills on those MAC-10s, El Nino's still on a Tech 9 here. Hasn't been able to build up enough of a bank balance. So a real opportunity for Palestine to get right back to their winning ways, regardless of the good reads that Qatar had in that first buy round.
Ollie over the top. Not really any presence from Palestine in this one. We'll see, though, in the apartments. Whoa, smokers. His spidey senses tingling. Maybe El Nino let off a little step before coming round that corner. All the same, he goes down early. Was a bit of a menace in the apartments in the early rounds, but not going to be the case here. Q holding strong. Good for one. Does bite off a little bit more than he can chew. However, yeah, it's close, man. It's close. He's a little unfortunate, but ultimately he goes down. That's all that matters, and you see what happens. Despite the 1 HP, that slightly overzealous peak may well cost them big here. Monty with a nice find in at middle. Gives them a solid chance. AJB somehow not going down. What is going on, man? These fights are so awkward. 2-on-2, bomb lagging behind, might get dropped. It does indeed, and now the 1 HP Ramo. I mean, how do you win this?
It'd be one for the ages, Scriv, I'll tell you that much. But he's getting boxed in from every which way. He's considering that the B bomb site is completely clear, but overkill there for Monty, and Palestine will find themselves their second round. They eradicate the economy of Qatar. Hope actually has disconnected, so I hope he gets back in time. But yeah, overall, Palestine should be happy with how they kind of recover that round. They have that apartment setup that works really well. You've got one player watching bedroom and the other one watching the entrance of apartments, and it works splendidly. And you know, still there was a couple of whiffs here and there. I won't lie, but for the most part, Palestine showing that fundamentally they were the better team in that round.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. I think it does come a little close, as you say. So this is where things, again, could open up for Qatar. A lot of those Anubis rounds were mega one-sided, man. So there is a fair chance that this one comes up a little bit closer, which I think is definitely what we are here for. Just a question of whether they can keep it like this, or if Palestine are going to pick up that momentum and, you know, start looking really, really scary, take over the game type vibe. So we'll see. It could get one-sided fast if they're not careful.
Pistols now for Qatar. And wow, this is kind of insane. Triple swing down middle, offering up some free kills over to AJB and co. They can't actually recover the rifles off the back of this deep mid smoke, but they're getting a hell of a lot of damage. Ode down to 36. Smokers takes a little bit of damage as well. And Naku is actually stranded on the B bomb site alone with an MP9. So really bold call from Qatar to just go from Palestine rather to go bounding down mid, and now they might have to bear the brunt of it, considering all this car control has been lost.
Yeah, going to be awkward. Going to be very, very awkward indeed. Mid smoke comes in, buys a bit more time. Rotating anyone across to A here might be their downfall. We'll see. It all depends. Monty holding on the edge of the smoke. Flash comes in. Ineffective. Oh my god. The quickest triple kill you've ever seen. Makes it 4 for good measure, and he'll be hunting for the ace here, but this one is all but over. Ace is indeed secured. Really solid stuff from Monty there to just hold it. It looked a little worrisome. You know, if he goes down kind of instantly, could have been a big problem, but hold strong.
The fact that he's getting like the wall bang indicator as well, it shows you how neatly they were lined up between the three of them. And I mean, honestly, if I was Qatar there and I get all that car control, I say just go for it. Just full send it into the B bomb site and just hope you can trade effectively, because slowing the pace of that round down, allowing to go back into a potential bracket setup, it might have been a risky play to make. Of course, hindsight's 20/20, but that's just how I see it if I was in that situation, how I potentially would have made a call or whatnot. Hope is, again, as disconnected here, unfortunately, has had a little bit of a struggle in this map to start. It was a key point in Anubis. You mentioned how important he was in some of those entry kills, but unfortunately hasn't been able to have that same level of impact here to start out Inferno. Hopefully that's just an internet thing, not a game thing.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Fingers crossed, but we'll see again. You know, from one map to another, it does seem like there are a few players here that maybe are less consistent across maps. And as we mentioned a few times, the Inferno not really come out, so it's not like they've had a lot of prep, a lot of recent experience on this map. But it may well just be the fact that we're sort of lagging about a little bit. I think we had an issue yesterday getting our games going to begin with, and, you know, getting the right connection, getting the right server, etc. So yeah, we'll kind of hold out, but hopefully not hold out too long. You know, these types of tech issues can be troublesome, can be difficult when, you know, we don't really know where we're going with them or how long it's going to last and sort of issue is. I'm hearing a lot of chit-chat in the chat, so that's good. And there we go. The timer is back, so we should be into the action quickly.
Yeah, it's always tough to figure out these servers and connections and all that. I know Africa, the West African qualifiers were really tough to get sorted out. Sometimes teams had to play in a 4v5 because they just couldn't connect the player and they didn't have a sub. So we're trying to make do. We're trying to play these out. So I appreciate you guys in the chat holding on, waiting for us to get back underway, have these 5v5s go down the way we'd expect them to. And Hope the Beast, again, more aggression from him, punished by Ramo. Wonderful stuff there from the T side. And now it's just Naku again on this B bomb side, having to do a lot of heavy lifting on this side. And they're just completely gambling, Palestine. They've moved over 2 people. I mean, they were suggesting and thinking about a third, but they've thought against it. There's a flash. Naku will take down Ramo. And they're hoping that enough of a presence is enough to bluff, and they'll just gamble back on A instead.
Yeah, possible. I mean, I don't know, man. Just completely back and forth. I do like the idea here, though. They're going to go pushing down middle, I would assume. That I'm a pretty big fan of, to just gather some information at the very least. They're not going to catch anyone, unfortunately. They could pull off a quick flank. We'll hear this player underneath as well, so free kill. Gives the game away a little bit, though, and it does mean that they will start bursting towards B. I mean, I'm a little weirded out here. Monty really takes his sweet time on the rotation. He could have been around already to sort of help out and maybe even be ahead of them if they'd got the full read, the full call, but not confident enough to go for that edge of the smoke. Kushkov going to find a big frag. Still not over just yet, though, if he gets traded out here, which he won't. So it doesn't matter. Monty, the only one remaining. They've got him covered.
Yeah, a bit awkward there. I mean, Smoker had the right line. Just wasn't believing in it. Good molly for Monty to duel. There was a lineup available and he'll secure it. Unfortunately, that nade will not confirm any kills. And he doesn't... Oh, he does have a kit. Baits out the swing from Kushkov, but... Kushkov, you spoke about him being the individually awesome player that we kind of hoped for on map number 1. We didn't see it, but so far in Inferno, he's kind of delivering here, Scriv.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I think the whole team look comfortable compared to the way that they looked on Anubis, right? Still going to be difficult. Palestine still pulling their weight, of course. So things may change when, you know, you flip over sides. Things may change if your economy gets broken, which indeed they get the round, but it is quite costly for them. So, you know, it's a weird sort of position that they find themselves in at the moment. But yeah, as a team, as an approach, they do look much more familiar with the way that Inferno functions.
Well then, AWP for Hope the Beast now. I really wonder if these decisions in his aggression and his purchases have been purely because of his internet issues or not, but I guess we'll wait and find out. He still has a nice little setup in the apartments. Kills teed up for Ode, and he can't convert any of them, really. It's just some auxiliary damage. He said Monty will try to go for some aggression down Boiler. He finds a trade of his own. He's got another couple players lined up here, but he can't find the kill necessary. Hope is there for the trade, and surely he gets found out by the player in the smoke. Okay, Hope finds himself another. Has a chance to tee up a couple more. And they're aware that he could be here. There's an initial lineup as well. Oh, they're just trying to chase him. And unfortunately, Hope can't convert the shots.
Yeah, this is awkward for sure. Oh, they're actually looking to take the fight against him. I love it from Ramo. That's so smart, actually, you know. Really, really smart pathing to not just, you know, barrel on in towards the site. He actually looks for the fight. Never going to be expected. I mean, even I, like, wow, okay, this is a confident move. Smoker's hardly any information to work with then, so he has to sort of go regaining space and clearing things out. But again, in the same vein, I'm not really expecting it. Will go down on that 1 HP. 6LL got to hold on strong then. Ooh, he's spotted. He is spotted, takes the swing and wins the fight. However, very, very great round there from the individuals in the end. Qatar taking the lead, but my goodness, some really aggressive fights.
Yeah, really bold, and I mean, they're still in a good spot here. I mean, Palestine will be on a save. There's an opportunity for Qatar to run up the scoreboard. And honestly, as far as reads go, they've had every single right one. I don't think that there's really been a bad call so far. That lends me to believe that at least the preparation is there. The fundamentals look solid too, so I guess really they just weren't completely involved in map number 1, be it the map or be it the individuals. Either way, they look completely re-energized here. There's still a long way to go in terms of talking about a third map, but the signs are at least there to suggest that, you know, maybe there's something to give in the series.
We'll see. We will see. This round going as expected, of course. We're just continuing to hold. Split by the info and easily picked off. Just going to be on to position known. Up top they go. Down he will go. And Qatar in with a pretty hefty lead now, to be honest with you. I think very impressive stuff that they have managed to really bounce back here, because it did look, again, for a little second there, Palestine picked up a few rounds, looked like they might be able to get this one off the ground. Rifles in hand, that's all they needed. Thanks very much, you know, but not the case. So, again, super comfortable.
Here we go. I think this is the most important round in terms of how this half plays out, where Palestine and Qatar are headed. Aggression, just raw aggression from Hope. Takes out Ramo, who's been a real thorn in the side, and he'll double down. Nakut's flash. I wonder where that was from. Oh, yeah, it's from behind. Okay. They had a third player available. And now they've got themselves a 5v3. Finally, something to smile about if you're Palestine as far as buy rounds are concerned. And Qatar finally on the back foot, trying to dig deep and climb out of it.
Rolling forward slowly here, Palestine. Hoping to confirm the round before Qatar can get back in. Gonna get a bit weird though. There's a lot of bodies here for the T side. Actually, not quite enough, unfortunately. Monty with that 2-piece, I think, has done it. Kishkov and Banana, whereabouts else is he going to be? I mean, maybe T-spawn. Oh, he does actually get the drop with some good timing. But he will get dropped upon by Naku from behind. So, Palestine back on the board, still proving that they are indeed capable. Qatar have got to watch themselves. It's not the heftiest lead in the world. They look more comfortable here. Maybe that's what's making the difference. They really do need to keep that foot on the gas, as they say. This is where I would say take a timeout, you know, and really just ice Palestine out immediately. But again, an area that a lot of these teams are not super comfortable with.
You have a decision to make here as well. If you wanted to purchase in, they're going to go for a little bit more of a leisurely one. They'll essentially give the lead back to even Stevens at 5s. I mean, there's still some potency here if they want to up the tempo down Banana. It has been kind to them. Or maybe a fast apps pop. Some of these plays can still be just as effective with pistols. Cut the distance and everything. But for the most part, Palestine looking good to at least bounce back. They kind of fight fire with fire, trying to aggress all across the map. And it works down Banana, it works down mid. Eventually, though, Qatar can figure that out. They can adapt to that kind of a play. And yeah, there's the fast tempo. Fast up Banana, straight into the waiting arms of Smokers and Hope. And there it is. Kushkov will find himself a double. There is a team kill on from El Nino, meaning this will be a tough bomb plant / post plant necessary. And AJB is thrust into a very difficult one. That flash hits him square in the face. That nade does as well. It is clinical from Palestine to ice out AJB. And Palestine will find themselves the 5th round.
Yep. Evening things up now, looking again back to pretty regular winning ways at this point. Once the rifles have been in play, thanks to those 2 rounds they've just picked up, they have looked like the slightly more consistent factor. Still good to see Qatar contending. And that's definitely what we all want out of this, is a good competition. But at this point, I don't really know. Qatar, you know, maybe lost the way ever so slightly. Refinding it easier said than done, Paladin. Let me tell you that much for free. They've got plenty of utility in the here, thanks to the bomb plan. No real excuses. Going in for that regular B-sided default this time around.
Oop, App's bedroom set up again. A little bit of flub in the comms as Hope tries to swing on over, but there was no extra player coming from the base of apartments. El Nino will still find the trade. Monty now in the hot seat on the site itself as Ode is still dealing with brackets. So El Nino has got a very valuable position here that could come back to haunt Palestine as the round continues. But it's Card that is the main name of the game for Qatar right now. Trying to search for some bit of control there. As a minute is now left on the clock. I think they're really happy with El Nino's position within apartments, that they want to maybe pull back into brackets, but I don't know. Only time will tell. It is a tough ask right now for Qatar because they're kind of caught between 2 minds.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely a bit weird here. Timing not quite there. Kushkov, that's an early peak, a greedy peak. Costs him his head, costs his teammates the opportunity to trade. They're going to try and follow in his footsteps. Monty hears them coming, though, and finds some good timing for all 3. And there goes the round with El Nino's death. Palestine making it look easy once again. Qatar have got to be very careful here.
Yeah, I mean, you had 2 flashes there. You could have used one for deep brackets. You could have used one for the site itself, and they opted to use neither of them and just go triple full contact. The spacing was completely off as well. I mean, if you can do that and you want to commit to that, you've got to have all 3 players tightly packed, tightly available to trade off one another and explode onto the site. But that never comes to be, and Palestine are there to punish. Credit to Monty, 17-7 right now as far as this first half is concerned. And more aggression down mid. They're getting wrapped from the other end. And Monty still finds a double. That is absolutely insane work from him. 20 kills at the end of the half. And a very doable 1v2 now for Ramo. He's picked up an A1S. He's got the bomb down. He can deploy a Molotov to stall at least one port of this map. But at this point, he's just caught between so many different angles. He's got to really keep his wits about him. He's just going to sit within the smoke itself. Palestine trying to clear out the A site will eventually be able to deduce that the site is clear. And it's just a matter of time before they realize that Ramo can only be in moto. The Molotov should be perfectly timed, but the smoke is even better. Oh my goodness, it's just a matter of mere moments. And yep, there it is. Aku will find that defuse right in front of Ramo's nose.
Yeah, man. I mean, he had one opportunity with the right click. Obviously, had to be in behind. It wasn't the case. Oh, that's unfortunate for him, though. He thought he had, like, the genius idea with the molly. But then, the counter, the smoke, you know. So it is sort of unfortunate that that smoke was still there, but obviously not something that you could be banking on when it's planted in that default position, leaving your sort of insurance policy, as it were, out in moto. A little bit of a difficult setup, but it all happened so fast for them, as it seems to be the trend in this series. So, Qatar definitely looking more competitive, definitely looking like they know how to play this map a bit better, but unfortunately, Palestine's still out ahead, right? And Qatar without the pistol, it would be a pretty one-sided affair, in fact.
100%. A lot riding on this one right here. Individually, it just feels like Palestine are maybe a couple steps ahead. They had a couple of very brazen calls on that CT side, but they got away with it through sheer firepower, and they're going to try to up the tempo on this T side as well, running up through the brackets, trying to split into this A site. And, I mean, they've gotten all the room in the world to get that bomb down. They haven't even actually really had to fight anybody. This will be that first point of contact. Naku will find themselves a 5v4. They still haven't figured out that El Nino is available in the boiler position. And, oh my goodness, a trade I was going to say had to come there and there. And Monty will double down. That should be the round done and dusted as they spot out the other players on Arch side. Hope will find one of his own, and Ode will close it out. 8 rounds now for Palestine, charging towards a Chengdu qualification berth.
Yeah, looking that way, man. Definitely looking that way, I think. It's a pretty big deal for them. Now, Qatar, again, have these difficult decisions. Do we go for the eco? Do we go for the force? I mean, in all fairness, I think, although this CT force conversation is generally on the side of not doing so, I think Inferno, if you get it right, can be pretty good on the force buys. You know, that B-bomb site, you just need a few smokes and you've bought yourself, like, a minute. So
you've got that. You can hold close half wall with some 5.7s. You could have an app set up with a couple pistols as well. Yeah, there are definitely options. But Qatar will not opt in for it. Palestine will get themselves the bomb plant. It was a full gamble stack onto this B bomb site. Nothing available. Hope is just looking to maybe gather some sweet eeks. Oh, takes a dink actually, and we'll still find a necessary frag. Ramo, a parting kill on that Mac 10. Obviously, these kills are kind of just okay for Qatar. It's not really anything to write home about because you're saving Mac 10s. You're not really saving rifles. And for Palestine, any kills would be fantastic for them. Ooh, I like the idea there from Monty, trying to play with the aggression. But overall, it's actually the rifles and the pistols that come out on top. So not too much cash racked up, but they kind of keep 3 players live. That's pretty much enough.
yeah, definitely it is making money. Just about making money. T-side is nice and comfortable in that respect. This is kind of what it comes down to, though. If Qatar can't win this round, then I think they're honestly in a very, very shaky spot. Palestine will win this if they deny any saves as well, which again is sort of an energy that these teams have not really had. So if they deny the save away, probably looking at like 11 pretty comfortably, which an 11-5 feels like a very winnable scoreline, especially if you are within the game. You know what I mean? Like you feel like you should be able to win from that kind of a point.
Meanwhile, in the other stream, or not on the stream, the other group, Lebanon is taking on Syria, and they are as close as can be, 6-5 in favor of Lebanon after the first half of play. So, very, very important game on that other end as well. So, keep in mind, if you want to follow along, Challenger mode is available to you, Liquipedia, all that good stuff has all the updates. But we will continue on here for the other qualification potentially for Palestine as they go charging up the middle. They find themselves a 4v4. They want to go right at El Nino. Smokers, there is a little bit of a traffic jam, a team kill, and that means AJB is all that's left on this A site. Naku, oh, okay, I was worried there. I thought he was disconnected, but we've still got a 2v3 to play out.
Yeah, a little bit of a weird scenario, but it looks good. Everybody's moving here on the server. Big moment for Qatar if they can get this one done. AJB. Oh my goodness. The round win is just above him. They're walking around each other, near each other, but Smoker's just not checking it at all. If he'd have got good timing there was a chance for him to find a double. Meanwhile, they're actually moving down Banana. I don't think Akuya's going to have an idea about this at all, and that'll be the bomb secured. Looks like, oh my goodness, I mean, they could go past him if they don't clear this super well.
The bomb!
Oh no, and then he steps backwards. Oh, I thought he was maybe in with some sort of miraculous chance that they step past him. Yeah, difficult Very, very difficult indeed. Maybe Smokers gave a little look out towards mid at one point and just sort of decided it was clear, got timed on hard. I don't even think that he did, though. It's difficult, mate.
I think the light of the bomb actually gave it away. There might have been a world where, like, genuinely they could have just stepped forward anyways if he didn't have the bomb. Who knows? I mean, that's a very weird round of Counter-Strike there for you. And with how the economy hasn't really built up for Palestine, like, you've got a MAC-10 on Naku and a Deagle on Monty. Okay, never mind. There's a Galil for Naku available. But, hey, it's not the prettiest buy. Room back in for the CTs to try and mount a comeback. It's going to be a grueling one, but it's certainly possible.
It is certainly possible. It is certainly possible. We'll see. Again, a lot riding on this sort of follow-up round. Ramo's so blind. So alone here. If he can find a couple, he's going to be doing well. Oh, look at him go.
What?
Absolutely fantastic stuff. But Ode gets those trades in. So the Ramo heroics are kind of all in vain. I think, listen, man, at that point, you've left him out to dry. You've got to just leave him to his own devices. 6LL in between two mines, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, am I leaving my teammate? I think he'd already thrown that smoke down, right? So am I leaving him here? Am I going for it? And, you know, he goes lackadaisically through that smoke. 3 kills to his name. Adds another death, unfortunately, and that could make a big difference here. A bomb site, super vulnerable. Molotov in at a good time. Kushkov forced out. A bit of an oversight from Ode, but at least the trade. Oh, is there on top of each other. Spacing, guys. Nade going in as the bomb goes down. No damage landing. 2 versus 2. Hit is here, so I like the chances of this retake.
Yeah, but you've got Monty nestled into small pit. Hope is nestled into the cubby. This is going to be a tough ask. They found a smoke to at least neutralize one of the positions. They can try to go straight at Hope, but a little bit of a gap there for Monty, and he plays around with it beautifully. 2v2 secured for Palestine. That's double digits secured as well. And unfortunately, Ramo, man, you gotta give your credit to him. Just fighting tooth and nail at the sandbags, but 6LL leaves him out to dry to some extent, and there's just no ability to refrag at all, even from the A side of things. They were just too scared to find information the other way back. You know, you have a player fighting all the way back in CT spawn. You've got another player all the way in pit. You're never going to really know what's going on at that point. So it's unfortunate for Qatar, but Palestine, again, showing why they are fundamentally the better team. Their spacing was pretty much perfect there. I didn't have any real notes about that, whereas we literally had the same exact round, I feel like, from Qatar's end, and it was like one player spaced out between the other.
Well, this force buy, this half buy, I suppose, not really a force. He's going to have to do well. It starts off pretty well. Can't get your hands on to that AK. I will say El Nino as well probably didn't need to go down to the Molotov there. A bit of an oversight from him. So, man advantage swings in favor of Palestine, where things were getting a bit crazy. But we've done the old classic, you know, send it down B. They'll think we're rushing, and then they'll be like, B's clear, don't worry. Listen, man, it might work in the PUBG, it might work in the MM, but Palestine, I think they've got a few other ideas. They've sent some players in the apartments here. No presence at all. And thus, an opening bomb site is discovered.
The bell tolls for Qatar. Their elimination is all but confirmed. It is confirmed, but the series before them also is nearing its closing stages, surely at this point. And for Palestine, they can just taste it. They can taste the opportunity at a land qualification at Chengdu, and an opportunity to play against some of the very best within the region. What an opportunity it would be, man.
Yeah, I think pretty solid for this team. And they do look good. I think there is some depth to the squad. You know, you get the qualification spot in, and you've got some time to prep. You you know? So I think that is certainly something that could be a really big deal here. As far as I'm aware, I think it's September, looking at the dates here, that the Asian Esports Championship takes place in Chengdu. So you've got a good amount of time to prep. Top 5 teams from that as well will get through to the World Championships, right? So you definitely have a chance, you know. Mongolia are scary, Australia are scary, but there's a few teams in there that might be a bit shaky, might be a bit punishable. Nice 2-piece comes up in the early stage here, Paladin, as Palestine are trying to absolutely force this issue. It's not working. So Qatar not just going to roll over and let you have your way. They are absolutely putting up a fight here. Ode, awkward one for him. Might be able to make things a little interesting here. He doesn't have the bomb control at this point. I can't quite... I would imagine it's in that mess towards middle. But it certainly is on the cards. He could do it.
He split up frags into the 1v1s, but unaware that El Nino could be that far into the apartments. And as you said, Qatar not willing to just roll over and hand the win to Palestine. It's gonna have to be a little bit more oomph to the T side before that could really happen. Palestine still have a couple buys left in the tank at the very least, so you can have one or two of those kinds of rounds where you say, okay, we can just throw that final killing blow and just end the game right there. And if that doesn't happen, if that fast pace doesn't work out, we've always got a little bit more to kind of play around with some more of a default approach. But this time they're going to go back into that B bomb site, look towards car control initially, but the nades are solid, but the kill, more importantly, goes initially to Palestine as Nuku takes out Kushkov.
Hope the Beast looking for the A entry here. Oh, the Molotov not meant for him. He's in a good spot there for. Knows that there's one up close. Looking for a little bit more. AJB will get the double spray down, but yeah, not before they've lost the man advantage. The A bomb site as well looks to be defended. But it's the wrong one. It is the wrong one, and I think the Palestine are going to be able to put themselves in a really good spot here.
Really, really good spot. At this point, I think a save is probably the name of the game. You've got 1K 1300 on both these players. Okay, or you can have it gifted to you. You should know where the final player is. Okay, no need to fight, boys. Ode can get back into the site, play the crossfires, play new box, play first orange. That should be enough. Oh, but they're both playing first and second. There's still a little bit of time here, but yeah, it was always going to be difficult. AJB will fall away. They're going to try to hunt him as well. They don't want to let him save this rifle, but he gets away. I think... Does he live here? Yeah, okay, he does. Just survives. All 30 players involved will. And Palestine are one round away from clinching their qualification to Chengdu.
Yeah, man, looking good for them. Looking very, very good for them. I think that first half started off kind of shaky. It was a bit scary for a moment. There was maybe room in there for it to get close. You know, get in favor of Qatar. But Palestine onto this T side do look pretty comfortable. They've got some clear game plans, and again, even just the little things, some really nice utility here for the banana control that's a bit more specific to CS2. You know, so they've been doing their homework, but sometimes the flash just get away from them. How is Ode alive, man? How is Ode alive there? I don't believe it.
Oh, if I'm Ramo, I am just... that is a desk slam. That is a mouse throw. One or the other, or both, maybe. That is what kind of describes this series as a whole for Qatar. Just so close, but cannot convert. And now all their A defenses are trapped within the apartments. Naku is taking care of that. Hope has found one of his own. He's aggressing into the CT spawn to just knock out Qatar, and it definitely will. It's all up to Kushkov, and they're hunting They just don't want to let him get warmed up, and he'll get taken out. 13-7 reads the score for Inferno, and Palestine are the first team from the West Asian region to lock in a spot at Chengdu.
Hell yeah, man. Looking very, very good while doing so as well. You know, Qatar definitely put up a better fight there on Inferno. Maybe a map that they could have built up some speed into across the course of the couple days. Didn't play it yesterday. Their best looking map in the tournament, but Palestine, within that Group A in particular, certainly appear to be the stronger team for me, I think. Really looking solid. Maybe Iran gives them a solid run, but the way that it's gone, they've beaten both the opponents, so ultimately it points towards Palestine. Only that one team qualifying as well is how it goes here in the West Asian qualifier. So solid look from them, and I think certainly could get very interesting on the other side as well with how that's going down. I think that we're all really intrigued to see how it's going at the moment. Still just getting started, I think, on that first map. 10-7 in favor of Syria. But yeah, Palestine will be the first ones locked in. And I think for me, they absolutely deserve it. You know what I mean? That map in particular really does paint it. You can see here the scoreline where it was at, tail end of the first half. Really quite close, you know? They managed to clean up things a little bit. Second half also not starting perfectly, but they managed to pull it away once they had that T-side going and once they got the rifles out, you know, engaging, finding the fights on their own terms really, really worked for them.
I think we found the answer to the question of whether or not it was the fundamentals or the map itself. And I think, upsettingly enough, it is the fundamentals, right? Like, you think about so many rounds on that CT side where there just wasn't enough tethering between site mates. Like, you had that couple of times where Ramo finds a lot of space and a couple of kills, but doesn't have the follow-up to end the round, to find the trade to end the game, end the round specifically for Qatar. So it's unfortunate, but this is, again, I see this as a huge learning experience for Qatar to understand, like, we've got a lot of tape to run through and a lot of strong opposition that we went up against that we can kind of learn from and come back next year and hopefully try to learn from it and improve upon it.
Yeah, well, that is certainly the thing, right? That hopefully they will be down to sort of come back and we'll see whether we get the same sort of players. I think there were a few in there, Kushkov and El Nino across the course of the entire tournament for them looked to be the better players, the more consistent players for Qatar. Difficult on Anubis, it would seem. Certainly a map that maybe next time out they'll start permabanning, but nonetheless, there were some shining lights on that Qatari side. But Palestine sort of overall, altogether, really looked like a much more complete package, which is sort of the point that we are continuing to hammer home. And yeah, very, very impressed by what we've seen from them. On their side, I think Naku continued looking impressive. It was actually O'Day a little bit for me on map 2. But Hope the Beast, once things swapped over onto the T side, also looked good. But you know what, Pardon? That is going to do us here. That is going to do us on the stream at the very least. Listen, if you are wanting to keep up with that final game, know how the Group B side of things goes down, Lebanon, Syria, which of course, you know, is all to play for. Either of those teams could quite feasibly make it in. You can get on over to iesf.gg. I think that keeps track of it as well. There's also ways in there, you know, if you're a little more knowledgeable, your Liquipedias into your challenger modes will give you potentially the more live updates, because of course challenger mode are hosting the tournament bracket. But from us here on the IESF stream, thank you very much for watching. That's going to be it for today. We've got more Counter-Strike action coming up tomorrow. See you there.